imperial tons or 800 metric tons. And to anyone listening, a metric ton is 2,200 pounds, 1,000 kilograms, and an imperial ton is 2,000 pounds. So that's 1.7 million pounds, each of them, and there's 3 of them. And if you were to go to the quarry, there's ones that are 1,200 tons and even 1,500 tons that are 20 feet tall. This is mind-boggling. Like, Jamie, if you want to just scroll through some of the other photos to kind of give Joe the perspective and the audience the perspective.
These are clearly cut stones that were moved into place and moved 23 feet above the ground.
Right. And technically 30 feet because there's stones that are actually below the ground there that you can't see because it's submerged under the earth. So technically it was 30 feet, but 23 feet off the ground today. And right there, this highlights, so not only is that 14
Yo, Eric, what's up, brother? How are you, man?
Realize when you're looking at this.
From Edmonton. What is going on, bro? It's pretty cold there, eh?
But notice how they're completely
cold place.
Nice and even.
What's up, man? Hope I'm doing well, buddy. Thanks, buddy. How are you?
This exceeds the known capabilities of what the Romans had.
Eric, big Eric.
This site is some 2,400 miles from Rome, the capital. And if they're going to say that this was created by the Romans, one, people need to understand that the Romans were renowned for documenting everything, yet this site is not credited to anybody. They don't know exactly who did it or when, but the academics include.
How you doing, buddy? What are you doing there? Sure is.
Of course, there was no one before that.
Oh, thanks, brother. Thanks, man. Thanks for checking in, my dude.
There is evidence of at least 2.
Nice, brother. Eric, the director, the legend.
And I would conclude that this is evidence that this site existed in prehistoric times. There's also
Sorry, I'm just heading up one thing.
Encyclopedias that talk about Baalbek being
Thanks,
prehistoric
brother.
in nature, dating back 11,000 years of human history. And what I argue is that it was built up.
I'm good, dude. I'm good, man. I'm good, brother. Thanks, man.
And right here is
doing all right.
for all that have eyes to see. Look how they
Things are good.
Use broken stones and constructed on top of it. Why would you go from making the most advanced stones in history that far exceed anything you see in Rome? For example, if you were to go to the Colosseum, as magnificent as that is, it is architecture of mathematics and just brilliance. But this right here, why would they for all the feats of Roman history, why would they have the most impressive feats over 2,000 miles away from
Doing well, brother. Doing well, man.
Let me just say this. When I'm talking about 900-ton stones, the largest stone in all of Rome is 53 tons. It's the Trajan's capital block of the Trajan's column. 53 tons. This is 15 times heavier.
There's a number of things, too. Now, I'm not a huge believer in ancient technology. I'm sorry.
I know you've heard me talk about AG1. It's an awesome way to improve your whole body health and just feel better in general. But today, I have a new special offer for you. If you try AG1, you also get a free month supply of AG's omega-3 supplement. These once-a-day capsules have high-quality omega-3 fatty acids to take with your AG1. Just that easy. Over 80% of people are not consuming the right amount of omega-3s in their diet, and AG's capsules ensure that you'll get the essential fatty acids you need. These nutrients provide additional support for brain and cardiovascular health when taken together with AG1. And if you've ever taken fish oil before, you know that taste. Well, don't worry. AG's encapsulated fish oil actually has a nice lemon taste. Not bad at all. If you're looking for a simple and effective investment in your health, try AG1. And if you've been thinking about it, try it now. This November, you'll receive a 1-month supply of AG Omega-3 when you first subscribe, in addition to the welcome kit with 5 AG1 travel packs and a bottle of vitamin D3 plus K2. So make sure you check out drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan to claim this special offer. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan.
I'm not a big believer in ancient technology, as Jimmy's well aware, but
which is why it's important that you're here, because people are going to hear multiple perspectives.
Yeah, that's where I can tell you some things about Baalbek that are still interesting to me. One of them is you don't see the Roman foot in those stones, which is weird. You would expect to see some sort of breakdown of the Roman foot in these measurements, but they're not there at Baalbek. They are there on the stones that were quarried
by Roman foot. What you're saying is that there's a different measurement, what they considered a foot.
Yes.
It's not 12 inches.
Correct. There's a Roman unit of measurement that they would use in construction, and we don't see it in those stones.
Holy fuck me, man.
But there's 3 stones that were quarried and left in the ground. All of those stones show signs of using the Roman foot.
Yeah, Jamie, will you scroll over to that?
So that right off the bat shows to me that the ones that were installed
That took way
were not
too
built
long.
by the Romans, but the ones that were quarried were made by the Romans. They were trying to quarry out stones to match it.
Right here.
Another thing is
That's crazy.
Roman architecture always uses the most impressive things right in the front. You walk in the front of the thing, and that's where you're going to see the biggest stones, the most impressive, for obvious reasons. These are in the back, completely on the opposite end of the entrance. So you have to, like, from what you told me, you have
All right.
to look for them.
We made it. We did it.
Right? Like, you can't just show up on the site and they say, here's a trilithon.
Well, let me tell you a quick story real quick. So I had the pleasure of going there with some people, and I'll tell you about it later. I won't do the name drop just yet. But Dory, who lives in Lebanon, he toured us around, and he had been to the site 3 times before. When we went, it was his 4th time. He did not know of the existence of the trilithon stones. They're around back. You got to walk probably 1/3 of a mile to get there. They don't even bring the tours around to the trilithon stones. He had no idea what I was talking about the night before at dinner. I'm trying to explain to him, like, the trilithon stones, the 900-ton stones. And I had to show him a picture. He had never seen them before.
How do they not show the tourists this?
What the fuck, man?
That's an excellent question. Now,
It
you do have to
seems-
walk. To be honest, it's like a 12, 15-minute walk to go around to get there. I mean, it's part of the platform, but you have to go all the way around. And some people just don't feel like making the walk. And when we were there, we were totally alone for a half hour with these stones. Not a single person. There was hundreds of people at the site. Not a single one of them came around back. Now, just to clarify what the audience is seeing right now, this is at the quarry, which is a half mile away. This is where all the stones originate from. And this one right here is what's called
Oh,
the
he's
Stone
still
of the
here.
Pregnant
What's up,
Woman.
brother?
It is
Yo, Lucio, what's up,
As
man?
you can see, it's 14
What's up,
feet
brothers?
tall,
How
which
you
is the
doing?
same
Thanks,
height.
bros.
So those trilithon stones I was showing you.
Thanks
a
for
moment
being here,
ago,
brothers. Hope you're doing
this-
well.
The only difference is that this one's 68 feet long.
Doing
It's
all right,
the
man.
same
Thanks, buddy.
size,
Thanks,
except
Eric.
for just
Hope
a
you're
few
enjoying
feet
Edmonton,
shorter,
man.
but it's the same height. So that gentleman right there, Pierre, who's a wonderful
pretty exciting.
man, is 6 foot tall, and look at him just dwarfed by this stone.
Yeah, I'm going after Aztec 00 again.
And it's not from there.
I'm trying to get a natural stuck completion, like a good
So
one.
so this one's at the quarry, but the
'Cause I
ones
see
that
it.
were placed,
I see it.
Where are they from?
This quarry, which is a half mile away.
I see the completion.
So they
Yes.
moved 1,800,000
I see it.
pounds a half a
I'm
mile.
so close. Thanks,
3
brother.
of them.
I'm
And
so
that doesn't
close,
include
man.
The 2 dozen that are 350 tons apiece.
Natural
Doesn't
stuck,
include
though,
the
it's such a
9
pain
that
in the
are
ass,
600
bro.
tons apiece. 9 stones that are 600 tons apiece.
I gotta warm
are
up. It
somehow
takes
a
me like
side
half an
note
hour
the
to
trilithon stones.
lock in
And let me just
usually.
tell you this. This is something, Jamie, if you scroll over a few to articles involving, because this
Thanks,
is what the
guys.
audience needs to understand. A lot
How are you,
of people
bros?
hear these numbers and they don't wrap their head around exactly how important this is, which is that the go to the article involving the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. It's in the same folder of Baalbek. And the largest stone moved in modern times is 340 tons. And we're going to come back to all these photos too because it's extremely
Hey, fuck
important.
off, man.
There's some details in here.
Hey,
That's
fuck
the
you.
one at that goofy museum in LA,
Yes.
which is, by the way, a very goofy museum.
Yeah, I haven't been there.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. There's an acrylic box that's on the ground
Yeah.
that you're supposed to interpret as art. It's just
Yeah, I'm putting Bunker 1 essay on
It's one of those
hold
places
because
where you go there and you go,
the
"What's
real
that technology?"
gem in that I think is 21. Honestly, like if I'm gonna play it again probably for 22 in the
So, let me
future,
just-
but
while
man,
he's
like
looking for that, let me explain to
I'm
you.
not gonna go
So-
crazy for 22. I'm not gonna do
What
it.
this is there was a suspended stone.
Yeah.
It's an enormous stone that they placed there as part of their art piece.
Yeah.
And this thing was
Not that one.
not that,
Not
one.
that, Jamie.
This
Go-
is just fails.
That's a yeah. We'll play that video in a little bit. It's pretty funny.
They had to move this stone. It was 4 miles an hour is the fastest they could move it. They had to build a structure around the stone to move it.
Yes.
And
So
this fucking insanely huge truck.
let me tell you. So the details. It is a 200. So they had to custom build a trailer truck around the stone itself.
Tell Jamie what.
Jamie, look under the moving stones folder. Go to. Let's see here. Scroll down a little bit. Go to Ramesseum statue. Man, these silly. You're using a Mac. It doesn't show you the preview of the pictures.
Silly
Keep looking until you find a big red truck, but I'll tell the audience while you're looking for it exactly what we're talking about here. So, yeah, keep going. All right, back. You're on it. Go back a little bit. Go back to the article 3. Go left like 3 times. Right there. Go back. Right there. So this one stone, 340 tons. They call it the largest operation of its kind since the Egyptians built the pyramids. They had to custom build a 260-foot long trailer truck that consists of 196 semi-truck wheels. It has 44 axles, it's 32 feet long. It took a year of planning, it cost $10 million. It took 9 days to move this 340-ton stone.
What a great use of taxpayers' money. $10 million. There's no way they needed that money for LA.
Yeah, who cares about potholes and homeless people?
No way. I mean, this is more important.
And so this is what's so important, is that the largest stone moved in human history is at the Ramesseum. It's the Ramesseum statue in Egypt. It's 1,000 metric tons, which is 2.2 million pounds. That was inexplicably moved 170 miles from the quarry in Aswan. And here's the significance of this. Brother, this stone at the Los Angeles
Man,
County
my
Museum
stick
of
is
Art
fucking
found
done.
one
My gears are done. I gotta
is
I gotta change the gears. It's like they're fucked.
All right, this one at the museum,
the Ramesseum.
170 miles, and the other one was moved 106 miles.
170 miles.
And
it's 2 million pounds.
And so this is where things get really fun, is that they say, the academics, they say that the stones would have been moved on tree logs, because that's their best guess. And it's not an unreasonable guess, but when you look into the nuanced details, so I really nerded out hard on this. There's
Thanks,
a lot of
Elusive,
people-
for
are you
the
familiar with the Mohs scale of hardness?
No.
So
support.
it's the measurement of stone, and it's often used by alternative ancient history buffs to say that, hey, copper-based tooling could not have been utilized to cut granite stone that's been claimed. And there's no evidence that the Egyptians never told us they used bronze tooling to cut the stones that make up the granite stones within the pyramid. And so I started asking them, like, wait a second, if they're going to say that they moved a 2.2 million pound stone on tree logs, well, they say that it was the cedar, the Lebanon cedar trees. Well, I nerded out on this, and there's something called the Jenga scale of hardness, which measures the hardness of wood, and it's
I'm
often used
overcompensating
for
for my
pick,
stick.
Wood flooring in your
Cedar's
house.
a very soft wood.
It's one of the softest on earth, not the softest, but it's so soft that it would never even be considered for flooring in your house because your furniture and your heels would dent it immediately. And if you were to put significant weight on it, whatever that weight is, it would either crush it, crumble it, or at least dent it out of a circle, or being a circular nature to roll on. And so when you look into the nuanced details involving the mysterious accomplishments of the ancients, it becomes abundantly clear, like if I had one thesis, it's that the true history of mankind was more advanced than what we were taught in school. Now, how advanced? That's the fun topic, and we'll dive into that here in the next couple hours, but the reality is that there's evidence for all who have eyes to see that there, I mean, again, brother, 1,000 metric ton statue, and this is right out of encyclopedias.
Show the statue. So this is the statue. It somehow or another fell.
Yeah, so it was a seated statue. That's me in front of it, and it's broken into multiple pieces.
There's some images, Jamie, of what it originally looked like.
Look, so that foot, it's up to my belly button, like the
that's
top
just
of the
the
foot.
foot.
That's just the foot. There's another picture that an illustration that would show you what it would have looked like when it was full. There it is. Go back one. So that's what it looks like from an aerial shot now. It's completely toppled over. God knows what would have taken to knock this thing over. They say probably an earthquake.
Eric, did you bring the
It
64?
was a seated statue. If it was a standing statue, so that right
That's
there.
what it looked like originally.
That's what they, yes. And again, 1,000 metric tons is 2.2 million pounds. How it got knocked over in itself, to me, might
Sounds like the
indicate
start of a
cataclysm, but that's a side
like an
point.
addiction
But the point is this, it was
admission.
moved 170 miles.
I realized I was first addicted when I left my family on a work meeting
Part of
to,
the problem
internationally,
with the Library of
and I brought my
Alexandria is all
64.
that information was lost forever.
Yes.
Or
Here's the thing.
in the Vatican.
Let me say this real quick. Brother, the Library of Alexandria was like thousands of years before the Great Pyramid. Like, the Library of Alexandria was just after, was it 47 AD or BC that it got destroyed, is believed, something around there. So 2,000 years ago. This statue is 3,000 years old, according to the academics. So this is 1,000 years before the Library of Alexandria. So, yeah, it's not unreasonable to suggest that they would have had information about how they constructed these things.
Still
and
warming
I
up.
believe that they did. But it's gone. Yeah, they might not have. What were you going to say?
Well, you were talking about, we look at the way that they move the stones. Like
Thanks, man.
the cedar. They move
Thanks,
the
buddy.
stone in
Oh yeah, the random
really big. The big
shoot the
was, the thunder
shoot the other guy
from
first.
the great people.
I'm still
You're in
warming up,
1700s.
brother.
late 1700s. They used a big team of people, and they moved this thing at not very far, like 10 miles.
9 miles, and it took not.
I'm usually
So
much
9
more
months.
consistent. I just need to warm up.
When they were pulling this thing on the ground, they had to consistently try metallurgy, different types of ball bearings for it to roll on, because the ones they were moving would keep being crushed. And then they had to use screw jacks that are just like you jack up a house floor with, like a subfloor. They would
As
use
you know.
screw jacks to lift the statue back
Thankfully.
up and put it on bearings.
Blessedly.
The Romans didn't have a screw jack.
Fuck you.
Metallurgy, with trying different kinds of ball bearings and shit, that's something way outside. I mean, the 1700s. The 1700s.
I don't think I can do it with 5
cusp
bullets,
of
man.
them actually making
I
structural
can,
steel. You know, this
insane.
is the beginning of iron bridges and shit. They were actually making good metallurgy then, and it still took trial and error to move the stone. And
I think
that
I'm not in
stone
the right
is basically the
spot
same
though,
size
but
as
it's
the ones
okay.
at Baalbek, a
The
tiny bit
pause I
bigger,
got fucked
but
on.
the same kind of issues where they would have had to have jacked
No,
up
you did
which
not.
would have took steel or
No, it's the end of an era. No, Nintendo, take a lesson from Elusive. This is what happens.
And
You force people, it's dead. You force people to buy a subscription, this is what happens. You lose the ability to sell a new Switch to a new person, so it's not even like they're losing $50, they're losing like $400.
Bridging together the facts that the alternative theorists are presenting, as well as the academics, and you're differentiating.
But Nintendo doesn't care.
Truth, and your
They really
channel is
don't.
so valuable. And what you taught me is that the
Yo,
invention
Elusive,
of the
did you
screw
hear?
jack was utilized in order to lift that thunderstone, the bronze
The-
horse, on top of
this
that
is about
with metal
Nintendo.
rails. So with the Egyptians,
Oh,
or excuse
man,
me, the
really?
Romans didn't have that. That wasn't invented until thousands of years later. So without that,
It's about Mario and Nintendo.
in the first place.
That you probably know this already. Super Mario Maker 2,
Something that
you
don't
have to
believe in
pay
ancient technology.
to like play online. So Nintendo was making money off of free user work and content.
I'm so sorry about that.
Isn't that so insane? Like they're making so much money off of like its users uploading levels. Like, bro,
really advanced stuff.
that's like the lowest I think Nintendo's ever done. Making money, like forcing people to pay money to play other people's custom levels. Like they're not even making the game anymore.
So father passed to his son how to do this sort of thing, and eventually you get to a point where we start working with metal, and that kind of just dies off. We quit doing that for a while, and then 1,000 years goes by, and we look at what our ancestors used to do, and we're like, holy shit. But I honestly think a lot of this stuff, that if we just saw how they did it, we would just be like, well, fuck, why didn't I think of that?
But wait a minute, when you're talking about moving things that are 1,000 tons, and you're moving them through the mountains, like how? Why wouldn't you believe in some sort of ancient technology?
Let's put it this way. I'm not opposed to the idea, but we need to get there first. Like if we're going, like we're talking about the Thunderstone or the Baalbek stones, going from, like I feel like we need to exhaust every other possibility before we can start hanging our hat on something bigger.
Okay, what other possibilities could you even conceive of?
I'm open to the conversation.
But it is technology,
Well,
right?
I'm
It
not-
has to be
yeah, it would be-
a form of very sophisticated technology
it would-
to move something that heavy.
It would be definitely something bigger, better than we know, or different than we know. But like I give an example, and I've used it with Jim before, was, you know, when this World War II ended.
I think I kept it loaded, or the guard loaded or something. I didn't look away. I tried to cheat by not looking away all the way, but I think I know what happened there.
Snipers, they had to actually recruit snipers, sharpshooters from the American Olympic team because we didn't have trained snipers anymore. In 20 years, we had better tools, worse results because of the lack of skills. So I'm of the opinion that there's some.
Right, but the sniper is something that we're all very well aware of. It's conceivable. It's obvious how you would do it. You could explain it to the lay person.
Yeah, you can. But it was something that still there was a skill set that was lost in just
Right.
20 years. That's all. I think that I think like a lot of things, you see a lot of the ideas for moving the big rocks. So some guys will use like they think that like water pressure vacuums were used to pull rocks up tubes and all. You see all kinds of interesting hypotheses that use lower tech means that I tend to think most of them I think don't work, but I tend to think that those would be the direction we should be looking before we go to ancient high technology. And again, the reason that I think that is because if we do get to ancient high technology, we really need to have eliminated everything else by we get there in order to be taken seriously. I guess that's kind of how I look at it. I'm a more skeptical person.
Real quick. So let's back up to this. Let's see if we agree on this. Would you agree that what we were taught in school, that the ancients were more sophisticated than the described narrative?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
See, then there you go. So we're on the same page, because it's like, what's technology?
See my
like,
stick turn really slowly there?
Hydraulics? I'm not
Bow and
suggesting that.
arrow is technology.
Right, a horse saddle technology,
technology.
right? So they had something else.
No, yeah, they definitely. When I guess, like when I get to I think when most people think high technology, like you say, space lasers and stuff, powered things, like something where they were no longer using human power or water power, something they were harnessing energy or doing sophisticated chemistry, things like that's where I start to be like, well, I need more evidence to go that far with it. However, the moving of the big rocks is something that I'm quick to say. In order to do it, we would need. If we were to do it, we would need technology well outside of what they had available to them at the time. And in my opinion, if you look at those, like this at Baalbek, to go back to that, you've got the 3 big stones that were put in a wall that don't have the Roman unit of measurement used. And we got 3 big rocks in the ground that do have the Roman unit of measurement. I think that they gave up. They realized they weren't able to do it. They had one group carving them, and the guys tasked to move them looked at, what the fuck are you guys on? No way we're moving these things. You're on crack.
And the fact that it's undocumented, like the foundation of Baalbek is completely undocumented. Go ahead.
You were saying something.
You could have untied Bunker 116, brother. On Switch.
Jamie, if you go to the Baalbek folder,
I still think it's one of the best records on Switch. I haven't seen recently, but
9,000 BC, which is 11,000 years ago.
I think you can do it. Or you could have. Or you could.
Stones were created back then.
You can do it.
What is the evidence? Like what
Bunker 116 on Switch.
Oh, sure. I'd have to go read through the scientific article, but it's humans
But
were
it takes a
there 11,000
grind.
years ago. And the fact that they don't document when the Romans were, see right there, and there's another.
History that dates back at least 11,000 years, encompassing significant periods such as prehistoric, Canaanite, Hellenistic, and Roman eras. After Alexander the Great conquered the city in 334 BCE, he renamed it Heliopolis, Greek for Sun City. The city flourished under Roman rule.
Now, let me say this real quick, Jamie. Will you go to the picture of the mountains in this folder? So this is something that's unbelievable. All right, so just scroll through all these photos of the mountains, because here's something that people need to understand that is unbelievably significant, which is that at Baalbek, there are approximately 200 rose granite columns that were transported from the Aswan Quarry in Egypt, which is 700 miles as the bird flies. And what's wild is that the only way to get them to Baalbek, because the Baalbek is located in the middle of the Lebanon mountains, and it has an average elevation of 8,000 feet with peaks reaching over 10,000 feet. As you can see, there's a freaking ski resort there, which I couldn't believe when I was driving there. There was literally the ski lifts. I went there in September, so they had to bring all of those multi-ton stone columns from Egypt, and the only way to get there was over these mountains, which is mind-blowing.
And what you're saying by how the crow flies, as the crow flies, what people need to understand is that doesn't take into account elevation changes.
Right.
So if you have a flat line like a bird and you're flying from one point to another, that's 700 miles. But if you have to go up and down and up and down and up and down, it's significantly larger.
All right, I think we're heating up. We're definitely almost warm.
Right. That's an excellent point. And it's like, then the question is like, why would they do this? Like, why would they go out of the how and why?
Why is like it's cool?
All right, we've warmed up.
How is the real question? Like, obviously we built things because it's cool,
right?
You know, if you go to the Acropolis and the Parthenon,
like, come on, bro,
it's fucking cool. You know, but like people like to leave cool shit behind,
right?
But you look at Baalbek, so there's a lot of interesting things about it. Like, it has the largest temple of Jupiter out of anywhere on the Roman Empire. Generally speaking, it's got some of the biggest temples in the Roman Empire, period. But it's a far-flung corner of their empire, and it's not an important city, really. I mean, it's semi-important in the region, but it's certainly no Cairo or anything.
Right.
But it has all these huge temples. My thinking is that they showed up and there was this massive stonework there. And these are the Romans. They can't have the locals thinking their ancestors were better than the Romans, so they fucking hijack it. You just build big shit on top of it. This is now ours. We plant our stamp on it. This is a Roman building. This is all Roman now. This was never your ancestors. This was always ours. And then the locals can't look to their forefathers or whatever legends they had in a couple of generations. just the power of Rome.
Well, even the Parthenon, it's built.
Oh,
on
the double duck.
Acropolis is older than the Parthenon, and it's
Yo, Jimmy Billy, what up, brother?
everybody just shrugs their
From
shoulders.
Australia, a legend.
Other,
What time is it there?
Stay away from the mysteries. I agree.
What time is it, man?
What's interesting about Baalbek as well is that it's in the
Yeah,
the
Bunker
Lebanon
1 SA. Bunker 1 SA was just a distraction.
I am not
8:30 a.m. Oh, nice.
I am a believer in
Bunker 1 SA is like a
operation
mistress, a
because I've seen the proof
distraction,
in my own life. However,
a
what's interesting is about Baalbek is that they said that it was created by
It's
Baal,
like
which is like this demon
tr-
entity in the Bible.
I don't know.
And they declare it as the
It's like I started doing Bunker 1 SA because I just wanted to mix it up, and it's a shorter run. And
I have an article about it, Jamie. If you scroll
but I
through,
mean,
you'll
this
find
is
it.
really what I want to do,
You're
and what I need to do
Finally.
Stitching has entered the
So
chat.
hold on, go back to those cranes.
for
Let me
like
tell
my
you
life
this. So what
purpose.
you're looking at here
on
is
this
the Romans'
earth.
most sophisticated crane in their history. It had a max lifting capacity.
Anyways, I think if I would
of
play Bunker 1, like
6
honestly,
tons. In other words,
21 would
just
be
one
like
of
the
those
goal, the
kiloton
gem.
stones, You would need 133 of these, which
I
is
need to
obviously
do it, yeah,
not
man,
feasible
like-
whatsoever. You couldn't.
Like,
you
I
don't
need
have
to,
the
man.
space to do it, and it's just ridiculous to
I just
suggest
need to get a
it's
run where I
133
survive. Just
crane
literally
rounds.
just do
So
the
what it's trying to
strats.
say is
Just
that
do
it's
it. I just need to
further
do it.
suggestive evidence
And it's
that
just
the
gonna
Romans
take
didn't build it 'cause
repetition.
They didn't have the capability to lift stones of that mass.
Yeah,
It's
that-
still pretty fascinating. The Romans were able to build a crane that could lift 6 tons,
That's amazing.
but
Yeah.
not enough to even lift the stones that were inside the king's chamber.
Right. So let me put this into perspective. So the largest stones inside the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid are approximately 80 tons imperial. So actually 78 tons imperial or 70 tons metric.
Please, like,
Removed
please,
some
game.
500 miles
This is so
from the Aswan
fast.
quarry and lifted and stacked hundreds of feet
Like,
above the
come
ground.
on, bro.
But here's what's wild is that those stones, the largest stones in the Great Pyramid,
That's it.
compared to the Trilithon
Just gotta do that
stones,
over and
the
over.
Trilithon stones are 15 times heavier.
Yeah.
Not twice as heavy,
Those
not
stones
3
are-
times as heavy, not 10 times as heavy.
As a guy who's skeptical of that of ancient high technology, there's a couple of things that make it where it's like I straight up can't explain. Baalbek is one of them. You could use those cranes and lay them on their side and drag that stone across the ground. That's exactly what they did with the Thunderstone, Catherine the Great stone. But then you are tasked with lifting that son of a bitch, and all of a sudden you're right back to where you started. You can drag it across however you want, but when you get to picking it up 14 feet off,
Well, and they dragged it on those rails though.
yes,
Hey, Jimmy, how you doing, brother? Yo, congrats on Surface 2 00135. That's sick, man.
It is 30 feet.
That's really
it's
cool, man.
documented. I have 23 feet illustrated because it's where the ground is now.
Right.
But it's the foundation of it goes subsurface.
The calm shot.
So it's like, with these details, like there's a reason
Congrats
why there's a
on that.
growing interest in the mystery.
I was doing
of
some
lost civilizations
S2
because
essay,
smart people of all kinds
calm
of walks
shot.
of life are looking into the nuanced details and realizing, like, oh, wait a second. Like when
It's not too difficult if you're like right beside it. So if S200,
like this is
you can be
reality.
right
You
beside
don't
it anyways.
know
It makes
how
it a
they
lot
built the
easier.
Great Pyramid. It is a
What? No
that the Egyptians
way,
left us with no
bro.
explanation of any
Insane.
kind. Out of the tens of thousands of hieroglyphs all over Egypt, not a single one of them describes how
That's
they
crazy, man.
constructed the pyramid or how they cut granite stones. Not one.
Yeah, there's big gaps in knowledge
Nice.
where we end up having these kinds of discussions. And I think to go back to where we first started, we mentioned Flint at the beginning. We have a problem, in my opinion, that most people that see things kind of like I do, as
frame
opposed
too
to
early.
like Jimmy or yourself does, where they're looking, I kind of need to take my steps to get to that ancient high technology. They end up going that just straight debunker route. And then they get skeptical. That skeptical gets cynical. They turn into assholes. They're looking for ways
Appeal
to
to authority.
shoot this down. I just
I hear
fuck
ya.
your idea, right? So your idea is wrong, so I know what the implications are. Instead of saying, well, maybe there's other implications, let's have a discussion about it, they just go straight to, no, this is impossible, this is stupid, make fun of the person, compare it to flat eartherism, compare it to aliens. And
Well, in
Nazism.
Flint's case, even worse. Yeah, in Flint's case, he's even worse. He somehow or another connects it to white supremacy.
it's not just Flint, it's that fucking John Hoops, man. He's the one that started
Oh
it.
wow, insane.
He's that guy. Wikipedia. We can talk about
So I
that.
guess
for a quick
you
second.
just
John
gotta quit
Hoops
out
is
bad
a
first cams.
Professor for the University.
I guess
Kansas
that's pretty much it.
University, and he is been one of the earliest editors of Wikipedia.
Damn,
The
SA,
Van
that's
Hancock's
insane.
page, Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis page, all kinds of pseudo-archaeology and all pyramids and
Cool,
Atlantis,
man.
all that shit. He's got locked. It's not just that he edits it. Him and his buddies edit it, and you can't go in it. There's a scientist from the Comet Research Group that tried to edit the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis page and was told he can't because it's a conflict of interest. A fucking scientist that works on this shit's a conflict of interest, but a scientist from outside the field isn't.
Yeah.
By the way, John Hoops studied at Harvard and Yale. He got his undergrad, I believe, from Harvard and his PhD from Yale, or vice versa. This is significant because he's controlling the information.
And he hides this stuff too. Like he'll tell you that. He'll tell. I watched him tell Forbes, "Hey, you guys need to cite Wikipedia instead of just," because they said the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis, and they just made a real quick article about it with no skepticism. He says you need to cite Wikipedia as well. He edits the Wikipedia page and doesn't mention that he edits it when he tells people to go look at the fucking thing.
What's his motivation?
Yeah. The MSA strats
He
have
doesn't like Graham Hancock.
been around
He
since
thinks
forever.
Same kind of thing. He thinks pseudo-archaeology is all that is.
It's been like 20 years of people playing that strat.
You believe in Atlantis, you must be a white supremacist, a
pretty
racist,
crazy.
misogynist, a
Okay, but
con-
let's forget about Atlantis for a minute, but I definitely want to talk about it. But what you're seeing is impossible.
So you have like fucking
It's essentially
all the
impossible
champions
with
through
today's
time,
technology.
like Voter
You're talking
Jansen
about
using
those
that
stones that
strat.
move 700 miles through the mountains.
Like I don't even know what his damn SA is. It's probably really fucking good.
States in 2024, the best
You might even have like
providers, he says,
117
"Here's
or
your
something.
project."
Probably not.
They would say, fuck you.
You need
can't
Elon
do
Musk
it.
levels of money. to
Yeah,
fund that.
Right.
you would need super billionaire money. And even then, I don't know how you would do it. I just don't, I can't conceivably think of a way.
Fuck off,
And that's
man.
what's so interesting about this stuff is that whatever they did
Forget SA.
was not just complicated for
Yeah,
them.
that's the most
It was
troll
so
at one, man.
beyond
SA.
our
The guards get
imagination
stuck
of what was
in your
possible
way
at
all the
time.
time,
It's
everywhere.
beyond our imagination of what's possible today.
Right.
So it throws
Double O is pretty cool.
These facts,
SA is pretty cool too,
physical
just a
facts
little
about
frustrating.
The size and the location they were brought from that fly in the face of logic and credibility and our understanding of what's possible.
Yo, nice man. You
Not
learn the
just
bug
then,
throw and stuff.
but
That's cool, bro.
today. So for anybody to say, "Oh, we figured this out," hey man, fuck you.
I know you probably learned it
Again,
before, but I'm
we
just
haven't,
saying.
And the problem is that you have
You're
these
learning a
fucking
whole bunch
names
of
attached.
shit.
Harvard and Yale. And you've decided because there's a group of people that have been studying this stuff and they fucking wrote some shit down and you studied what they wrote down and you did your own studying and you got a degree, you're the guy. And you're the only one. And it's these same fucking weirdo weasels that put their pronouns in their Twitter bio and they're just crackpots. They're crackpots masquerading as intellectuals. Because the things that they're saying are completely bizarre. They're all, 100% of them are captured by this woke ideology.
They're
100%
libtards.
of them. They're weird people, man, because they exist in this structure that's been completely compromised. And that's our education. Our higher education systems have been completely compromised. And this is not to say that they don't teach you amazing stuff about medicine and science. Of course they do. But they are also in a cult.
It is
122.
a total cult behavior, and honestly, it's their religion. That when you
It is
ask
a
like, the
religion,
motive
'cause they're
behind
mostly
For what? For frigate?
let me just share this. So with the biggest
Or SA, or S2?
theories, there's a common denominator. Like when you mention the pronouns in their profile,
Frigate, I hear
almost
you.
all of them have it in their
Yeah, the
bio.
guards, man. Dude, that's
And if
so...
you look at their
Dude, that's like the
political
most troll
ideologies,
one,
it is
man.
extremely left.
Every
And
run,
these
don't you
people
find
are
every
just
run
sort
is
of
just
toxic.
extremely annoying?
And let me just make a side point that I almost forgot.
Not that it's
For a time on
annoying, but,
Wikipedia,
like,
a lot of people say, well, that's why
that's-
you don't
it's
look
the
at Wikipedia,
most
you don't trust it. Who cares about Wikipedia? I'm like,
cloggy
excuse me, it shows up
path.
at the top of Google on anything that you search, so it cannot be ignored. And when you were talking a moment ago about the impossibility of the movement of these stones, I want to just emphasize this point one more time.
I think the quick pause, double quick pause after the throw
Los Angeles County Museum of Art
helps a lot.
is 1/3 the weight of the largest stones in ancient history. And when you look at what it took to do it, so it's like when people, when you're using the word impossible, it's like, listen, what it took for us to do that, and it was 1/3 of the weight, and he had to custom build this 260
Yeah, but I think...
hydraulics.
Have roads that are flat and
Far better
smooth.
than
I think your double O time would be quite
Years of experience.
The roads.
low.
One reason why they had to.
I mean, like high.
106 miles
I
is
would
because
see
they
you
had to
pacing,
go
I don't
around
know.
the roads 'cause
I
most
don't wanna
roads couldn't
assume.
support the weight.
But like,
Like this one, people that look
you
into
try
this,
figure
like,
double
don't
O, it's
listen
more
to
fun.
Jimmy the YouTuber. Like look
Do
into
your
the
research,
details on
yeah.
yourself, and you realize like this is completely.
but I mean, like if you're
inexplicable.
pacing
It's so
that,
important now because
figure double O
looking
might
at
pace like, I
time,
don't know, like
we're starting to realize
one-
that not everything we were taught was
140,
true. In fact, a lot of
130.
things you see in the mainstream media nowadays
If you're pacing
are
that,
utterly debunked. It's all
you want
propaganda.
to just like wait like
And
5-6 seconds at the boat,
Yep.
For like a 136 or like 143 or something.
The
I don't know.
mainstream media will tell
Not on the
false
QPs. Oh, you got it, bro.
narratives. And so
Gotta do the
we
quick
know that
pauses,
people-
man. That's
so we know
like
that
those.
people
That's
lie.
like
We know that
free.
people
That's
are
like
in
free
positions of
time.
authority to be the only people that are allowed
Yeah,
to-
buddy.
to
That saves a lot of
distribute
time.
the truth. We know that.
Do you want to get provocative real quick? Sure. So nowadays there's a lot of conjecture about the historical accuracy of different things involved in World War II. And Jamie, if you were to go to the Baalbek folder, or in fact go to
There's
the
no quick
folder
pauses in
called
Frigate 00.
Swastika. So this is something that I got tremendous heat for.
And the bug throw
Whereas
is
when I
like
went to
Frigate
Baalbek,
Agent.
I noticed that there were swastikas all over the place. And I'm like, well, that's interesting.
That's
Let
an
me-
ancient symbol.
what a lot of people are not
No worries,
aware
brother.
of
Not
is that
stressing you out.
swastika is prehistoric.
I don't want to stress you out.
It's
I'm just
found
saying.
on 5 continents around the world and dates back approximately
I'm trying to
10,000 years.
explain
It is found in
the
Europe,
time, you know.
Africa, Asia, North and South America. all
Trying
before
to paint a
transoceanic
picture of
sea
it in
travel
my
was thought
head
to be
like
possible. If you scroll through
Bob
the
Ross.
images, Jamie, you'll kind of give the audience an understanding. Now let me preface this whole conversation with this. Fuck Hitler. He right? Like he
Sure, buddy.
Nazis.
God, I
he,
thought
Cool, man.
right? He stole the symbol, which was a
Yeah,
symbol
you're
of
playing a lot
peace,
of levels.
and he bastardized it. So this right here, I took this photo. You'd almost think it's photoshopped in. This is this is a photo. This is real. And I'm like, well, this is fascinating. I put this up on Twitter, and I said, did Hitler know something about ancient history that we don't? And the reason why, and this was a sincere question, everyone started calling me a Nazi. I was spreading dangerous Nazism for it. No, this is a grown-up conversation. Hitler was a he was evil, but he was intelligent, and the Nazis were arguably the most technologically advanced country at that time in World War II. The jet engine, rockets, and for some reason, for reasons that I cannot find a definitive answer on,
I like that
is
answer.
why was Hitler so
It's not
into archaeology?
dangerous.
Call it
It's an
Nazi
adult
archaeology.
conversation.
And the mainstream people will say, oh, well, he weaponized, he was trying to get this area
Here?
going to unite people and just create an enemy.
They'll kick it to Himmler a lot. They'll say that Himmler was the one that was really into that shit.
Yeah. And so that's, by the way, that's Peru. Like 800
Honestly,
years ago. You'll find the
I think I could
Native
pace
Americans, the Pima Indians,
like
the
my
Navajo,
perfect
the
run. I think I could pace
Apache,
136, like perfect.
Hindu temple in Los Angeles.
Reality?
That was, near my old house, and we went to visit it. You could actually have weddings there, and they had to have a
Probably
sign
like we'll end up at
explaining
like a
where the
138,
swastika was
honestly,
built.
I went
The
to,
swastika
or like a
was all over.
139.
I went to Japan.
I think it's gonna
same
take some
thing there.
time to
They
get
had
to like
swastikas
lower than
on the
Okinawan
138,
karate,
honestly.
When I was a kid, Okinawan karate, one of their patches
But if it's perfect,
was a swastika. And this
136 is probably my
This
max.
is in the 80s when I was studying when I first started studying martial arts. You
But,
could get
like-
these Okinawan karate patches that had a swastika on it. Had nothing to do with Hitler.
It's just
it
like
had
a
to do with
lottery,
Japan.
man.
Right.
I'm just fucking.
All right,
There's
so
still
real
one
quick,
more
Jamie's on this
PB in
slide.
me with this strat,
This
you
is
know.
from the Hopewell Mound people, which is in modern-day Ohio, and that dates back 2,200 years ago.
Jesus Christ, this is from modern day Ohio 2,000 years ago?
2,200 years ago, and so here's the point that I'm making about the swastika, is that, look, people debate
The
on whether
strat
it was
changes
the galaxy,
based on the
Big
scenario.
Dipper, whatever you want to say its origins were. I do not think that it's a coincidence
Thanks,
that
brother.
a symbol is so specific as it is found on 5 continents around the world before transoceanic sea travel was said to be possible, because just to remind the audience, it wasn't until 1492
Yeah, man, it's just a
Christopher
survival
Columbus
thing. That's
sailed
all
the
it is
ocean
right now.
and,
And
it's like,
consistency
no,
thing,
this,
though.
I
If I was
believe
more
this is
consistent, it'd
strong
make the
suggestive
path
evidence that humans
easier.
were traversing the continents and the oceans thousands of years before
But I'm-
we were
like,
taught
I'm
in school,
doing it, you
which
know?
is evidence of being more advanced than we were taught in school.
Right, right. Now, what did they think this thing was?
Well, I have an idea.
I am
about
doing
that.
the
I mean,
thing.
It's not, it was just
I'm
Dan's
doing what
idea,
needs to
but,
be done, which is to
before
make
directions
attempts
across
towards
the
it.
root of the swastika, that's pretty commonly used, even in Native American culture, as like your cardinal points, right? This is
Oh,
north,
come
south,
on,
east,
please.
shore. So this could be a symbol for the passage of time.
I hate this fucking game,
guy's
bros.
turning. The cardinal points turn.
Rotation of the Earth
Exactly.
along with the points of the compass.
Exactly.
Now,
that's
fuck
what
me,
and
man.
That's
Like,
just
fuck
an
this
idea.
game.
I mean, that doesn't, it doesn't really add a whole lot of context to it as far as-
What's up, brother?
Why not just have a cross then? Up,
Isn't
down,
it
left, right.
crazy? Isn't it crazy that a geometric pattern is evil?
Yeah.
And not just a geometric pattern, but a mustache.
It's deeply offensive.
It's funny. It is.
Like, your beard is fine. Nobody has any problem with it. But imagine, like, if, like, oh, you have a wizard beard. You believe in child sacrifice, you piece of shit. You know, like, it's crazy. It's very strange what we've done. And obviously, that's how horrific Hitler was.
So here's something people need to understand. I want to emphasize this point. Hitler, people need to look into the details. He was looking for giants in Africa. They set a mission to
Well, he was also on meth.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking for giants in Africa, too. We're going to go find dinosaurs and fucking dolls.
I love it. The thing is, though, it's like, I have not found an answer on why he was looking for the Ark of the Covenant. He was looking for Thor's hammer and the Holy Grail. And the thing is to me, I'm like, what did Hitler... I feel like there's something that they knew about ancient history that we don't. I don't know if this is true or not, but I feel like I can't find a straight answer. And let me tell you this. If you go Googling for answers on Hitler's interest in archaeology...
The FBI comes knocking at your door. What are you up to, Jimmy?
You're going to find the same articles. So
Wow, that was still pretty fast. That's insane.
About 2 years ago,
That glass was so terrible in the reaction, you know what I mean? Like,
their search results. Because remember how it'll show you if you Google some topic, it'll say there's...
no, man, it was over with the glass, brother.
I made a video on this.
The glass is really slow.
They would max out. It didn't used to be this way because I remember watching a video years ago of people going thousands of pages.
There's gonna be a lot of that, Jimmy Billy.
It then became limited. I did an experiment myself many times on benign topics such as pancakes was one of them. I typed in pancakes.
Thanks, brother.
Had like 700 million results. And then it would only go back to page 41.
It was slow anyways, the reaction was slow. It was over with the guard reaction. I shot him in the wrong place. But I don't think the darkroom was really that fast even either.
And now Google has since removed...
Thanks, man. Thanks, brother. Appreciate that, man.
numbers, and so you can only just go see more, see more, see more. And so if you Google any type of topic,
Oh, snap.
and if
It's
you're
Jimmy.
looking for answers on this, they're going to keep sending you the same
Thanks, brother.
regurgitated
That's nice of you.
mainstream articles. So I can't
Means a lot.
find a reliable answer on why Hitler was so invested in ancient history. And again, I don't give a shit about his Aryan stuff. Like,
Right, why was he into the occult? Why was
right.
he...
I want to know why he was looking for the Ark of the Covenant.
Well, obviously, their engineering was insane. I mean, to this, like, look, so many of our best
Yo, what's up,
vehicles
what's
that we
up?
buy today, the most coveted vehicles, came out of Nazi Germany.
Yep.
A rich Audi.
Love your
right?
sound settings.
Volkswagen,
Thanks, brother.
Porsche, you know, BMW, Bavarian Motorworks. I mean, all that shit came from the
Yep.
fucking Nazis. I mean, have you ever seen Hitler's race car?
No.
Hitler had an Audi race car.
Really?
Yeah, man. It's worth like a shit ton of money. See if you can find Hitler's race car. But this was, I mean, their engineering was superior. This is the reason why we had Operation Paperclip. So Operation Paperclip, we brought over all of the best Nazi rocket scientists.
The ones that the
Werner
communists
von
didn't
Braun.
grab.
Yeah, that's how we got NASA.
Yeah.
We got NASA essentially from Nazis.
That still
Use the
wows
V2
people.
to put people
Yeah.
on the moon. I mean,
Oh
basically.
man, I had it. Yeah, that's his original race car. Isn't that fucking crazy?
I
Is
think
that an
it
Audi, right? Isn't that
might
what was
reduce
the- oh, was it
lag,
Mercedes-Benz? Did he have more than one? I believe he had a later one.
and it helps with corners, turning the corners.
That one had the Audi symbol in the front of it.
Can you just clarify?
But I
your
think the main
pronouns so I
thing
know
is
not to be
lag.
offended that you're interested in this.
I'm he, him.
Ideally, I would play cinema the whole level,
We're coming to your
but
town.
the first
So look at that photograph.
the first headshot and the box guard,
I guess that was what.
and I think even
Isn't that
getting the
crazy?
guards
Look at that car.
stuck naturally in the
Pretty fucking
mainframe,
dope. I mean,
Where is it
imagine
now?
if in
full
19
screen
oh my
benefits
God,
all
it's
three of
probably
those
worth
things.
5.5 million pounds.
And illegal to sell on so many.
So I'm like fighting a lot of lag in the start.
Yeah.
A little sign.
So many things they would be like, oh, that's Hitler's car. No, sorry, we
Yeah.
can't have you listing that here, buddy.
Well,
Sorry.
Tom Segura bought Burt Kreischer.
Yo,
a
I wanted
cup
us-
that apparently was one of Hitler's
yo.
cups.
Like one that he
Tea
handled?
cup. Yeah.
Ready for
Really?
Christmas,
But you know how the fuck.
That's
and
good.
then why
That's
dust
insane.
with the ready
Yeah, but
for
if you have
Christmas
that, you're a
emotes.
monster. But if you had Genghis Khan's sword, you're fucking cool.
Yeah, that's
Sure,
actually an interesting.
I can get into the Christmas mood this year. I'll do it. I can do it.
90% of the population of Earth.
But he did it long enough ago that you don't hear anybody talking about it.
He raped so many people that his DNA is in the
Nah,
giant percentage
yeah.
of today.
It's like
Yeah, there's a lot of lag, yeah,
Something
but
We've done it before. I forget what the numbers are, but they're really nutty. But the point is there's something particularly disgusting
amazing.
to us about that one genocide, and it's really
Take us around town.
interesting.
Oh, thanks,
And,
dude.
you
I
know,
mean, that's not a bad idea. Maybe.
You wonder like how long
It's not a bad idea.
take.
Like
Dan
last
Harlow's
time.
talked about this in depth because
Thanks,
he
man.
talks about the Mongols, and then
Aw,
it's
thanks,
so
dude.
far in the past,
I
we're talking
will
about, like,
consider that.
1200,
That's nice of you, man.
It's so far in the past that we look
Thanks,
at
man.
it with almost like an objective
I might do that.
perspective instead of a moral perspective. So we say, you know, one thing that Genghis Khan did that was great, he opened up trade to the east, and he was
They're building a
believer of
skate
all
park.
religions. You could practice anything, he didn't impose anything.
We had a
on
really
people.
shitty ground skate park where I grew up here, and they're replacing it with like a flat concrete
The Nazis were
amazing
so recent,
ground
you know, we have
park.
grandfathers that are alive today that fought in World
I'm
War
looking
II.
forward to that. It'll probably be
And
open
they
next
tell
summer, I
you,
hope.
you know, like, hey man, I fucking remember this shit. And then we have Jews like Ari Shafir's dad, who was in the concentration camps. Ari Shafir's
Thanks-
dad has
thanks,
a tattoo
brother.
on his arm.
That's wild.
Yeah, his dad's in his 80s, I believe.
Well,
Wow.
That recent memory is a big part. Like I see the
Yeah.
Hunter S. Thompson stuff on your wall. You read his book of Hell's Angels, right?
Yeah.
You remember him talking about that aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
That the bikers, the Hell's Angels,
Fuck.
Nazi memorabilia. He asked the guy why. Why don't you? And he's like, because my dad fought the Nazis. He fucking hates this. So I wear this because I wear this just to piss off my dad.
A lot of that is contrarian.
But but my point is that, you know, he wouldn't. A Genghis Khan symbol wouldn't be doing any good, right?
Right.
But this has an emotional attachment. A Genghis Khan's mustache would be fine on me, right? People might laugh at me a little bit, but
I don't even know what it looked like.
Yeah, I'd see it. I
We
gotta see
don't
the
know.
picture. Yeah, they don't know what he looks like. Yeah. Yeah, it's
But
pretty
that
wild.
it's the Nazi thing, the fact that
I really
it's
do
so
love this
horrific,
level,
it
though.
just like puts
It's the best.
anyone who has anything to say that's coloring outside the lines, you get labeled a Holocaust denier, an anti-Semite. You know, the worst labels that they can put on you. And a good example of that is that podcast. Oh God, I forget his name. But it was the Tucker Carlson controversy where he had this guy on his podcast and he was talking about what William Churchill's role in the Holocaust was, because they had put these embargoes on Germany and they basically starving everybody to death. And they just started calling him a Holocaust denier. And that's like not what he was talking about at all. That's not what he was saying at all. He was just saying, no, there's a multifaceted explanation for why they decided
Cool,
to
man.
exterminate
Sounds
all those
that
Jews.
sounds
And
cool.
part of it was because of an embargo, where they were starving people out. What
Sounds
is
badass.
Daryl Cooper? And what is his podcast called?
Is there martial arts
I
in it?
listen to it all the time, but my brain's not working right now. I just got out of the gym. I'm on meathead mode.
It's something. I know what you're talking about. I can't. I'm drawing a blank on it as well.
Martyrmade. That's
It's a
what
double
Martyrmade-
duck.
He's Martyrmade on Twitter and Instagram, and you know, to call that guy an anti-Semite or a Holocaust denier is so stupid. He's a brilliant guy, and his podcast is excellent, and he's really sensitive and well balanced, and he gives a very comprehensive view of things. It's
What was
not
down
in
for
any
kung
way
fu and karate?
prejudiced. It's a
What
great.
was down for that shit?
you're not allowed to color outside the lines.
Well, yeah, that's all he was just saying that Churchill was one of the villains.
Hell yeah, brother.
And that's that's realistic. Like the multiple different reasons for that. You tighten up their belt, that's not gonna be passed to the top. That's gonna go straight to the people in the camps.
Exactly.
It's real. And that's no brainer shit.
Right, and
I
that's
don't even
not
have to see the podcast to
justifying
put
the
together.
murder of all those Jews. That's not what he's
Clearly.
doing. That's where it's so crazy about stifling discourse.
Yeah,
Because that was a fascinating conversation, and we should be considering that. Like, wow, that's crazy. There were so many factors, so many horrible things going on all together.
well, they say you're supposed to learn from history, but how the fuck are you going to learn from history if you actually take the lessons out of it?
Right.
I mean, this is an important thing here. You think about this right now with the stuff in the Middle East in the last 20 years.
Sure.
Every time we put an embargo on there,
Yes.
we're not starving Saddam Hussein. We're starving the people in his freaking prisons. Remember that.
Dave Smith was talking about that on a podcast recently, that during the Clinton administration, the embargoes starved to death 500,000
Yeah.
children.
Yeah. See, that's fucked.
Yeah.
And that's worth remembering. And it doesn't. If having that conversation.
Yeah, brother, dude. I had to do some rearranging of the things. Don't take anything personally, brother.
They should be shamed by people.
I had to improve channel security.
The opposite of
I'll be honest.
It's certainly
I improved channel security.
It's fucking. It's
So it's
stupid
like
to not be looking at everything.
it's like
Good news is that people are waking up to this. A lot of people think just like us, where they're
it's just a level of knowing someone, you know.
like, well, that's silly.
Yeah.
And so they're putting
Thanks,
themselves in
brother.
a corner in this
Like it's just an objective thing. It's like
but when it comes to like mainstream
I
archaeology,
haven't like the people I haven't like met in person that I can validate some way of validation. Not that they require validation, but it just hasn't been validated yet. You know what I mean?
Well, we have the internet now. We have shows
And it's like,
yours and yours and mine,
I
where
need
you
to
can
just
have
improve the
conversations about
security
things,
because,
and people get to say,
bro,
"Oh, these
we're
people
losing
that are
people out here on
wrong,
Twitch left and right,
they're all
man. Like
telling
people are
us
getting
that you have
banned,
to think
perma
this
banned,
way, or you're the
right?
worst
Like
person on
we gotta
earth."
watch out,
And
man.
I don't buy it.
One of
It's a
like
dumb way to
someone
look
we
at
know
the
was
world.
perma
It's
banned.
un-American. Sorry to beat the
really
flag
is.
for a second, but yeah,
It
I'm
really is.
proud to
Yeah.
live in a country where I can.
I think I wanted to also just say it on my channel too, because like I changed a bunch of people's shit.
It's also this position
So,
that people have when
I
they're
just improved security. 'Cause there was no security before,
and they
because I
have
didn't
this position.
understand
I
the
can speak to
the
it a
potential
little bit
risk,
from
the
martial
consequence.
arts, because in martial arts,
The first thing is
when-
losing the channel
when I
and the
first
friends and
started
everything.
doing martial arts, it was in the
So-
1980s. In the 1980s,
So secure now. It's
every
secure based on my
discipline
judgment of
believed they
people.
had the very best discipline. All the judo people thought judo was the only martial art you needed to know. All the karate people thought
Thanks,
karate was
brother.
it. Taekwondo people where I came from.
Yeah,
they all believed in
you cleaned up a
Taekwondo.
lot of
And
fucking
it took
spammers. I
the
remember that.
UFC to slam everything together and go, oh Jesus, half of this stuff is fucking useless.
Yep.
And some of it's not useless, right? There were some things from like John Jones won the UFC heavyweight title.
Man, when I started, I made
Taekwondo.
everybody a mod.
Yeah,
Literally
that was
every
unbelievable.
person.
And I'm so happy because that was my thing. So me watching him do that was like, yes, why aren't more people doing this? Like,
Yeah,
you
brother.
guys should have been doing this from the beginning. It's the most powerful kick in the sport. But
You didn't pass my security threshold. I'm sorry. Nothing personal at all, man. That's what I mean. That's why I want to explain it, because it's not a personal decision. It's like it's a security thing. I don't know.
Like myself, who became
And why
martial artist
does?
because I was a Bruce Lee fan. He also combined all kinds of different martial arts, and that was Jeet Kune Do. He
You
developed
can
a
still
style.
like
It was
you can still do
essentially
everything.
Western boxing,
Elusive. Okay, to
some
explain.
learn and karate.
I know I've seen NNY Dust like stream before. I've seen him. I've seen his face.
Thing for just fighting.
But I mean, like Elusive, like I've seen Elusive. I'm not gonna like justify everyone, but Elusive dropped it. Oh yeah, the dog remote. I understand why Elusive put the dog. Yeah.
And they don't want to be challenged. When I
Like
was in high
Elusive
school,
is
I had a teacher.
he's
His
like
name was Mr.
a
Holmes.
mod
He was a very
on
nice
like
guy,
the
but
Xbox
he
Goldeneye.
was a smart guy that
Shit.
wanted to be the only smart guy. And he was great talking to me because I was a stupid
It's like
kid.
verified.
But unfortunately, one day I had watched a documentary. And
Not on Twitch, I mean, but
very good ability
like
to
in
recall.
life.
And we were in class, and he was talking about the pollution in Lake Erie. And
What?
I had just
No, I
watched a
think you misheard.
documentary about the extensive
Gold knife.
work that they had done.
I think
to
you
clean
misheard,
up
my
Lake
friend.
Erie, and that they'd made these huge strides in removing pollution and crap and all these different things from Lake Erie. And he was talking about stuff that he had learned in school 20 years prior. And so when I said, well, there's a PBS documentary, and I brought this up in class.
You use the washroom and load the
Extensive
vape
work.
again.
He talked about the amazing
We're playing pretty well.
accomplishments
We're
of
doing
cleaning
alright.
up Lake Erie, and he got so mad at me. I'm like, you're not mad at me, man. You're mad at PBS. Like, I don't fucking do any research. I watched a documentary, but back then you could say you don't know what you're talking about, and I couldn't pull my phone out and go, oh, but what?
Like fuck
Look
off,
at that.
man.
It's fucking, you can watch it, dude. Like these people have done an amazing work cleaning up Lake Erie, but he didn't want anyone else to have any information. What he should have said is, "That's fascinating. I have
Good protection.
that documentary. Can you recall the name of it?
Yeah,
Let's see
man.
if we can get it. Maybe show it to the class.
Right.
I'm gonna try to do that because that's great.
Step
That's a
forward.
good sign. What I'm talking about is what Lake Erie had become because of industrial engineering.
Because mods have crazy
because of
power.
pollution
You
and
can
waste that
ban
was coming
people.
from all these plants.
People can become
So
shadow
he was
banned.
He was correct.
It's
but
like
time
it's
had
too much,
changed,
man.
and he did
I was
not
even
like
thinking
that
of
I
just
knew
like
that, and he didn't know
getting
that.
like
I remember
reducing
being in
most of
class
the
going, "This is
mods.
so crazy. This is my fucking science teacher. My science teacher doesn't want
It's
details.
just
doesn't
too
want
much.
facts."
It's too much
This
power.
happened to me. So I was in the military years ago, and it wasn't
It's
long after I got home
unsecure.
from Iraq, and I was going to Warrior Leadership Course, which is to become an E5 sergeant. And
I think it's
back then, they
still
were
too
teaching
insecure. My channel. I gotta remove some mods still.
What was the other one?
I have
Circulation,
to.
whatever. And, for emergency medical
It's fine.
response if someone's dying. And they had since updated where bleeding is supposed to be the
Yeah.
thing to focus on.
Thanks,
so
brother. I
soldiers were
remember
bleeding
that.
out. And during this
funny.
warrior leadership course,
The
they're
many
teaching
generations
the
of
class.
spam
People,
bots.
wrong information is since outdated, and I try to interject to say, oh, this is what they're teaching now. It was the same exact thing that happened. He didn't stop. No. This is what's written down right here. I'm like, no, but that's not even what they're teaching in theater right now. Like, I'm trying to. This is medical emergency stuff that could save someone's life. And he didn't want to hear it one bit. And I couldn't believe it. I was astonished.
He should have said, that's interesting. I did not know that. We need to update what we're showing you. These three factors are the same, but now we know. Thank you, Jimmy. Now we know that bleeding is more primary. That should be that's the response of a real leader.
Right.
And a real leader, like this, you're always going to have blowhards in your class. They're going to want to hear their own voice. They want to talk about stuff and chime in and correct people. But you got to let a certain amount of that, and that's the internet. And people don't like that, and that's why they wanted to ban people from Twitter. They don't like these people coming along that have ideas that, like the Great
Like bots in Counter-Strike, you mean?
The government actually conspired to get these people removed from Twitter. And we know that because Elon, thank God, bought Twitter and changed discourse. But this was a concerted effort to take these people who were brilliant people, who had degrees, were experts in this field that they were discussing, and they decided they were going to remove them because they didn't go along with the narrative, and they were confusing people in a time where they were trying to force vaccinations on everyone.
Right.
The emotion side of it from the individual levels, like what you guys described, you have a teacher, the emotional reaction, that's a huge part of it. But when that's a huge part of it, especially with archaeology, because a lot of it's not really hard science. A lot of it's like, I've got this arrowhead here and I've conjured up this story, and so now it's my story, and you're not attacking the science, you're attacking me. But it gets even worse when you look at it, they get like this hate for Graham Hancock, in particular Graham Hancock. That makes it where it's like you can't trust a damn word that comes out of their mouth when they're discussing. Like if we were talking back to the martial arts, one of the things that came out was Aikido was just ass. It's no good at all for like man-to-man combat. What was it for, like samurais that had been knocked off a horse or some shit?
Well, it was designed to redistribute the energy of your attacker.
Okay.
So if someone's coming at you with a sword, if you don't have a sword and a guy swings a sword and you're fast enough to get away from the path of the sword and grab the guy's arm or body and manipulate him to the ground to remove the sword, it's essentially a disarming.
Okay. So it's not the best thing in the world.
It just doesn't work against a wrestler.
Okay. So now
wrestling is way better.
And now
wrestling is if you want to find out
Why
the
shoot
best way to
him?
take a person to the ground and control.
Like, come on,
you
man.
100% know it's
I
wrestling.
played the corner because I got the triple boost in the big room. It would have been pretty fast, but the guy was all just bullshit.
I include different forms of jiu-jitsu that were ancient because these allowed people to manipulate limbs and to control joints, which allowed them also to take people down and submit them. But the point is, you had a bunch of people believing that this one goofy ass martial art was the end all be all because of a good Steven Seagal movie.
Exactly. No. And what my point was there is, it's like you're considered pretty much an expert in martial arts. You're not like
this?
You're a professional announcer for UFC. You know your shit. So if I watched you say Steven Seagal, his martial arts, it's fucking Aikido, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but I would not do that. I would tell you Steven Seagal was really good.
Yeah.
Really good at Aikido.
But if you hated Steven Seagal, if you were one of his many haters, you could just attack Aikido without ever saying his name and just be digging him a ditch, right? You could just be burying him without ever mentioning Steven Seagal's name. You could just attack Aikido. Aikido is this shit martial art. It's not effective. It's not very good. And then by extension, you're making Steven Seagal look bad. And this is one of their favorite tactics to do to Hancock. They will attack. This idea is racist. It's inherently bullshit. And they don't have to mention Hancock's name. Now it's just they just glue the two. They're so insidious this way.
Yeah, and they connecting Hancock to white supremacy and
That
aliens.
beard that guy has is just so ridiculous.
Well, first of all, he never said nothing about
It's such an obnoxious beard.
Not only does he not think of it as white people built this stuff, he thinks it's the people that live there.
I mean, I'm not hating on him,
there
but
a
man,
long-ass time ago. It's the same fucking people.
I
It's
can
Africans.
never have
Whoever
a beard
built
that
the
big.
pyramids They were Africans. Like, I'm an American.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Let me just remind the
that's
audience.
where they lived.
Egypt is in Africa.
In case you're wondering.
Yeah, that is
Like, his
Africa,
beard
and
is
it's
bigger
the
than
most
his head.
Sophisticated construction we have ever
Like, come on,
witnessed
man.
on the face of the earth.
Yeah.
Anybody that disagrees, you need to really study what they accomplished just in the Great Pyramid. It's mind-boggling precision. It's not just the incredible feat of moving massive stones hundreds of miles through the mountains. It's the mind-boggling precision of the construction of these buildings that it's so crazy. It's almost like they made it so nutty that even if everything dissolved and expired, it would give us at least some clue that maybe something happened. Maybe people had achieved a level of sophistication. And my thought is, and this is just a guess,
So Jimmy Billy, our White Goose,
metal and we
changes
move
to
towards
cinema
using different kinds of
after
combustion
the
engines and
mainframe
electronics.
thing.
We moved in a very specific area of
And I think
technology,
Irie Butler
and we
plays the
were
entire level
allowed
in
to do
cinema.
this because things have been
But the start is
relatively
just-
peaceful for a couple hundred years. Okay?
Right.
I would say it's very hard, but it also
there's
strains your
cool in
eyes.
other places, so
Because
it's
you gotta,
allowed
because it
us
makes
to
everything so
spend our
tiny,
time
and you
here
can't see
devising
anything.
ways to fuck up people over there. That's the
So
bad
Irie, he just has like probably like a
But if you
laser
have a
hawk vision.
completely different avenue
Maybe I'm an
that
old man.
thinking goes in, and
Maybe just
innovation
has
goes in. And
better
instead of combustion engines and
eagle eye
electronics, you
vision.
have something
But
that
man,
we
it's
haven't
like
even
it's so
considered.
hard on
And
cinema.
that to me seems like what Egypt is. It seems to me that they had this incredibly fertile area. So for people
You
look
play
at
it
Egypt
over and
and
over for
all
hours in
the sand
cinema.
and
It's
all the
just
shit,
it's
that is not what it looks like.
too much,
In
man.
The thousands of years before the construction of the pyramid, it was a rainforest and it was fertile. And so my thought is these people probably had plenty of food. And
If
so
you
they didn't
run the
go
first
anywhere.
room,
And so they weren't attacked
in
that often
cinema,
with Nubians
that
and
might
conquered them,
work.
and that's when the statues started changing, looking more Southern African. But you have these people that live in this incredibly resource-rich place, and they were able to spend thousands of years there. And I think in those thousands of years, they devised methods that we still haven't even considered because we went in a different path, and we can't consider any other paths. We consider our path, and we say, well, we're the furthest. We live today. Okay, so those fuckers in the past, they were basically cave people, right? That's how we look at it.
That's yeah. They're looking like dumb people playing with
Yeah,
stones. Oh, they were
right.
silly. Yeah, they used stones because they weren't smart enough to use metal. It's like when you look at the details of stone, it's like you could say.
oh
it's more
no
impressive.
way.
Well, we wanted to talk about Göbekli Tepe. And
Yeah.
Göbekli Tepe is not just fascinating in its
Sorry,
construction,
man.
but also in the timeline. Because the timeline fucked everything.
How do you
I
know?
remember when Graham
It gives
Hancock and
the
Solomon Ross
decimal?
were having that big debate with
Sorry.
that other guy
I don't know much
who's an
about the
archaeologist,
XBLA.
the American guy's very smug. But he's like, what
It's a cool
evidence do
game,
you
though.
have of a civilization that lived 10,000 years ago? Well, you have one now.
Yeah.
So you have to shut the fuck up because you were wrong. So in the 1990s, a sheep herder finds this stone. He starts kicking it and moving it around. And he realizes, wow, this is a big ass stone. I probably could bring in some smart dudes to figure this out.
0.01
And they
CAC,
start doing
yeah.
it, and they go, oh Jesus, this is these
Do you play it on
huge
PC?
circles of giant stone columns with 3D carved animals on them at a time that we thought people were living in teepees. Right?
Sorry,
We
pardon
thought
my
people had
ignorance.
Stone tools. We didn't think there was any metal.
We thought it had to be done.
Can I
without
play it on my
around.
Xbox
We
One?
thought you
Is there a
needed to
way?
be a hunter-gatherer or a
Yeah.
farmer, and then you could build. And now they had to flip that entire shit on its ear. Well, actually, maybe.
I think they only flipped that shit on its ear to try to make it look like they were right.
You laughed your ass off.
Completely agree.
To ignore the
Oh, due to my
possibility of
ignorance?
an ancient civilization before Mesopotamia.
Yeah, PC nice.
It's the only thing that
Sorry.
makes sense. There's no way when you're just struggling to
I
find
hear you.
food, okay? And if you ever go on a
So you have like the
fishing trip or
Xbox
hunting
for
trip, it's fucking
PC
hard to get
controller.
food.
I never bought it.
We have
I
modern
should
stuff.
have.
It's hard to get food with a rifle,
Right.
right? So these people
I was just
were
always
getting
upset at the
food,
price. It was always so
and
expensive.
They somehow
I
or
should have just
another
bought it
in
10 years ago,
between them,
honestly.
While like running around trying to shoot rabbits with a bow and arrow, they figured out how to make these massive stone columns and put them in position and
Oh, no way. Yeah,
move them
do
in
it.
circles and
And getting
Hundreds of
some
them.
pretty great artists too, doing some relief carvings. I mean, that's not the same as just
not only
carving
that, but
wood.
animals that weren't
Relief
local
carving.
to
Right.
the area.
Yeah.
It's just like, how do you even fucking know this is a thing? What is this?
So Göbekli Tepe.
Same
brother,
Xbox
there is such a
controller as
thing
console. You
as
can use it
ancient
with the
conspiracy
computer?
theory.
No way. Are you
It's this.
serious?
So I remember hearing Graham Hancock
maybe
come on
with your
show back in
your
like
new fancy
2015,
Xbox.
2017, and he was talking about Göbekli
Can you
Tepe.
deal with Xbox One?
And at that time, he had shared that the site was only approximately 5%
Can you imagine?
excavated.
And I never knew.
It's the first
Like an idiot.
video on my channel.
'Cause it's not-
August 2017.
It's wireless.
And I shared the
Is it
details
wireless?
of it.
It's wireless.
These pillars dates back 11,600 years. It appears to be purposely buried at the same time of the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe. This is fascinating. And, you know, excavations were continuing. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to backburn this topic of Göbekli Tepe for a little while, let them further their excavations, and I'll revisit this later when there's something new to share. So earlier this summer, I'm like, all right, let me revisit Göbekli Tepe and see what's new there. And I was astonished to learn that that 5% figure was still the same. Have you heard this?
Yeah, I've watched your videos on it.
Yeah, YouTube channel, Bright Insight. Subscribe.
Don't forget to shout it.
Undeniably strange. Your
So-
videos are undeniably strange. So here's some images where you can see what it kind of looks like along with this globalheritagefund.org story on it.
So,
So it shows 5%, 5%.
right. And that
still.
figure is still the same as of 2023. I had there's a lady who does tours there and corroborated the 5% figure, and then there's a gentleman named Hugh Newman,
Left
who's an
strafe
author
sucks,
of these
man.
tours, and he communicated with me that what they were going to do, and I couldn't believe this.
Oh, thanks, brother. Okay.
Quote, future
I'll check it.
with a
Oh, I don't have it on my
150-year
phone.
Estimated time frame
I'll check
for
it
a
after,
full
man.
excavation of
Thanks,
Göbekli
brother.
Tepe. And I'm like, wait a second. Are you serious? Like, this makes no sense. We're talking about arguably not just the world's oldest ancient site, but arguably the most mysterious, because it's like you were saying, it's not supposed to exist. Based on everything we're taught in school, it's supposed to be the Sumerians. And then you have the site of Göbekli Tepe, made up of sophisticated pillars and concentric circles.
At least 5,000 years older.
Yeah, older than almost 7,000 years older than Stonehenge, and Stonehenge is a mystery of itself.
No worries, thanks, man.
So I start looking in.
I'm gonna use
the
washroom and reload the vape. I'll
I'll
check
How could there
then
possibly be
in like a
how could
minute
we
or two.
defer excavations for future generations when this may be the most important ancient site on Earth involving our mysterious lost ancient past? And so I started digging into this, and I couldn't believe what I found. So they were doing large-scale excavations, but that has since ceased. Just to clarify, they are still excavating Göbekli Tepe, but they have rolled and dialed back the large-scale excavations of the years prior, and they're focusing on conservation and tourism management of the site. And like I said, with a 150-year time frame, and I'm like, wait a second, I can't, and I have all the screenshots in that folder.
Because of funding?
Absolutely not. So not only have they never claimed that it's related to funding, but
Like,
this
how
is where
could I
things
have
get
missed
bizarre,
that?
is that there's a Turkish conglomerate called the Gyges Group, which consists of 250 companies within Turkey. It's $1 billion industry, and they're the ones that took over management and funding of the site back in 2017, and they announced this at all places. The World Economic Forum meeting in Davos in 2016 is when they announced this partnership. Initial funding of $15 million.
So fast.
At that time, they set up the infrastructure for tourism. Roads,
I have no health though.
sidewalks, walkways, roofing
Aw.
platforms.
Who
And
shot me
since
there?
then is when they dialed back the excavations. And I'm like, this makes absolutely no sense. So it has, let me just be crystal clear here. It has nothing to do with funding, and they've never claimed it has anything to do with funding. But their excuses,
So
they have said,
laggy.
one of which is that, well, we want to wait for future technologies to develop so we can more safely excavate the site. And I'm like, wait a second, hold on a second. We're talking about pillars buried in dirt. It's 2024. Do not tell me that we do not have the technological capability
Dig rocks up.
to dig rocks up.
What would be an alternative explanation?
So, okay, this is where things get fun.
And then why dust beaver?
Rabbit hole, here we go.
Let me say a couple of things before I get into it. One of which is that them saying they're waiting for a
Pikachu.
future technology to develop to safely excavate the site. I'm like, what type of magical
Pikachu.
shovel or pressure water hose are we talking about here? Right.
In Smash Bros on
Since they're
N64,
saying that they're continuing
I would
to
use
excavate the site
Pikachu
today,
frequently.
yeah. Since they're saying they continue to excavate the site today, I'm like, well, which is it? Are you saying that you're doing so in unsafe methods? And I already know that's not the answer, because there's been no issue with destructing the site from digging it up. It's
I was
like they
more of
broke the
a
pillar and like, oh dang, wait a second.
a survivor though, more rather than a
That's
KO'er.
not the case here.
But
So
Pikachu
there are
is
a few
my
explanations here.
he was my go-to.
So one of which is that the most logical explanation. This is the less conspiratorial one, which is that it has to do with money.
I mean, like,
You have
other
this
than, like,
Turkish
Captain
conglomerate
Falcon
of
and
people that are saturated
Fox.
with members of the World Economic Forum. For example, the CEO
And
of the
Zelda.
Doges Group is a longtime member
Or
of the World
Link.
Economic Forum. And that may backburn the World Economic Forum for a half a second. They're business people. They took over the site.
Yeah, that Thunder,
and
man. The Thunder was such a
it's all about
troll.
money now.
I did it just more to
2019,
troll
Göbekli
people
Tepe
than
had
anything
approximately
else.
19,000 visitors yearly. Now it's at 500,000. Their focus, if nothing else, they're just trying to.
But you could use it as like a
It's all
cheap
about money. They
beginner
don't care about
save,
the
or
rest of the site.
15 more million, it's not
it
gonna
could be
bring
really
15 more
annoying with that
million.
Thunder, but I
Right.
wasn't.
And they just want their money back. Okay.
Right,
But
okay.
I'm like,
I
well,
was
this
just
is,
trolling.
Makes sense.
it does make sense.
If I weigh in on that real quick, and also the mystery plays. That site is probably the second most popular place on the planet with people like ourselves. And the more mystery is there, the more money. It's the more likely we deal in mystery. So if they excavate everything and we know everything there is about that site, and it's all super mundane and there's nothing cool about it anymore, that tit dries up and there's no
Yeah,
milk
but how
coming out.
could it ever stop being cool?
I agree.
It
I
doesn't make
agree.
any sense.
I
No,
agree
it-
with that, but
That one doesn't make any sense.
that's the Azahi Hawass kind of thing. He's
Oh,
of the same
man.
opinion where I think a lot of the same things, happen in Egypt for the same reason. Zahi Hawass is quoted with saying that those New Age people, it doesn't matter what happens in Egypt, the NewAge people, they come. It's about tourism. Ever since the Arab Spring, tourism in Egypt.
It's exactly
so
how
I
it
think
is.
A lot of the same, we're going to talk in a minute about the hidden chamber in the pyramid that they've located and still haven't excavated for whatever fucking reason. I think that might be part of it. If you want to get super mundane and not conspiratorial, it's just a simple. The tourists keep coming while there's a mystery there. As soon as we open that up, it's just an empty chamber. I mean,
Yeah,
So-
I don't buy that. 'Cause
Me
I think
either.
The mystery of the structures themselves that we have completely excavated is just so fascinating.
So let me be clear on Göbekli Tepe. It's somewhere between 5 and 10% excavated, which means that
So here's it says some archaeological sites that where only 10% or less have been uncovered.
none of which date back anywhere near remotely as old as Göbekli Tepe.
fuck?
And so just to put this into perspective, Göbekli Tepe, according to ground penetrating radar, consists of approximately 200 T-shaped pillars. Only 72 of them have been unearthed. And as of just a few years ago, they're dialing that back to fully excavate them, which again, the 150-year time frame. And I'm like, this is entirely unacceptable. There could be hidden answers about our lost ancient past waiting to be discovered on these pillars, because all the pillars are trying to tell us some sort of story. They all have
Right.
depictions, animals, all kinds of things on there.
There's the shaman with the bag.
Right, which has
very
seen,
interesting.
right, we've seen that from the Sumerians, we've seen it in
Yeah.
South America.
The bag thing is very fascinating.
It is. It's
Yeah, I
Hollywood.
have
I mean, you could say maybe it's a tool bag. You could say maybe it's psychedelic.
a laptop
bag.
cooling
Academics say it says water.
fan
It's
under
water,
the
it's a water
laptop.
bucket.
you guys
So,
familiar with the
there
work
you
of
go.
Martin Sweatman?
I'm glad you like
You
it.
guys familiar with the work of Martin Sweatman?
Yeah.
No.
Like a cooling pad.
The one that, he was on Ancient Apocalypse season 1 for a minute. He's the guy who made basically a star map. Of
My
the
laptop
Babylon
gets really hot.
And in his opinion, those 3 handbags. at the
Glad you like
top
it, brother.
are 3 sunrises. And if that's the case, that would almost make sense, because then like a picture of an Assyrian holding that would be like a holding of astronomical knowledge. Like this symbol could have been a symbol of knowledge of astronomy, which is one thing honestly about Göbekli
Could have been a
Tepe.
book bag,
It could have been a book,
right? I mean, it kind of makes sense. They
Yeah.
probably had to travel around with their books.
So here's the thing. That pillar, that's just one pillar out of 200. And here we are debating. We don't even know what it is. It's all conjecture.
Hold it up, James. We can see what that pillar looks like.
So this Göbekli Tepe situation is far more bizarre than we've described so far.
I think the logical explanation, though, is that you have massive tourist revenue coming to see it as is. Why spend more money and excavate these things?
I think
So
that's
this
the
is
most.
the pillar.
I think that's the most logical explanation, but it could be more insidious than that, because
So that's one pillar.
that's pillar 43, the most debated one of them all, and there's approximately 128 more pillars that are still buried in the earth.
What's that bird doing holding the earth?
Dr. Martin Sweatman, his first paper on Göbekli Tepe's Pillar 43, he's got Scorpio on the bottom. He believes that's Sagittarius, that's the sun, and if that's one. Basically, it's a star map denoting the time that the comet smacked the Earth. Is what he believes.
No
each
way.
one of those V's. His latest paper on
Yeah.
each one of those V symbols.
Yeah, they
is a
improved
day, each one of
fans.
those-
My
each one
fans, a
of
lot
those
of fans
boxes is a
burn out,
month.
which is
And
crazy to
there's,
think about.
Basically a full year.
It's like this
devoted to the whole
massive
thing.
electronic
That's
thing and
very
it
interesting
burns
stuff. One
out.
of the things that's wild to me,
It's
when we
crazy.
talk about like the lack of further excavations, is almost every pillar we bring up has new symbology, new symbols,
Nice.
new iconography. If we're trying to find some sort of ancient
Yeah, I like
or
Halo.
language or something, we need more symbols. We need more things on Earth.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that's completely opposed by the mainstream archaeology. The idea that these guys had any sort of written language is fucking ridiculous.
And
But
what are the theories involved in, I know it's been theorized that it was purposely
Yeah, really.
covered in
It,
dirt.
it really looks like it. If you look at pictures of the excavation, it looks like it was all piled in with stones and dirt, because if it was some sort of natural event, it would have destroyed the pillars. The pillars are preserved. So it wasn't just blown in with dust. If you look at it's gravel, and like as Graham Hancock has explained, that Klaus Schmidt, the original excavator of the site before his untimely passing in 2014, the people that worked the site believe it was intentionally buried. That is debated in academia today.
But isn't there also carbon isotope dating of the ground soil that shows it's the same age throughout the entire whatever feet it is of the dirt
Yes.
that's
And-
covering
The
it?
fuck is
And
this?
so it's very apparent that it was purposely buried. And what's interesting about that is that it coincides exactly with the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe. So if you want an alternative idea we
Could
could
it
talk.
be mudslides?
No, because it would destroy those pillars.
And knock them over at least.
Yeah, that I've seen that in Iraq with the statues. So we'll share. Let's talk about this in a second. This is where things get wild. So that
That's before the excavation. This is an aerial photo from what year is this?
That should be 2004. Or actually, no, excuse me. That would be before 1994. They started excavations in 1994 and 1995.
So that is when it was just dirt.
Correct.
Everybody thought it was just a regular hillside, which makes you wonder how many more are there out there.
Well, they're finding dozens of other sites around Turkey that are even
all over the
older.
place.
And
Even older.
Even
yes.
older.
So let me tell you a few different things about Göbekli Tepe. When you bring up pictures of the pillars, notice how they all annotate animals on them.
Yeah.
Now, this is a fun topic, and I have a few other things to share. One of which is that if you want to talk about reasons not to excavate it, I'll give you two possibilities. And this is just conjecture. I don't know what the answer is. Let me say this up front. But part of it could have a religious implication as well as a climate change implication. Let me start with that. So we know it is an established fact that the Younger Dryas climate
What the
catastrophe
fuck
happened
is this?
between
Like, you're in the
12,800
wall,
and
man.
12,600 years ago. We know that there was vast changes in weather patterns throughout the northern hemisphere. The only part of it that's debated, and as well as near extinction events or extinction events of many different mammals in North America, what we know is that something happened. Whatever it is what's debated. Whether it's a cosmic impact, whether it's a pole shift, whether it's sun cycles, all kinds of conjecture all the way around. But when I mentioned the WEF, they are the biggest proponents of the man-made climate change narrative. They're the ones that want to get rid of gas-powered stoves. They want us to get rid of vehicles. They are pushing their initiatives around the world, and they believe that we're destroying the planet. I'm not saying they're entirely wrong, but I don't agree with their ways of going about it, but that's a side point. But here's the thing. When you look at the legend of Noah's flood and Noah's Ark and the flood, so I'm not suggesting that there was a flood that covered every mountain on Earth, and nor am I suggesting that there was a boat that housed every species of animal on Earth. However,
Come
if
on,
Noah's
man.
Ark existed, many believe that it was crashed onto Mount Ararat, which is also in Turkey. And something fascinating is that in the Bible, in Genesis 8:20, some of the first verses after Noah emerged from the flood, is that he was said to have constructed an altar to the Lord where he sacrificed some of every clean animal and some of every clean bird. Göbekli Tepe is in Turkey, and every single one of those pillars annotates animals. And some have suggested that it could be Noah's altar. Now, that could be one reason why they wouldn't want to excavate it, is because Turkey is an Islamic country, and if there was some Christian religious belief that was corroborated, they might not want that to happen. Another possibility is that the site itself might corroborate the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe. And when we're in a time frame where they don't like talking academics, they don't like talking about cataclysms. They want to pretend they didn't happen. they want everything to be man-made climate change. They don't ever talk about the Sahara being green 5,000 years ago, like when you're talking about Egypt being a rainforest.
They find whale bones in the Sahara.
Yeah. Oh no, Joe, those are 30 million years old, so stop talking about it.
Crazy.
You know,
It's amazing when you think about it.
yeah. And so, as far as the climate change narrative, there could be a possibility that they don't want the evidence of a prehistoric civilization that was more advanced than what we ever thought to believe, that might corroborate some Christian narratives, and if nothing else, they don't want it to be brought into the discussion of modern-day climate change, because notice on the topic of climate change, they never mention natural stuff. They don't discuss the Milankovitch cycles, which consists of 3 variables, one of which is the Earth's precession, the other is the Earth's tilt, and the other is the distance from the Earth from the sun. All 3 of those variables are constantly changing every single day, although immeasurable day by day. They happen over tens of thousands of years. But each individual of those variables impact climate on Earth. For example, when it talk about the Green Sahara, they believe the most likely reason has to do with Earth's precessional cycle. I'm like, well, wait a second. Where's this in the conversation of modern day climate change? If we're talking about us destroying the planet, I would just like an answer as far as where these 3 variables are in the conversation.
Did you see the Washington Post's very inconvenient data that they published about the temperature of Earth?
No, please tell
So
me.
you find the Washington Post climate study. They found that we're in a massive cooling period. If you go back,
Yes.
X amount of 100,000 years, and you look at like what's happening to, yeah, it goes in cycles, but that's what it looks like now.
Right, so
Captures Earth's climate over the last 485 million years. Look at the dip we're in. And look how it's never static. It's down and up and down and up and down and up all throughout the history of the Earth, which is measurable. It's not to say
Fuck
that we don't
off,
have an
man.
impact on it. We definitely
that's a pretty
do.
sharp,
But
pretty
even
sharp
if-
increase there. But, yeah,
But
still.
here's the thing. Even if we didn't, but there's sharp increases in
There's
the
a couple
past.
other ones,
Look
yep.
at
There's
those
a couple
back.
other ones,
look
yep.
at look at 390 million
Yep.
years ago.
That
Look
was
at
what I
that
was just
giant
looking at.
peak. That's fucking crazy. That's straight up and down.
Yep.
It's always happened. It's not like it's static and then industrial engineering comes along and then you see this big increase. Oh boy, what are we doing to the Earth? No, it's like even if we didn't do anything, we have no control over the temperature of the Earth. And what's really terrifying, Randall Carlson talks about this all the time, is global cooling. That's what's really terrifying. When global warming happens, oh no, you gotta move out of Malibu. You gonna be okay? You gotta move to the places where it used to be cold and now it's warm because humans have always been nomadic. That's the whole reason why we're not in Africa
Cooling will
anymore.
fucking kill us all.
Right.
So-
global cooling will kill everything. And we came. Randall talks about this, that we came very close at one point in human history. We came very close to losing the
That little ice
oxygen
age.
that's required to literally keep life.
Jamie, will you bring up my Ice Age or Ice folder? So I have an update from you from the last time I was on your podcast. Go over to the graph. It should be one of the first slides in it. That one. Go right. Hang out right there for a second. So when I was on your show last time, Joe, I said something very specific where I said, I think this is with my exact words. I think the data might indicate that cold is more often than it's hot. And do you know what happened after that? I was going to send this to you, but I held off because you've seen enough hit pieces. So there was a hit piece done on me by Media Matters, which was funded by George Soros, and their networking of Vox and they did this hit piece on me to say that Jimmy Corsetti was on Joe Rogan spreading climate change denial and inaccurate information. The only thing, if you could bring that back up, Jamie, please. The only thing that I said wrong is that I said the data might indicate that the Earth is cold more often than hot. Excuse me, no. The data absolutely, definitively shows that Earth is cold more often than it's hot. And what you're looking at here is straight out of the Utah Geological Survey. It's prestigious, it's found at the top of Google. And what you're looking at here is data from the last 450,000 years, corroborated from data taken from ice core samples from Antarctica as well as Greenland. And what it shows is that not only are we in the middle of a 3 million year old ice age, there's something called glacials and interglacials. Glacials are where it's cold and the glaciers grow. Interglacials are where things warm and glaciers recede. What you're seeing here is 4, arguably 5 interglacial periods over just the last 450,000 years. So never mind hundreds of millions of years ago. What it shows is that the periods of cooling last 7 to 9 times longer than interglacials, which are periods of warming. And here's the fun part. Interglacials last anywhere from 10 to 30,000 years. And our warming started 11,600 years ago, which means that we're already in the window for potential
not fast.
things to start cooling again. So when I was on your show last time and I was mentioning Elon Musk talking about ice ages being a deep, deep rabbit hole, do you remember that? He was talking about it? Well, I know what he's talking about. It's this. It means that we're already in the window where things could start cooling again. And when it does, we're in a lot of trouble. I think, and I can't speak on his behalf, I gotta tell you, next time, can you just text him and ask him if he thinks it's related to pole shifts? I need to tighten up my study on this because let me tell you something. Let me share something right now that you've never heard on this show before. You hear everyone talking about cosmic impact hypothesis. You hear people talking about sun cycles. Not a lot of people have been on here talking about pole shifts. Let me give a quick shout out to Ben Davidson of Suspicious Observers. I recommend maybe you link up with him. Nobody has researched the topic of pole shifts and sun cycles as much as him. And he brought something to my attention I had never heard before. Jamie, the very first slide that you showed was of the Gothenburg excursion. So there was a partial pole flip right in the middle. See how it dates between 13,007 and 12,003? So the Younger Dryas started 12,800 years ago. And it's right in the middle of that ballpark range. We already know, it is established science that when geomagnetic pole excursions happen, it changes weather patterns on Earth as well as the ocean current. Jamie, if you want to Google, there's a space.com article titled that in 2025, some scientists are suggesting that the Earth's ocean currents may stop. Have you heard this? Okay. And nowhere in the articles do they mention anything about pole excursions. So people need to understand that we're already in the middle of a pole excursion, which is a partial pole flip, which means that things are shifting inside the Earth. It's also known that that can cause changes in ocean current. Now, most mainstream articles, let me just be fair and tell you what they'll say. They'll say that, oh, no, it's related to man-made climate change. We're changing the currents of the ocean. I don't believe that. But don't let them take your data. Look at this. Nowhere in this article do explain why, but here's the thing. People need to understand that the number one thing that affects weather on Earth is, of course, the sun. The second thing is ocean currents. It's the reason why England is relatively temperate.
Go back to that, Chair.
It's the reason why England is relatively temperate is because the Gulf Stream flows up there and it keeps it relatively warm in comparison.
The way it says it here, key Atlantic current could collapse soon, impacting the entire world for centuries to come, leading climate scientists warn. So just by saying climate scientists, you're already implying at least this is the result of climate change.
Right, that's what
which further fuels this agenda that man-made climate change is the cause of all of our woes.
Right,
which is a narrative that you're consistently hearing. And again, to be real clear to someone's going to say something about this is not to dismiss pollution. This is not to dismiss our impact on the atmosphere of the Earth and what we're doing with coal plants and all the bullshit that we're doing. For sure, we're doing bad things.
Right.
Also, if we weren't, we have no control over this thing.
Right.
This thing is constantly moving, and both of those things need to be looked at the same time. The problem is this whole narrative of climate science has been adopted by these same fucking people that want Twitter pronouns. It's the same people. It's the same sort of thing. And if you have anything to say about it, if you want to talk about a swastika being an ancient symbol, now you're a Nazi. Now you're a climate denier. You're a vaccine denier. You're this, you're that. You're a Holocaust denier. It's like the same kind of stupid shit. And unfortunately with this one is uniquely tied to money. Mm-hmm. This one is uniquely tied to green agendas and the enormous amount of funding that is going towards these green agendas and people that are profiting off of spreading this narrative. These philanthrocapitalists that are making hundreds of millions of dollars promoting this idea of climate change being our primary problem. And if you deny it, you're a science denier. Yeah,
and the reason why you shouldn't listen to these people is because they're leaving out the key data involving Earth's historical climate data. Yes. They're not including all these other details.
Right.
And so I think people need to look at pole shifts because it's very interesting in this alternative realm that you have people that are proponents of the cosmic impact hypothesis. You have Dr. Robert Schoch with the sun cycles. You have other people talking about pole shifts. I think people should consider that all the above are correct, and let me explain why. When pole shifts happen, Earth's shields are diminished. We're in the middle of a pole shift right now. the Earth's shields are diminishing, and it's been happening since the 1800s. It's been accelerating over the last few decades. This is scientific data. The North Pole is shifting at like almost 40 miles a year, when it was half that just a decade ago. And when the Earth shields diminish, we are more susceptible to cosmic impacts because lesser
40 miles a year?
Google it. This is real.
Wow.
It's
I had
happening.
no idea. I thought it was feet a year.
Now, the mainstream will say, "Don't worry, it's still another 1,000 years away." And I'm like, they actually can't prove that because we haven't been alive to document a pole shift. But what I'm trying to say is that we should consider the pole shift thing. Brother, ask Elon Musk his thoughts on this sometime.
Well, he actually just tweeted something about it recently.
What did he say?
He tweeted something about the magnetic poles.
Oh
and
my
about-
God!
Yeah, he tweeted something about.
I think he actually retweeted the
core of the Earth.
What's his face? I forget his name, but you were just shouting.
Ben Davison?
Ben Davison. Yeah, pretty sure he retweeted Ben Davison.
Oh, we need to find that out if that's the case. Because here's the
He
thing.
tweets so much though; it takes so long to
I
go
know.
through his tweets.
I-
I don't know.
He does it too much. It's
Ooh,
less
Russ
effective,
Jericho,
so,
what's
like,
up,
I miss
brother?
stuff, and-
Yo.
And I follow him closely, actually.
Eric the director's in Edmonton right now. He's there for until the weekend. I think he's going to see a hockey game. He's there for work. What's up, brother? What's up, Russ?
85% iron and
Sick
moves
stash, brother.
independently from the surface plates, which is why the magnetic pole changes position.
I love Brian Romelli. If I'm saying his name right, we followed each other. He's a great guy. I think Elon Musk is giving a hint here because you remember how the northern lights were visible as far south as Mexico in the last few months?
That was from solar activity, right?
Right, but the reason why it's more visible now is because the Earth shields are diminishing. This isn't like from Bob's website. This is mainstream science. Again, Ben Davison has taught me a lot on this, and he was actually on with Alex Jones not long ago, and he really blew Alex Jones's mind. He vetted him, and so what I'm trying to say here is that like this is not being brought into the equation of man-made climate change at all.
Well, because of all the things we were talking about, the educators want to be the only ones that distribute the information, and they don't want to look at the full picture. They only want to look at this one thing for the greater good of all of us. It's better if you just get people to only focus on getting an electric car.
Yep.
Right.
Well, like I've always, ever since I started doing this stuff, I've had people that are like, "Hey, man, you fact check scientists. We want you in the climate change debate." And I've always had the opinion of like, look, I'm talking about big old rocks and moving. There's zero skin in the game. And if I'm wrong about that, nothing changes. But if I'm wrong about climate change and I get a bunch of people, I feel a little like it's
not your area of expertise.
It's not my area of expertise, and there's too much skin in the game. But when I did the debunking of Flint Dibble's debunking of Graham, the part about the metallurgy, I spoke with an ice core specialist. And now there ain't but a handful of these dudes on the planet. Literally just a handful
That
of
was a
people.
very important part of your debunking.
Oh, thanks. I
Social
appreciate
November
that.
Canada social nice, brother.
You're the guy that contacted.
He
first
messaged me. What? It's amazing,
Well, I
brother. I'm
spent
doing
an
well,
hour on
man.
Zoom
I'm
chatting
good.
with
Thanks, dude.
because,
Do you have the
what
link
it
for
said
that
was
November
there was no
Canada?
proof of
Do you have that?
metallurgy in the Ice Age. And well, of course, there's no proof of it, but he said that we can prove definitively there was no metallurgy. And that's where it's like, well, no, because they look for levels of lead, and levels of lead, that graph you just showed with the interglacial periods, lead follows that. Because when there's more dust on the ground, the reason they believe is there's more dust on the ground, more gets kicked up, more ends up in the glaciers. But that's the same dirt that would be kicked up if they were digging for iron, right? So either way, you're going to end up with more lead in the glaciers. So I talked to this ice core specialist for an hour on Zoom, and I'm like, man, so flesh this out for me. Explain to me. So he explains to me how they determine whether or not lead's from an anthropogenic origin or if it's natural, and that's based on if there's an archaeological site that they can match the other isotopes to. He went through all the troubles with it. He even lamented having, he's got other people in his field that are hardcore anti-pseudoscience because they're, climate change deniers are dealing with, and so he's like, some of these guys are just too zealous, overzealous with it. I get where you're coming from. But then I put the video out, and Flint contacts the dude, and next thing you know, well, I didn't exactly say it. He
Said it
doesn't
now?
change what he
Thanks, man.
says. He just kind of implies that I wasn't quite being accurate. He doesn't give a full anything. It makes it vague all of a sudden, and
I'm gonna load my vape. I'm gonna look at Elusive Boost's photo of the end screen and also Russ Jericho's mustache.
Keyboard warrior, yeah.
Twitter cult members.
Yeah, and that right there changed my attitude on it changed my attitude on the whole global warming thing. I was like, that's probably accurate, and I was like, I don't fucking know. I'm gonna have to dig into this stuff because I don't trust you sons of bitches anymore. I know that if somebody pressured him from upstairs, he would have crumpled like a bag because he sure did when Flint pushed him.
So the issue is that it's not like there's one explanation that could conceivably have caused this massive cataclysm. There's probably a lot of variables. Just like there's always been. I mean, we always like to conveniently ignore supervolcanoes. When one of those blows, the whole world's fucked. The country's dead. Everyone's fucked.
You should consider the possibility that that's related to pole shifts as well. And I can give you a point. There's one that happened. You know, I've heard you talk about before the Toba super eruption.
Yeah.
Did you know that happened at the same time of a geomagnetic pole excursion?
Oh.
It's true.
It makes sense. You're having all this movement.
There's movement inside the Earth. A full pole shift is when they believe that the innermost portion of the molten within the Earth core shifts. A geomagnetic pole excursion is a partial pole flip, which they theorize is related to the outer portion of the mantle. The Earth's crust sits on top of molten everything. And when that shifts, it shifts our compasses, and it's not unreasonable to suggest
November,
that
Australia.
when something shifts
Come
inside
on,
the
man.
Earth, it would affect things on
Come
the
on,
surface.
dude.
I touched on this the last time
I
was
look
on,
at my
but
Facebook, I see
when it comes
Russ
to
fucking
earthquakes,
November,
as an example,
Australia, bro. Come
some
on,
originate
man.
in the crust, which is like
Fucking
28 miles
worldwide.
at its thickest, I believe, or on average, and others originate in the molten outer portion of the mantle. Well, if something shifts inside the Earth, why wouldn't it cause issues on the surface, whether it be earthquakes or volcanic activity? And some volcanic activity involving
Come on,
volcanoes
man.
coincides
I
with
found it,
geomagnetic
dude.
pole
That's
excursions.
fucking amazing.
And so when I was on your show last time talking about pole shifts along with the ice ages, I was part of the same topic. Why is it that Media Matters, funded by George Soros, decided to do a hit
That's
piece
sick,
on Jimmy
dude.
Corsetti,
That's amazing.
YouTuber? Brother, they came after me hard on this, which to be honest, I relished over. I was like, this is hilarious. I'm like,
Well, they don't understand that it's actually good publicity.
it is, and it makes me
They're
feel like
not credible anymore.
No.
right, and it makes me feel like I'm over the target. Because what's that saying about you get the
That's-
most
that's
flack when you're
amazing,
over it?
bro.
So like, I'm like, it makes me think that I'm onto something because nowhere in any of these climate change
Alright, I'm gonna
topics,
load the vape.
you know, as far as like the narratives on it, do they mention anything
Load the
natural
vape.
involving whether it be pole shifts? They sure as hell don't bring up the Green Sahara. They don't bring anywhere into the equation. They don't bring up the scientific fact that the Earth was warmer 4,000 years ago. There's Nobel Prize laureates that have been speaking out about this. There's two of them. Dr. Clauser and there's another gentleman, I'm going to draw a blank in the top of my head. But like, they've shared this data. This is scientific fact, and they're getting shunned and ridiculed for it.
Yeah, the problem is there's a consensus that's been politically accepted, and it's been talked about so much. It's a political talking point, and if they lose that political talking point, they lose a large percentage of their platform.
Oh, yeah.
Right? There's so many parts of the leftist platform that they need to have these narratives, and one of them is climate change, and that Donald Trump is a climate change denier. The right-wing people are climate change deniers.
Ergo science deniers, ergo racists.
It's
ergo.
very, very stupid, and it's bad for all of us because I think we all need to have an understanding of how delicate our environment is and how delicate life on Earth is, and that it is this constantly changing thing that has never been static. We know that. We know about the dinosaurs. We know about all these different things. We know about the Ice Age. But we don't truly have a comprehensive narrative that everyone accepts. It's become politicized.
Yeah.
And it's become politicized by the worst people because they're the cultists.
Yeah. They're the ones that they're not the only ones, but you know, I'm a lot less political than a lot of people in this community. And I said it when COVID first started getting bad and you could see it on the internet. I was real quick to say, man, we're going to be fucking locked down for years, guys. And everybody's laughing at me, but it's like it's a political football. Neither side is going to drop a square. We don't live in a society of political compromise anymore. We live in a society of give them an inch, they take a mile. Neither side is going to concede one fucking inch on this, and we're going to be dealing with the same argument 3 years from now. And lo and behold, you were dealing. And
that's what's crazy about this is that data has become politicized. Science and data and knowledge has become politicized.
Over 80,000 papers were retracted last year. 80,000 scientific papers. Like 60% of them were medical. The top 10 most still cited papers that have been retracted are all medical. The medical community is fucked right now from COVID. It turned in on itself and just started. And if you look at their papers and stuff, it's insane. They are all at each other's throats in all kinds of different ways, still citing retracted papers and all kinds of goofy little shit because it became a political football. We could see it on TikTok. You watch You watch a nurse come out there, and she's going to do her little TikTok, and you can just look. Is that a donkey next to her name or an elephant? If it's an elephant, she's going to tell you there's nobody in this hospital. It's fucking empty. If it's a donkey, she's going to tell you about the body outside, a machine outside making corpse starch out of the fucking dead people that they can't bury them as fast as they're dying. It was so openly, easily, for the average Joe could look right through it. Could just see if this is just an argument between the two parties, isn't it? They're just transferred this to the medical problem.
Well, you remember in the beginning days of the pandemic when they were really fear-mongering, when they gave a preposterous number of people that were going to die from COVID?
Yes.
And what was the percentage at the high point? Was it like 3.5% or something like that? Or was it 30%? It was something nice. There's a compilation video, Jamie, see if you can find it, where they're dunking on Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump said, I heard it's less than 1%. He was right.
He was totally correct.
Quite a bit less than 1%.
He was right about the UV stuff too.
But I think they were trying to say that it was 34%. I think that's what they were saying. It's 3.4 or 34. I can't remember which. But they were repeating it ad nauseum on television that this was going to be the death rate of people that got COVID. It's one of the things that justified the lockdowns. If it really was less than 1%, people go, so it's like, what's the flu? And then you get into the flu, you go, well, what's the percentage difference? It's like 50% difference. Okay, what are we doing?
Yeah.
This is a bad flu? Is that what this is? This is like a bad flu. But you can't say that, or you're some kind of anti-science heretic. You're a terrible person. You're killing grandmas.
You know, if you want to mix it up, Jamie, there's a video. So last time I was on, I mentioned a clip of Donald Trump talking about it's going to get cold again. And we couldn't find the clip at the time, but I have it in my folder, Jamie. It's just Donald Trump. It's in the front with all the other folders.
One step at a time. Let's
Okay.
try to find that video of them all repeating the same thing over and over again. It's Brian Stelter, that little weasel on CNN, constantly repeating the fact that Donald Trump doesn't know what he's talking about. He was right. He was absolutely correct.
Well, Donald Trump doesn't just say things out of his butt like people make him out to believe. I'm not saying he doesn't talk in that way. Okay.
He rants.
When he's very,
If you're a ranter, it's like you're a podcaster.
You run the
Fair
risk
enough.
of talking out your ass every now and
but
again.
he
right?
wasn't talking out of his butt with the UV killing off bacteria and viruses.
No,
No, but
he just said it in a way that wasn't logical. He said, like, you get the light into your body, and everyone's like, what is he talking about? But no, they figured out how to get LED lights into lungs to kill viruses.
Yeah,
The
and
specific thing to look is typing in Donald Trump COVID compilation video gives me a bunch of
Right, COVID, death rate. Death rate is what's important. Death rate compilation versus the media.
and see,
Because the media was the one that were dunking on him for saying, and they were coming up with this ridiculously high rate that turned out to not be accurate at all.
well, I think we have those people, the leftists or whatever you want to call them, the Flint Dibbles of the fucking world. These guys are, like we were talking about with climate change and everything else, they don't want to leave anything in there that could let the other side have anything. They assume that the average rank and file Joe public is dumb as hell.
Right.
I mean, one of the things they'll always say about Ancient Apocalypse, complain about, they'll be like, well, he goes on there and he talks shit about archaeologists, and everybody's going to believe everything he says because it's so well made. It's like, man,
He didn't do that at all.
and in the first season, we did talk a little shit about archaeologists, but the bottom, to me, if I'm watching anything, I don't care what it is, if the person says, you know, the mainstream scientists disagree with me here, but here's what I have to say, all my alarm bells go off, and that tells me I cannot hang my hat on what this motherfucker's saying. I gotta go Google. Right? That's what Grant does over and over again. Mainstream archaeologists disagree with me. So for them to say everybody in the country is just, everybody in the world is just gonna believe this, that's nuts.
So it's 3.4%. So this is it. So give me some volume here.
Been a lot of conversations with a lot of people that do this. I think the number is way under 1%.
So to fact check, the World Health Organization says the coronavirus death rate is 3.4%.
President Trump lies that the World Health Organization is wrong. The number is 3.4%. 3.4% is what it's being reported.
My boy Sanjay.
The death rate percentage is 3.4%, and no hunch from the president can change that.
Trump lied about the most recent World Health Organization estimate that the global death rate of coronavirus is 3.4%.
Jesus.
The 3.4% death rate was wrong, and WHO data later updated it to
We're a fraction of 1%.
Let's go back into history.
Trump has a hunch that the death rate is lower than 1%.
Way under 1%.
Way under 1%.
Will someone put a mozzarella stick in this stupid hole?
Trump lied to viewers about the mortality rate.
Way under 1%.
False information. misinformation.
He's spreading disinformation. Misinformation and dangerous disinformation.
If you're president of the United States, you have the world's greatest scientists at your disposal. You listen to them.
Leading scientists, including Dr. Fauci, wrote in the New England Journal of Medicine that the death rate could be considerably less than 1%.
Way under 1%.
Why? See, we've seen enough. These people are fucking puppets, man. They're puppets, and they willfully, gleefully repeat these narratives.
Yep.
And instead of saying, well, where did you get that information? Who are you talking to? Let's find out if that's correct. Why does the World Health Organization think it's 3.4%? Is there any nefarious intent behind this whole idea of it killing everybody that's forcing some enormously profitable venture, like forcing everybody to take these fucking new vaccines you guys developed?
Right.
Like, could that be factored in? Maybe. Well, no. You only hear that it's factored in once everybody's profited and got out, including Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Bill Gates was on television telling everybody to get the vaccine, you won't get COVID, and then afterwards, it didn't work. After he had unloaded all of his stock, it wasn't effective, and it turns out COVID wasn't as bad as we thought it was. Well, you guys are really responsible for a bunch of people taking a medication that was unproven. You're responsible for all the side effects. You're responsible for all these, and you're responsible for fear-mongering, lying, closing down businesses, ruining economies, changing the political structure of the country.
They need to be held to account. I'm not going to forget this, and a lot of other people won't. People's lives were destroyed, and it is. I mean, there needs to be a reckoning.
Elon recently said that his pronouns are still prosecute Fauci.
I love it. I love it.
And he has a real possibility of making an impact.
Yeah. Oh yes, he does.
You need to listen to him.
Yeah.
Well, I think when it comes to the economic side of it, I honestly think out of everything, the jab notwithstanding, just strictly from a top-down perspective, those guys. I mean,
it's the most immense transfer of wealth in modern history.
Amazon, Walmart, eBay, all these motherfuckers cleaned house. And you know what shut down? In Spokane, we lost White Elephant. This guy had started in the 40s after World War II. He would buy surplus and put it in this store. He had fishing lures for 30 cents, fucking Transformers from the 80s I was buying in 2000, sold them on eBay. Had all kinds of shit there. And he went out of business because he had to close his doors. Everything.
You restaurants in California.
You can't even go to fucking Walmart at 2 in the morning like we did. Like everything's closed now at a certain time compared to where it was. Everything's
well, that's important because the coronavirus doesn't stay up.
It doesn't stay up. It doesn't
sleep.
And it doesn't exist when you walk to your table and sit down.
All the homeless people need a place to hang out, and so Walmart parking lots do anything. That's when they show up.
I meant that actually the opposite. Coronavirus comes out at night. But it doesn't even. Like the whole thing was so dumb because then they allowed Black Lives Matter protests. Like, what about 6-foot distancing? Everybody's breathing. They're screaming. And they're all yelling down the street. And you guys think that's not going to spread it?
Right.
And the brain dead stuff behind the symbolism. I talked about this a long time ago on my channel. The person that thought of, we're going to have this band play. Let's get them masks that have a big hole in it to show solidarity with everybody on it. That person's a fucking idiot. It's like everybody's just going to look at that and be like,
how about people swimming?
So we don't need masks.
Oh my God.
Swim with masks on.
It hurts me to see those clips. COVID was one of the biggest IQ tests in modern times.
It was really a compliance test.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
It was a lot of compliance.
And check to see how many cowards there are out there that even though they know something to be true, are terrified of the blowback, so they don't speak about it. And when you do speak about it, you do get attacked. You know, I obviously experienced that, and I was fascinated by it. I mean, it was kind of horrifying to watch, but also fascinating. Like, so this is real. Like, you guys are just completely all lock in step and all full of shit. And you don't even care that I got better quick.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
Yeah.
And you can watch how the world, you can see this from a world perspective too. Different communities all around the world react differently. I remember lots of people, why can't we do like Korea and Japan? And almost everybody's wearing a mask over there and they do all this recording and all this stuff. It's like, you ever been there, man? You ever talked to any Koreans or Japanese people? Their fucking culture is lockstep compared to ours. They are very much, there's no counterculture in those communities. The counterculture people are all in jail. Right. So you have one community. So they're told to do this, they fucking do it.
Well, obviously,
we don't do that.
Our media is so compromised, so obviously compromised. And Callie Means has a really good point about this. He was saying that the reason why they spend so much money advertising on cable news is not because it's effective. It's because once they do that, now cable news cannot criticize them. It's so much smarter. Because it's like, listen, we're spending all this money just to make sure that you guys toe the line. That's what they're doing. And so the news is not the news. It's only the news if an advertiser agrees that it's the news.
Yeah.
And that's not good.
No, it's
that's
really
not
bad.
good for
Really
anybody.
bad.
Left wing, right wing. If you think that somehow or another money gives a fuck about your political persuasion, it's so stupid that it got attached to a political ideology. And from the most compliant of people. Those are the ones who are the most willing to go along with the narrative. Because the consequences on the left of coloring outside the lines, they attack you so hard, they crush you so hard, like this martyr maid situation. Or anything where you're stepping outside the line to talk about it. Like what you experienced just discussing something that turns out to be absolutely correct. They fund a big hit piece about you, which essentially acts as an advertisement for you.
Right.
It just builds your channel.
It's the Streisand effect.
Right, then people will go to your channel and go, this guy's great. This fucking show's awesome. Like, this is interesting information and just undeniable facts. The undeniable facts, like that no one can discuss. No one can debate in any way, shape, or form the actual size of these stones, where they came from. This is not under debate. So just the undeniable stuff is unbelievably fascinating. And then when they go to your channel, they go, where's all the Nazi shit? I'm looking for I heard this guy was a Nazi. I'm looking for some Nazi shit. I'm just getting facts.
You know, we should go back to Göbekli Tepe, Gunung Padang, and the Great Pyramid, because there's some more stuff involving archaeology and lack of excavations that are actually pretty significant. So going back to Göbekli Tepe, one of the photos that Jamie that you showed earlier was before excavations began, and do you notice that there was no trees there? Right. So one of the controversies is that there's some 800 trees that were planted on the site a full decade after excavations began, and the trees are buried on, or were planted on top of ancient ruins, which stand to not only destroy the ruins, but also highlights that they can't excavate what's underneath them when the trees are there. And so here's the before and after.
So what's the conventional explanation for why they planted all these trees over a site that they know is filled with ruins underneath it?
So when this was a property owned by farmers, and the Turkish government wanted to purchase the land for them, and the owners felt that they were being lowballed. So what they did was they planted olive trees on top of the site in order to increase the value of the land, which for me, when I first heard this, I'm like, I don't understand, this doesn't make sense to me. Göbekli Tepe is already priceless. It's the world's oldest and most mysterious ancient site on Earth. It's priceless. Now, to be fair, and Dan, you've harped on this, and I agree with you.
It's government stuff. But if the feds are going to buy your land for a highway, they don't care what's underneath. They don't care if it's an Indian burial ground or what. It's what's this land worth. In this city, it's this kind of property. So they made it an orchard instead of a desert.
Now, here's the thing, though. Of all things, they planted olive trees, and there's something that was enacted. It's called the Olive Law in Turkey in the 1930s, where it's illegal to cut down olive trees in Turkey. So I'm like, well, that's interesting.
And let me ask you this real quick. Imagine being the owner of that property, and you found these ruins here, you've got all these people coming out, they're paying you money to check shit out, you're selling all kinds of stuff, and now the government's going to take it from you. You've had it for 10 fucking years. Now the government's saying it's theirs. So you go out and you start planting trees. So when you dig a hole to plant that tree, you find an artifact. Do you put that in the pile of artifacts to hand to Klaus Schmidt, or do you put that in the pile to sell to the antique collector that's not going to tell anybody? Obviously, he's pissed off. My opinion is that guy sold a ton of fucking artifacts while that was going down. And why wouldn't you?
Now, are there artifacts connected to Göbekli Tepe?
Yeah, they find stuff.
What kind of stuff?
No pottery or anything, but they have found one of the biggest things is a bunch of chunks of stone. Like to archaeologists, even they call a microchip, which would be like a tiny little piece you get from. That's still technically an artifact. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff. There are a lot of bones that have been charred and things like that. But there's nothing too terribly amazing.
No tools.
Well, nothing too crazy. But again, that's the kind of stuff that would possibly, this is where my skepticism can get a little cynical. I'm of the opinion if the Antikythera mechanism would have been identified as what it is and they pulled it out of the ocean, it would have never made it to a museum. That there was somebody, I was like telling Jim last night, we were having dinner, if the reports of giant bones that you see in the 1930s from guys that were over in New Mexico and then they're bringing them back to the Smithsonian, they just never made it there. If they really did find giant bones, which I'm skeptical of, but if they did, this is probably an advertisement to sell them while they're traveling these things across the country. Just happened to lose them along the way because this dude came over and bought them. This has been a problem since day one. And
especially when you think about those kind of crazy old school Rockefeller type billionaires who really love to control information and everything. You know, if you have access to something that's just undeniably throws the whole timeline into a question or throws the narrative of human beings to a question.
Now you got some power with that little artifact, don't you? So it's, that's I'm of the opinion that that's been a problem. Like, I don't believe in the Dendera light. I assume you know what the Dendera light
Well,
is.
let's when you glossed over the Antarctic crow.
Oh,
how do you say it?
The Antikythera mechanism?
That one is fast.
It's crazy, ain't it?
Because that is, how old is it?
It's like 2,000 years old,
2,000 years old. It's a hand-carved brass machine that you use to, it tracks the cycles of the moon, the Earth, and different planets in our solar system.
It's brilliant.
Yeah. And they didn't know what it was when they found it. It was like some corroded up gears. And then they start doing some sort of I mean, I don't even know how they did it, how they understand all the different pieces of it, because it's all corroded together. But they use some sort of scanning mechanism, correct? And see if you can find what it actually looks like.
Yeah, you can buy replicas of it nowadays. They make little boxes.
That's what it looked like when they found it.
Yeah.
But now, show what it looks like when they've done a scan of it.
I stumbled across something interesting too. When the guy found it, he heap of dead naked people.
Whoa. He emerged from the sea shaking in fear and mumbling about a heap of dead naked people. He was among a group of Greek divers from the eastern Mediterranean island of Simi who were searching for natural sponges. They had sheltered from a violent storm near the tiny island of, how do you say it again? Antikythera, between Crete and mainland Greece. When the storm subsided, they dived for sponges, chanced upon a shipwreck full of Greek treasures, the most significant wreck of the ancient world to have been found up to that point. The dead naked people were marble sculptures scattered on the seafloor, along with many other artifacts. Soon after, the discovery prompted the first major underwater archaeological dig in history. So see if you can find what this mechanism looks like, what it actually looks like.
There's a replica.
Yeah, so this is the replica of this thing. This incredible piece of engineering from 2,000 years ago, where all these gears and all these planets, and you could figure out where everything was. How? How'd they do this? How'd they do this? And this is beyond what we ever thought was available back then.
No, there is a YouTube channel that a guy goes through. I forget his name, but he does go through and he makes one of these with old school tools. But he's making each gear by hand. He's making the wire by hand.
Boy, that guy's dork.
He's a dork, yes.
But it is the greatest
Bring him on the show.
Greatest possible version of a dork. I mean it in a good way.
But it is fun to watch. But it's
incredible.
But at the end of the day, that's interesting to be able to recreate it. But the planning of the thing. That's really where
the engineering and mathematics. And then you have to take into consideration, what is this based on? What knowledge was available back then that we did not think was? So we're talking about 2,000 years ago. This is the time of Christ. We did not think that they had any kind of machines that were in any way similar to that thing. What else don't we know?
Right.
What else is lost? How much of that stuff is gone? Like if this is 2,000 years ago and it's that corroded, what does 10,000 years do to it? Right?
The dust at the bottom. Right. And the fact that you even found it at the bottom of the ocean is a miracle in itself.
Yeah. This is what's important to understand. And this is another lie that Flink Dibble told about the number of shipwrecks that have been found. And not only that, but what would be left over after just a few thousand years. And that when they find these 1,000-year-old shipwrecks, they don't find any wood anymore. You just find the pottery. So you just know where the shipwreck is because there's a bunch of gold on the ground and some pots. But if you go back 10,000 years before that, how much has the surface of the floor of the ocean shifted? How much of that stuff has been covered up? How much is it? 10,000 years is so long. Now, what if it's 20,000? What if it's 30,000? Yeah. To say we don't know is the correct thing. It's the correct thing to do, and that's what nobody wants to do.
There's a hypothesis. It's more of a like a mental. I forget the name of what you call it. Like a mind teaser, like a way to make your brain think. It's called the Silurian hypothesis. The Silurians are a Doctor Who monster that supposedly lived on Earth like millions of years before humans. Wake up one day and they find all these monkeys running around, and they decide they don't like us. But the hypothesis is, how would you determine if there was a species or an advanced civilization that lived on the Earth 1 million years ago, 5 million years ago? As soon as we have fossil fuels, as long as we have the first bit of oil had been created on the planet, you could have a civilization like ours. So what would you look for? The only conclusion is maybe nuclear stuff. If they tested like maybe a nuclear power plant, we might still be able to find some radioactive material. But beyond that, not a goddamn thing. After 10 million years, you can find a fucking bit of it. And that's what their conclusion is. And this is a scientific thing. This is something, a thought tool. That's what it's called. It's something that they use in science, in archaeology and history and stuff, presumably, to look at that problem. But these guys, like Flint, obviously didn't do that. Like I said, he thinks people are stupid. He said right here sitting in this room that, oh, well, it doesn't matter how long something's underwater. You might think that it matters how long something's underwater, but it really does. It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Of course it does.
The fuck, anybody knows that. This is basic
just in terms of whether or not you're going to find it. Right? They haven't done like a comprehensive LiDAR scan of the bottom of the ocean floor. They just have not done that. That's not possible right now. But if they did do it, who fucking knows what they'd find down there?
Well, here's where things get nuts, is that here we are talking about things as far as tens of thousands of years. So we do have a site that Graham Hancock highlighted in season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse called Gunung Padang in Indonesia, and Jamie, I have a folder on this. So this pyramidal structure could potentially be 27,000 years old. It's hotly debated. But as Graham Hancock highlighted, there is a subterranean tunnel and chamber which may have those dates, and it's not being excavated. And a geologist, Danny Nanavajawa, I never pronounce it correctly, forgive me, Danny, but he is a geologist that analyzed the ground penetrating radar, and he said there's strong likelihood that it's man-made. Now, the skeptics, the academics will say, well, it's probably just a lava tube because the structure is volcanic in nature. But something interesting has happened, that back in 2014, the Indonesian government said that they were willing to allocate unlimited resources and funding to excavate the site. Something shifted a handful of years ago where they're not excavating it now, and as of today, there's no plan in place to find out what that subterranean chamber is. So if it was indeed man-made, we don't know. It could be natural, it could be man-made, but we're never going to know what it is until we go digging. And
well,
right now,
know for sure is that people occupied the land above it after that.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. That is a man-made
Double
structure. It was volcanic in nature, but they terraced it. It's a pyramidal-like structure. It's not a pyramid.
And we do have examples over and over again of truly ancient things, unexplainable things, where people built more crude versions above it.
All over the world.
The lava tubes, there's all kinds of places in South America where they have a big pyramid built on top of a spring. The lava tube could have been a cave that was sacred that they just kept embellishing and kept embellishing and kept embellishing. Saying it's just a lava tube, not a man-made tunnel down there is a non sequitur. Anybody who knows anything about ancient history could understand how a sacred site could have a pyramid built on top.
Let's take a bathroom break.
Yes.
Come back. Awesome. Okay, so where were we?
Well, we're about the lack of excavations at Gunung Padang, and this should segue into something that's very, very interesting, which is the Great Pyramid of Giza. I've already said that Göbekli Tepe is arguably not just the oldest, but the most mysterious ancient site on Earth because it's not supposed to exist. However, the Great Pyramid of Giza, I would say, probably trumps it from the standpoint that it's just so mysterious and sophistication, as well as the fact that we have no idea how it was constructed. And it's arguably the most debated structure in all of human history for two standpoints. One of which is that so many people debate on whether it was built to be a tomb for the pharaohs, or whether it was some sort of lost technology and had some other purpose, whether it's energy or whatever it may be, which is a fascinating topic, and I'll have a story involving me visiting it there with a certain person that really is, it's a story in itself. But let me say this. So there, back in 8 years ago, back in 2016, through Muon Technology, they discovered that there's a hidden chamber in the Great Pyramid, which is massive. Jamie, I have a folder on this, the Great Pyramid Hidden Void. And it was established in 2017 through a scientific study. So we're talking discovered 8 years ago, corroborated 8 years ago, corroborated 7 years ago in a study.
No Egyptologist debates it at all.
Is that a rough interpretation of the shape?
Yes, they don't know the exact shape of it. They have an approximate size and an approximate shape.
So now, many theorize that it is a second so-called Grand Gallery. It was originally thought to be 30 meters long. Now they have it at over 40 meters long, so almost 150 feet. And it is above the so-called Grand Gallery. And So when they first discovered it, Zahiwas came out of the woodwork and like denounced it and said this is nothing, and they said they're going to spend a few years debating with the international community on how to go about it. Brother, that was 7-8 years ago, almost rounding up to a decade. And as of today, there is no plan of any kind to go and find out what's in there.
So they would have to go through the walls to get to it?
No, actually, brother, they could just drill a half-inch diameter hole and set a little tube camera through it, and they could figure out what's in there by the end of the week.
Get an endoscope right there, just like when you go to the doctor.
And here's what's so important about this. Like, we're talking about the most debated and argued the most important structure in all of human history. Was it a tomb? Was it a lost technology? We have no idea how they even built it. That's the only thing that's more debated than that is how did the Egyptians construct the pyramid? So many theories have already been debunked on it. We just don't know how they did it.
2,300,000 stones that were supposedly all put in place within 20 years.
Right.
The 20 years part, I've referred to that as like the gateway drug to becoming a pyramidian. It's that 20 years thing's the stupidest fucking thing. And any guy who's ever stacked bricks for 5 minutes knows that is absurd. But they just run with that because, you can't. That's one of the weird things. The written record is more robust than the actual, science. Like the carbon dating for the pyramid and the written record are a couple hundred years off. All of the entire Fourth Dynasty, the carbon dating is a couple hundred years off. They just come up with some explanation for it and stick to that written record.
Well, my favorite is when they look at the hieroglyphs that depict pharaohs from 30,000 years ago. They're like, oh, that's all bullshit.
Yeah, but the one that, a little further down, this is important shit here. But up there,
well, why do you think that the 30,000-year mark is bullshit, but the 5,000-year mark is legit? Like, that is really weird, guys.
It is.
Like, why are you conveniently ignoring all this other stuff while validating the more recent stuff?
Because it contradicts the textbooks they already wrote.
Contradicts the educators.
That dynamic, really quick, that dynamic, you mentioned Christopher Dunn. When he saw one of my recent videos about 2 months ago, me and him are going to start, he's going to come on my channel, and each artifact that he's covered, we're going to discuss one at a time. He knows I don't believe in ancient high technology, and he told me, basically, to summarize what he said, is that he is tired of having either yes men or cynics. He wants somebody that doesn't agree with him to sit down and have a conversation about these things, and that'll be honest, and we can actually get somewhere. And it was like the guy'd been waiting 40 years for me. I had a fucking GED, and I worked as an electrician. I should not be the one sitting in the chair next to the man, but all the people qualified to do it want to treat him like he's an idiot.
Right. And his theory is very fascinating. It was some sort of a power plant generated hydrogen, and it's feasible.
It's wild, and I got to tell you, when you walk through the Great Pyramid, there's nothing about it that resembles anything like a tomb. It seems like it was some sort of industrial function that had a function of some kind. So here's the story, and I have his permission to share it. So I had the only thing more wild than the topic of the mysteries of lost ancient civilizations is the diverse nature of people that are into this topic. So I had the pleasure of connecting with George St. Pierre, the GOAT, the great legendary UFC fighter. And because of him is how I went with him to Baalbek. He had unique connections, and I was able to go with him, and we had connected, and then I went with him from there to Egypt. And we went inside the Great Pyramid. It was his first time in there. And we basically tipped the guard, I'll just say it. And we had the King's Chamber alone to ourselves for a few minutes. And we were with Yusuf Awiyan, who's the son of late Hakim Abdullah Awiyan, who is the mentor of John Anthony West. And he was in the Pyramid Code. And so George laid in the so-called sarcophagus. And Yusuf did the Om. I can't do it, but you do it with your throat. And he does it inside the box, and it makes the whole granite box vibrate. I've experienced it's wild. It's the reverberation off the stone. So he did that to George. George laid in it, and he did it for about a minute. So George comes out of the box. His eyes were wide open, and he said, "Yeah, there he is." He said, "I'm coming out of retirement. I'm going to win the title." And he just started pacing around the room. So fast forward 3-4 hours later, I'm in the hotel pool with him.
What year was this?
Just last year, September of 2023. And just to clarify, at that time he was considering doing a grappling match. That's not what he was talking about. He was talking about winning the UFC world title again. So fast forward a few hours later, I'm at the hotel, the Mina House, Marriott hotel pool with the pyramids overlooking us. And I'm like, hey, George, you said you were thinking about coming out of retirement. And he's like, I love his accent. No, Jimmy, I'm not coming out of retirement. And I said, well, what made you say that? He's like, he thought about it. He's like, it's just how I felt. So just to clarify, arguably the GOAT, although him and John Jones, they're comparable, just different, but the GOAT. And his first inclination out of coming out of the box with his eyes wide open was like, I'm coming out of retirement, I'm going to win the title. And I asked him, and he's like, no, I'm not going to do it. It's just how I felt in the moment. And I'm like, when people talk about it in the context of it being some sort of energy device, some people have speculated that with all these legends of humans living to hundreds and even thousands of years, some people have proposed that maybe it was a DNA restoration. I have no idea what it was. I just don't think it was a tomb. I think it was something else. I think it was a functional structure of some kind. But the fact that someone like him, with his history and his accomplishments, the fact that that was the first thing that he felt coming out of that box after doing the reverberation
How do I not have any bullets?
is a story.
Like, how is that even
I don't know what to
possible?
make of it.
I think that's normal.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think a guy like that has always got it in the back of his head.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the highlights of his life. When he was conquering everyone in the welterweight division, he was the greatest fighter on the planet Earth. It's the highlight of his life. So anytime he gets an elevated feeling, I'm sure that's one of the reasons why, like a lot of old fighters, they drink a lot or they do drugs. I think they're trying to, they experience highs that most people could never imagine.
Right.
And I think whenever they experience a new high, some new thing, they get in their head, I'm making a fucking comeback. And they want to chase that dragon.
They get in the ring with Jake Paul.
Well,
Sorry.
I think that probably had more to do with money.
Yeah.
But it's just this thing that just is in every one of those people.
Yeah, that makes sense. Although, the fact that he's laying inside the Great Pyramid, and you would almost think that'd be the furthest thing from his mind at the time.
It's an elevated experience. Right? So it's an elevated experience. It makes him very excited. And when a guy like that is very excited, he thinks about the most exciting thing he's ever done. He's like, I'm going to fucking go do it again.
We got to get you in that box. We got to get you in the Great Pyramid.
I'd like to go in the box. I'd like to go there. I really would. It's just a matter of carving out the time. And I really have to do it. But especially, let's see what happens with the world. But the world just keeps getting sketchier and sketchier in certain parts of the world.
Right.
You know, sadly. Yeah, sadly. But it'd be nice to revisit.
Going back to the point of this hidden chamber.
Yeah. Will say, well, we don't want to damage the pyramid anymore. I'm like, okay, I respect that. But the thing is already a wreck. They used tons of dynamite to blast their way in it. The casing stones were all blown off. Right.
Is it better now?
I don't so between Göbekli Tepe not being fully excavated, Gunung Padang,
Thanks, brother.
as well as the Great Pyramid, arguably the three
Sometimes my mic goes a little
most
whack.
mysterious ancient sites on Earth, for some reason, are not being appropriately excavated.
Isn't there a chamber underneath the Sphinx as well?
Thanks, guys. Thanks for watching this level and me.
There's something there, but they're not.
I'm like friggin' locked in. I'm really locked in and focused.
They say that there's supposed to be something more there, but like that's dicey as far as what they know.
They have never released any photos or video or of any kind underneath the Sphinx. So it's like, okay, just stick a camera in there with a flashlight and show us that there's nothing in there. Like,
or just show us what is in there. It shows the walls.
They say there's nothing in there. And I'm like, okay, well, show me what nothing looks like.
Right.
So, like, I'm just, look, I'm an outsider in this, and I have an inquisitive mindset.
You're not. You're a human being on planet Earth, and you're a part of history.
And you know what? Every single person alive has an inherent right to know the true history of our origins, and I don't care what country you're born in, because people have come after me like, it is none of your business what's happening at Göbekli Tepe, you're not a Turkish citizen, and I say, Excuse me, it is a
Linus
they elected
Ulmark.
for it to become a World Heritage Site. So they have thrown that out the window. It is everyone's
Swiss
It
cheese.
surely is.
Sicilian.
That's Sicilian.
Sicilian. It doesn't make any sense. It's the
You don't
history.
have any place to weigh in on Nazi Germany because you don't live in Germany. Fuck off.
It's the people of Earth. It's like we have a very fractured understanding.
Like, who
of
hit me
the
there?
history
Like,
of
what?
people on Earth.
Come on, man.
Is an excellent piece of evidence that points to that. We don't really understand
Hate
why
left
they did it or who
strafe,
did it.
man.
And there's probably more of those things out there that we missed. The Sahara Desert's the greatest example. Right? If they did some sort of very
Sends
comprehensive
Goldeneye.
examination of the Sahara Desert, like say, if technology advances to the point where they can do like some really comprehensive, like underground scanning of that entire part of the continent, who fucking knows?
Yeah. Only 5% of the Sahara has been studied as far as like with, say with the use of LiDAR technology.
Right.
They're using it from space and they keep finding new structures that are prehistoric. They don't know who made them or when. And throughout the
They use
Sahara.
it from space?
Yeah,
They
it's
use
called
LiDAR from space?
It's called archaeology from space, and they use satellites. So this is what's interesting is that they can use satellites with LiDAR that can penetrate, like, I might be butchering this, but I want to say 10 meters. I could be off on that, but it's a substantial amount of depth from a satellite penetrating through dirt. I'm like, who would have thought that could even exist?
Right.
It's pretty amazing.
That's,
It is.
We have good evidence that they didn't have that.
No, they
Those
probably
ancient
didn't have
satellites. I mean, I guess their orbit would decay.
Yeah, it'd
Probably
fall,
after a
actually,
while.
yeah, it'd fly back into
Yeah,
it.
because ours do.
You know, a couple things about Ganong Padang worth mentioning. When they were excavating on that, the president was of the opinion, the same opinion that Dr. Dani Nadiwajawa is, that Nadi Wajawa wrote a book.
Come on,
Plato was
man.
right, that like Atlantis is in Indonesia. So the
Like,
president
how do I
of-
not get
of
any ammo
Jawa
there?
back then believed that that was the case, and so he was throwing money at it. When he lost his bid,
Yeah, buddy.
he was elected and somebody else took over, he was the one that shut everything down. He's in more lockstep with the archaeologists and stuff, the mainstream guys. So that's one of the reasons it was a changing of the guard, is why all of it just stopped. So one guy was into it, and the next guy ain't.
Well, okay, here we go. You just opened up the window.
Yeah, there it is.
Here we go, Jimmy. So the WF conspiracy, it is nothing more than a conspiracy theory. I am not at all convinced that there's something here with them trying to suppress ancient history. Let me be clear. But there is a correlation between what's going on at Göbekli Tepe and Ganong Padang, that the minister, so this is a government position, the Minister of Technology, Education, Research, and Technology, something along those lines, in Indonesia. This gentleman came into power, I believe, in 2018. His name's Nakim, or something Nakaram. I have a slide of him in my Ganong Padang thing. He's a global shaper within the World Economic Forum, and he is the head decision maker of excavations that would or would not happen, this gentleman, at Ganong Padang. Now, be clear, I'm not saying he's suppressing it.
Oh, the double duck.
And I'm not saying that the
Come on,
WF
man.
is trying
Why?
to suppress our ancient history. All I'm sharing here is that it just so happens that the gentleman that's in charge of decision making, let me be clear, I said it earlier, they went from saying that there will be unlimited resources and funding to excavate Ganong Padang. It stopped. And as of right now, there's no plan in place to do it. And I'm just sharing that the person who would make that decision, or has the power to do so, happens to be a global shaper. And Klaus Schwab, the former head of the World Economic Forum, I have a video of
Come
him
on, no
gloating
way.
about how they've infiltrated government cabinets, the media all over the world, and are enacting their initiatives.
Come on, bro.
Yes, they've infiltrated the cabinets. It's very good. You can eat the bugs.
Did you see the photo of him in the bathroom?
No, I would love to. No,
we
please
have
show
the
us.
photo of him in our bathroom here with the fucking
Nice,
crazy
buddy.
Darth Vader outfit on.
Oh, yeah.
What difficulty?
That was bizarre.
Wackiest fucking outfit
And what
ever.
strat?
It's so on the nose.
I know.
You're an evil supervillain.
He looks like a Bond villain, a Bond, James Bond villain.
Dang, dude.
More crazy than that. Like,
Elusive,
more crazy
Mr.
than a Bond
Elusive.
villain.
Yeah.
More crazy than a Bond villain.
120
Like a
Aztec Agent on Xbox.
He's a Sith Lord.
That's
or
what you have,
something.
right? 120?
Crazy person to put that fucking thing on and go out in public unless
Yeah,
it's a Halloween
121?
costume.
Yeah.
Like, it's a
something
bizarre
crazy.
outfit for you to wear. And if everyone's worried about these secret societies and people that are in control and pulling the strings of the world, what are they worried about? They're worried about fucking crackpots that dress like this. That's what they're worried about. Eyes wide shut parties. Like that kind of shit. You got that photo?
Man.
It's
Look at that.
fucking crazy.
And he
The
wore
photo- That photo right there. That's the one we have.
On what system?
Christ, yeah.
On
In front
Xbox
of
and
the podium.
N64?
We're looking all like, wow. What is that fucking photo? What is that outfit you're wearing, sir?
That looks like something from some like 1970s dystopian
Yeah,
film.
yeah. 100%. Like Metropolis or something.
Yeah. Death Race 2000, the original.
Like, what the fuck is that? That outfit's so crazy. Wow. Imagine someone.
I think it was having to do with the event.
Oh, they all
Yeah,
were.
he got an honorary doctorate. This is at a university somewhere.
Xbox, oh wow.
Fucking crazy that's what you wear there anyway. Like, what are you doing? You're dressed like a druid.
Well, they even got a magic card on me. Look at that.
It's so weird.
So again,
Look at
going
that
back,
other outfit. Look at that
141.
that's
AI generated it.
okay. So when I look at Göbekli Tepe, and
Yeah, man, you can quick pause like crazy on Xbox too.
a bit bizarre that partnership with the Doges group was literally announced.
Can you imagine how
World
fast
Economic Forum meeting in
you can get
Davos.
so many quick pauses
And
in there?
I
Oh my
also
god,
should
dude.
share
You
this,
can max them
that
out.
I may have been banned from Turkey. So this is hilarious. So after my video
That'd be
came
cool
out,
to watch, bro. That'd be awesome.
what's his name?
That'd be so
Krul, what's his name?
fast,
Dr.
man.
Krul. So the head of,
You could blow 141 out of the water, man. What's it now? 142, 143, I think? You can blow it out of the water, man. The quick pauses.
He was quoting an article
100%.
saying that I should be sanctioned, and then he
Doesn't
followed up with,
matter.
like, I will be sanctioned. And I'm like, well, how are you going to keep me out of Göbekli Tepe? Have I been banned from Turkey? Because American citizens don't need a
'Cause you
visa
max
to
it
go
out
to
at
Turkey
6.
unless they're going to be there more than 90 days. So if I could apply ahead of time. Like in Egypt, you can apply for a
Yeah, you're
tourist
right.
visa ahead of time, and I know if I was rejected.
I don't know, man. I think sometimes if you like do a bazillion, it's still faster than if you do like just 6.
Well, it means
I don't know.
bans.
I mean, you're not gonna let them in the country.
It means I go to the airport and get rejected.
Yeah, that's my bro science.
Is possibly what would happen.
He said it will happen. I don't know that it's happened.
No hockey to watch? Why is that?
And I'm like, well, damn it. I'm like, if I'm going to land there and get turned around, that would suck.
Well, you might be able to make a nice video about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Why no hockey, brother?
Right, that's a video.
Sure. I mean, kind of like helps you.
Right? I'm over the target with Göbekli Tepe.
Or at least you're making them uncomfortable, right? You're forcing them to consider why they've chosen this. If it's just for economic reasons, which does make sense. If so many people are already going there, why should we spend more money? I get that.
Well, and it makes sense, and it's the most likely explanation. It's probably true. But that means that then this is an issue of either mismanagement or incompetence, because it is inexcusable that, because as of right now, their plan is that it will not be fully excavated. It will not
Wow,
be
insane.
excavated in any
They
of our
deserve it, bro.
lifetimes. And there could potentially
They
be
absolutely
answers
deserve it.
involving our ancient past
I would
in
give them a
Göbekli
week
Tepe,
off.
And it is entirely inexcusable that we wouldn't dig
Come
it
on,
up.
bro.
And I don't actually think it will take away from
They
tourism
played the
by
game
removing the
7
history.
in
People,
June.
500,000 people a year
Come on.
are visiting it just because. And if they dig it up,
And they're so
more, then
young.
in my opinion, that's more reason to go there.
Well, what did you show, Jamie?
Good play.
About the
Well played,
funding,
NHL.
Good on the day?
Yes.
It does
Well
say that
played.
thing about unlimited funding, but things it might have been.
And Connor McDavid just got married.
It's coming from the Jakarta Post. It talks about how
Well played.
soldiers were using hose to excavate. They didn't like that. It mentions the first disbursement of 250 grand was put out.
Is this from 2014? This
It's the
article?
same article. It shows the thing that says unlimited amount of research funding, but it says it was taken from other funding, and then it says that there's a lack of funding right below it.
They came down from 3-1, right? Weren't they down 3-1? And they pushed game 7? If I remember right?
To the tube to figure out if it's a lava tube or
Or were they
something
down
man-made.
3-0
This
or
is
something
not expensive.
crazy?
It could get done for thousands of
I
dollars.
think they were
not
down
millions of dollars.
3-1.
And if it is a 27,000-year-old pyramidal structure, as Graham
Yeah,
Hancock
that's
has
crazy.
proposed, the data is not proven. It's hotly debated. But let me just make this crystal clear.
In the modern
We don't know
NHL,
what it is.
though. No,
It could
I'm just kidding, man.
potentially
I'm just
be
kidding.
the oldest ancient ruin on Earth. And we're never going to know the answer until we go looking. And it is entirely unacceptable that we're not doing it.
Well,
What is happening?
There's a thing to get like less conspiratorial, but
Oh my
support
god,
for
this
very
freaking
real
game,
position
bro.
of- There's a thing in science with their paradigms.
3-0, yeah.
With the origins of Earth science.
Yeah, so crazy.
They were expected to bear out the Bible, prove the Bible right. Then evolution, and then Darwin.
It's too bad.
And then
It really
was
is.
gradualism. prove the Bible wrong. There is no major global flood. And gradualism, they assume that everything happens slowly.
But they have arguably a better team this year now.
And that lasted from the late 1700s.
I would say they have a better team on paper.
1800s, excuse me, all the fucking way up.
It's crazy.
1980, when the KT dinosaur killing meteor was accepted. Before that, there was no such thing as punctuated equilibrium, which is what they call it now.
The Leafs were favorites versus the Golden Knights tonight. The game's starting right now. I was gonna bet on it. The Knights were like plus 110. Like, dang, dude.
So my point is that if they think that
it's hard not to bet on Vegas when they're not like,
they're expected to maintain,
and then the underdog, you know.
This the kind of opposition that they face.
I'm gonna check the lines actually.
Like the Clovis first. Like when Flint was on here and he tried to play that one down. Not only were careers ruined from that, but one thing you'll almost never hear mentioned was Clovis first was version 2 of this. Before that, it was the Folsom Point. And
Matthews is out? Oh shit, dude, I totally got a fucking bet on him, bros. You suspended.
Then they found the Clovis. This isn't
really?
It's not some novel time.
Why?
Well, there was a scientific debate and a few. No. This is standard operating.
I think I missed it, bros.
It's always fucking been
Can we
done.
make it still?
So
Golden Knights, Leafs. What do we got? Money line.
It's just human ego and control. It's
super boost.
Humans always want to be the experts, and they always
money.
want to be the one in
oh, they're
control.
both at minus 110 now.
Information that's new that's coming out counters their control.
The spread,
their
Knights 1.5.
It's just ego.
It's just kind of messed up because I mean, I know scientists are people, but
it should all be what we know now. This is what we know now. And when new information comes along, okay, now we're thinking about it in a different way. But the problem is they publish books.
Yeah.
And these books...
Science suck. I mean, I might not bet on it.
We now know, we are sure that this...
I don't...
What are
I'm
your
not a big
thoughts
better.
on the dating of the pyramids, and how do they date the pyramids?
I saw Vegas was the underdog, which is crazy, but now they're...
that they could find in between the stones. Obviously, you can't carbon date stones themselves. Right. So you have to use some sort of organic material that's around that.
The best
I missed it. No, still at minus 110.
Somewhere around
I'm not gonna do it.
4,500 years ago. That was from organic material taken between casing stones.
Good shit.
You could argue that the casing stones were restored.
They're both minus 110 now on the money line.
Parts of the Sphinx.
Which is dumb.
I don't know how.
It's probably the accurate answer.
4,500 years ago, then our understanding of what was happening on the Giza Plateau at that time is vastly different than the people that were. If you look at any academic textbook, they show people wearing loincloths and barefoot constructing the pyramid. And that's nah.
Well, even
pretty cool, very cool.
It's a bunch of guys with sandals pulling a sled.
So that depiction, which should be in my Ramesseum folder, Jamie, that one statue was only 58 metric tons.
Only?
Well, compared to the other big boys.
So this is what they say. They say, well, they pulled it on a sledge, which is like a wooden sled. And I'm like, the Ramesseum statue is 15 times heavier.
I might only play this another hour more.
Yeah, this is what they always show. They always show these naked dudes. Yeah, look at them, bare ass.
It's good. We're getting in like a good.
So just to be clear, I know,
we're playing very well.
Dumb and primitive, and then playing
the dude with the whip. He's got some clothes on. Look at that. That guy's got clothes on.
If I can get like 2-3 hours in a day,
they found is that when they studied the
instead of going psycho mode,
in the enclosures where the people that worked in the pyramid lived, they're not slaves.
Takes about half an hour to warm up though.
They're fed well, and it seems like they were highly skilled.
They had to have been. I mean, I've tried to suss. To me,
this level is just so fucking intense, man.
The accuracy of the pyramid to itself. It's like a perfect square with like 2 inches of deviation at 756 feet per side. That's like tiny fraction of a percentage off. You're like machine age standards on a fucking gigantic fucking scale.
Right.
The only thing I could come up with was, and I have to test it, but like if you had a concave mirror, it creates a little circle of light like a magnifying glass does that will start a fire. At a certain distance, it's going to be the same size no matter what. So you could calibrate that, and if you have to have everything exactly set up, but if you shot at a target and filled up a perfect circle, you could know it was exact range. That kind of thing would work because you can't measure this with ropes. You can't measure the. I mean, ropes sag and they're affected by humidity and stuff. And again, it's 2 inches at 756 feet. That's not.
Yo, how clutch was Eric's ending
Oh no, it's not. This is just the base.
On his
perimeter.
Depot SA-38, how
That's
clutch was that
there's an
ending?
outline around the pyramid
The
where
train
it
shot,
was kind of scratched into the ground.
the hut.
For where they think that they used water and stuff to do.
After the 2 boosts,
and they generally measure around that.
I was just like really clutch.
And any deviation,
That train shot was absolutely clutch.
each rock as you get up to 2,300,000 stones to build the peak of the pyramid. Any
It was like
deviation
perfect.
Either side would fuck the whole thing up.
Oh man.
It is virtually perfect.
Yeah.
Not quite perfect, but it is virtually.
Well, it's made by humans, allegedly, or Anunnaki. Do you know, the Anunnaki one is the most fun because I love those
That's
stories.
so
I love
risky,
such
leaving the
stuff.
run
Just
up to like
'cause it's
one
the
shot. Like it's crazy.
funnest possibility is that human beings were genetically engineered by a superior race that came here to mine gold.
I was telling Jim actually
Like,
last
come on,
night.
man.
Archaeologists frequently refer to the Clovis hypothesis as elegant, and I often tell them that this is actually Chris Hitchens' stuff is even more elegant. It explains why we want gold and silver. I mean, come on. That's all around the entire world.
The gold one's the weird one because you can't make any tools out of it, you can't make weapons out of it, and yet it was the most prized metal.
And it works really good for when you get to a higher level of tech all of a sudden. It's pretty useful, isn't it?
It's very useful. And then there's also the idea of suspending particles in the atmosphere.
Like Chris talks about.
Right, which is what Bill Gates wants to do today, that fucking kook. Like, hey, fuckface, there's a lot of people living here. You don't get to choose when the shades get put on the earth because you have this goofy climate change narrative. I don't believe you.
Right.
I don't like that you're even talking about doing this. How about a global vote as whether or not this one asshole created Windows 95 gets to do this?
He didn't create anything. He bought the patent off that IBM guy. I love putting that on blast because it's like, I think he suffers from an inferiority complex. I think that he's jealous of Elon Musk and others. I think his time.
I hate left strafe. I really hate it.
Yeah. And
I don't know why I keep trying it. I don't think I'm gonna try it anymore. It works.
He was once the king,
Because it
the
works.
richest man on earth, and now he's
He's
not.
just so
and I
dumb.
think that that's all he wants. I think
Again, power, human power and ego, and especially people that have enormous resources and control over things. They don't want to relinquish that grip.
Yep. It's like, bro, he should be living in an all-inclusive, riding jet skis. You made it, brother. You're
Right,
rich.
you should be living like Jeff Bezos.
Right. Yeah. On that yacht.
Be happy. Hot girl.
So laggy.
Yeah.
At least be happy.
That's what I want out of my billionaires. I want Jeff Bezos. When people criticize him, I'm like, what are you talking about? He's living the dream. All of a sudden, he's jacked. He's got a super hot girlfriend. He's got a giant yacht. Fuck yeah.
Flying in space with fucking Captain Kirk. Come on.
Big old dick rocket.
I can't figure out why he runs the Washington Post, because he owns the Washington
Well,
Post.
he's changed the shit out of it.
Has he?
Yeah, there's a big to-do about it because he released this article that we have to, or released a story rather. He wrote a piece essentially saying that you have to take divergent viewpoints. You have to take a bunch of different perspectives. We can't just be this left-wing echo chamber, and it's the reason why the business is faltering. I mean, all of these... I was just reading something about CNN's ratings and MSNBC's ratings post-election. They've crashed. All these left-wing kooks on YouTube are hemorrhaging subscribers. Where people go, you guys are out of touch, you're not accurate, you're delusional, and people are speaking with their subscriptions, and they're speaking with their purchasing of the Washington Post, and they're purchasing the New York Times. The New York Times just debunked, in the most insane way, debunked RFK Jr.'s assertion that the ingredients in Fruit Loops are different in Canada than they are in the United States. They fact-checked it while saying he was accurate. So their fact check, it's so dumb when you see I tweeted it. The fact check is so dumb because the fact check says it's not correct. They have the same ingredients except for these harmful chemicals. What the fuck are ingredients? Mr. Kennedy has singled out Fruit Loops as an example of a product with too many artificial ingredients, questioning why the Canadian version has fewer than the U.S. version.
Come
But
on,
he was
shoot the
wrong.
fucking
The
man.
ingredient list is roughly the same, although Canada's has natural colorings made from blueberries and carrots, while the U.S. product contains red dye 40, yellow 5, and blue 1, as well as butylated hydroxytoluene, or BHT, a lab-made chemical that is used for freshness, according to the ingredient label. That is the fucking dangerous chemicals that are banned in Canada that we're trying to get rid of in America, and that are so they're literally saying he was wrong, but he was right.
Yeah, that made my brain hurt just reading it. It was just like,
New
fuck.
York fucking times.
Well, PewDiePie hadn't dressed like a Nazi for a while, so I didn't have anything to talk about, right?
I don't know what that's about.
Oh, sorry.
But this is what the New York Times is doing. So, of course, you're going to hemorrhage subscribers. Of course. You're crazy. You're saying something that's nuts. And also, what is your motivation? Like, what's your motivation for removing potentially harmful and toxic chemicals? If someone is trying to do that for the greater health of the population, if we're saying that these things have been eliminated in other countries because they've been proven to be dangerous, what is your motivation for saying he was wrong?
Well,
what else could it be?
Monsanto, brother.
Ideology, you know, left-wing rejection of RFK Jr. because now he's connected to Trump, which is connected to Nazis. It's like you go down this fucking weird rabbit hole with these people, and they're like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to remove all leftover credibility? Are you trying to eliminate because you lost so much credibility? Are you trying to kill it all? Are you secretly working for the Chinese? Like, what are you doing?
They're all
what
in.
Are you doing?
It's probably backed by Monsanto or something, because if you look at like
That
these
is
cereals,
a crazy statement.
It's to think that the media was once called the fourth estate in this country is mind-blowing, honestly. To think that we used to consider them the fourth estate of government, that it was like this, our father's generation, that's what they considered. Ted Koppel, man, they're fucking...
Well, what I'm hoping is that what Jeff Bezos has said about the Washington Post, and I know what CNN is considering doing, and they've made some sort of a trend towards a more objective form of journalism, but they're still compromised by the sponsors. They're still compromised by the advertisers. They're so compromised that I don't know if they can ever get to where they really need to be to compete with actual, objective, real journalists that are independent. Because I don't think they can. So it's kind of crazy. It's like they're digging their own grave.
Yep.
Every day. And then they're lashing out at all the other people that aren't digging their own grave. It's like, you guys are insane. So crazy.
they're doing it to themselves, and now it's like, what is it, citizen journalist? How did Elon Musk put it? It's like, you are now the journalist, or how, I'm misquoting him, but...
X is mainstream media now. That is the mainstream media. That's where most people are getting their news now.
The views speak for itself, you know?
Like, it's not just the views, it's the community knows. The fact that you can actually fact check these things. And then you have all these brilliant people that are participating in this live debate in real time online about what's real and what's not. And you're finding all, specifically when they found the Twitter files. And they're like, Jesus Christ, the FBI's involved in this? Like, what the fuck is going on? This is so crazy. The FBI is involved in deciding what's real and what's not on Twitter.
Unreal.
And you're banning journalists? You're banning scientists? Like, this is really crazy.
Yeah, and it's bad for society. But, you know, it's caused irreparable harm with misinformation.
But it's not. So it's bad initially, but then ultimately it's good. Because ultimately, we learn who you can and can't trust. And you say, well, who's just honest and accurate? Because there's a lot of money in being honest and accurate.
Yeah.
You know, this is what's crazy. Like, all these independent journalists are doing really well. Well, because they don't have a fucking giant building in Atlanta that's filled with 1,000 workers, right? So they don't have the overhead for terrible ratings. Yeah. Terrible ratings and a massive overhead. Like, you're kind of fucked.
Yeah.
So it's great for us that it leads to the rise of these guys like Matt Taibbi that used to be a part of the system and now are independent. Glenn Greenwald, all these type of people. Michael Schellenberger, people that you can actually trust. They're going to tell you the truth because there's actually money in telling the truth.
Yep.
It's a great business model.
It's course corrected, and you're proof of it, and all these other people, you know, whether it's Tucker Carlson and many, many others,
Proof
like
of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know.
There is a course correction, and the problem is they've dug their heels in so much, and they'll write articles like that New York Times article that are so crazy. Oh, congratulations!
They changed the wording a little bit. Here's what it looked like.
They changed it. They got busted. Well, it's because it got like 10 million views on X in a day.
It got blasted.
It got blasted everywhere.
Well, that kind of double thinks insane.
So this is what they said here. Why do we have Fruit Loops in this country that have 18 or 19 ingredients? You go to Canada, it's 2 or 3, Mr. Kennedy asked. He was wrong on the ingredient count. They're roughly the same. But they're still missing the whole fucking point. So the ingredient count is roughly the same. So there's still 19 ingredients in the Canadian version, but it's all just like sugar and wheat and like carrot dye and blueberry dye and whatever the fuck else they have.
They found a factual error that they could pull at instead of addressing the meat of what he was saying.
The meat of what he's saying is that all these things, these dyes, are all illegal in Canada and also illegal in other countries.
It's poison. Cereal is one of the worst things you can consume.
It's delicious. But I wonder if it's just as delicious in Canada, which is crazy. Like, I don't need it to be flavored or colored by fucking dye when you can get it from beets or whatever.
Yeah, the dye thing's crazy. The red dye 40 is actually kind of a big problem. There's a lot of kids that have like ADD kind of symptoms from red dye 40.
Well, I mean, if you're left alone to your own devices and you're a child like I was, you would just fucking pour a bowl after bowl of cereal until you're like ready to explode. Yeah. You know, I would eat fucking Captain Crunch until I had a fucking heart attack.
Lucky Charms eating just the marshmallows.
Oh, yeah. Like, this is bullshit. Where's the marshmallows?
The Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, you get cracked out to Bullwinkle. And you're just eating bowls of sugar.
High.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even know that sugar was bad for you because, again, another fucking conspiracy that turned out to be true. The scientists got bribed by the sugar industry to push all the blame on saturated fat. That's why everybody started using margarine and all this stupid shit. It's like,
eat some plastic.
I love those.
Oh, so crazy. You know, if you leave margarine out, rats don't even eat it.
I was about to say that. You'll see ants that will be eating natural butter, but they won't touch margarine.
Yeah, they eat each other. They don't fuck with margarine. Like,
Something to be said for that.
It's glue.
It's chemical.
It's industrial oil.
Yeah.
It's like really weird. It used to be used for engine lubricant. We're like, whoa, this is great on toast. We're so stupid. We're so fucking stupid.
It's wild when you think about it. The things that we will do, like the Milgram experiment I mentioned before, the experiment they did back after everybody was wondering here in the States why the Nazis were able to convince rank and file normal people to do fucked up stuff. So they got guys in a lab coat, and they had an actor pretend he was getting shocked as a test subject, but the real test subject was the guy they had quote-unquote shocking that guy. Right. And the guy in the lab coat, he kept telling him to do it more, and they found about 30% of the people, if they were told, would shock them all the way up to killing a guy.
Yep.
And that kind of appeal to authority, that kind of worshiping of authority has really, they're gutting it right now, and they're paying the price.
Well, it's just dangerous because authority has a massive responsibility to be accurate. And with that comes humility and the understanding that we don't know everything. It's not possible, which is why we're constantly studying things. And this need to be accurate and need to be correct and need to be the only one who has access to this information to educate people is preposterous. It's really crazy, especially when it comes to something like ancient history, which is why your channel is so popular and your channel and Graham Hancock's shows are so popular, and why these people that want to hold on to that throne are so adamant about labeling them with every possible horrible pejorative.
Well, yeah, that's a really easy way to get them out. Like I said, they're losing authority. Right now, like we're talking about mainstream media or legacy media, I guess you could call it, falling apart and stuff. What I mentioned about PewDiePie earlier, if you remember about 10 years ago, the Adpocalypse, I think it was actually a Wall Street Journal article, but it was a legacy media that wrote about PewDiePie, and they fucking like threw him under the bus. They like misconstrued him and everything else, and the effects were very real. It slapped YouTube content creators across the board. If you look up Adpocalypse, you can read all about it.
Well, they've actually dropped some of the bans on X now, which is great.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, a sign of the culture shifting also after the election.
There's a lot
realizing that there's actually a lot of money in advertising there. Like, what are you, fucking retarded?
Right.
Everybody's there. It's the #1 platform on earth for people discussing things.
It's the future.
Why wouldn't you advertise there? Because you're trying to bleed that guy out. But you fucked with the wrong dude. He's crazy. He's got more money than anybody. And he's like, I don't care. I'm buying it. He bought it for twice what it's worth. And they're like, Twitter has lost $20 billion in value. He's a terrible businessman. No, he overpaid. He overpaid substantially to try to save free speech.
This was what you would call an activist investment.
Well, he's just a rare cat who's willing to do something like that. There's not a lot of people that are willing to like lose billions on something. But when you got 200 billion, You're like, let's fucking shift this apple cart.
I'm so glad he's on the right side of history. That guy's
Oh
a
my
hero.
God.
He's a living hero, and X is the future. That is going to be the biggest platform on Earth. That's his goal, right? It's
Well, it certainly already is, and probably will grow. And they keep saying people are going to Blue Sky. Do you know if you go to Blue Sky and you type "there's only 2 genders," you're banned instantly?
Yes, I saw this
People
recently.
are doing it. Yeah, Blue Sky is just the newest echo chamber of the old Twitter.
There's all kinds of people
Stephen King dorks.
Yep.
They're going to go over there and let their brains rot out in an echo chamber.
I've been picking on all of my friends in the real world that were laughing at, I forget the name of the site that Rumble. When everybody was like, "Oh, the right wingers are going to Rumble, ha 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 ha." Now it's like, and all you guys are running the Blue Sky, ha 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 ha. Isn't it fucking funny how that works?
Yeah,
Shout out to Rumble. Rumble's been so good to me. Let me give Chris Pavlovsky a shout out, the CEO of Rumble. I had the pleasure of meeting him, and they've been treating me real good.
Rumble's great.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Yeah, full-on free speech, whether you're on the left or the right, whatever it is.
Anything I want within, as long as it's not violence or something like that.
Of course.
Yeah, so I recommend people.
Everything is legal, which is what it's supposed to be, and that's what the First Amendment is
Come on,
supposed to apply
man.
to. And this is one of the great things about this administration that's coming in, is that Donald Trump wants to apply the First Amendment to all these sites. He wants to stop all this big tech banning, which is, by the way, was terrible for him in 2020. I mean, it's election interference. It truly is, because you're eliminating one complete side of the argument. It's supposed to be one side thinks this, the other side thinks that. They get together and discuss it, and you, as the person outside of it, gets to see who makes the more compelling argument. And the wonderful thing about community notes is you get to see whether or not someone's bullshitting. So let's find out what's right and what's wrong, what's true, what's not. That's what it's supposed to be. But the problem with that is then you don't really have control of the election. And that's what they found out in 2024. They don't have control of it anymore. And you can get Beyonce and pay her $10 million. It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work anymore. No one cares. No one believes them. They don't trust them. They make terrible life choices. And you're like, well, clearly you're not a person I'm going to listen to when it comes to who's going to run the fucking world, Taylor Swift. Right? Just shut the fuck up. This is crazy, Eminem. What are you talking about? How much have you lost? I mean, I want to sit Eminem down with like a political scholar and like tell me what you know about the invasion of Ukraine. What do you know about the coup in 2014? What do you know about NATO moving weapons closer and closer? What do you know about the violation of the treaty that we have? What the fuck are you doing, man? You shouldn't be doing this. This is not the thing for you to be doing here.
These people have no idea what they're talking about. They're all puppets. They're people that don't do any research on their own, and they're just told what to think, or they're compromised.
Well, I think they were getting paid, and I think that's what's even weirder, is that you're allowed to pay people to endorse you for president, which is crazy.
Yeah, Oprah, $2.5 million. Not $1 million. They thought now it's $2.5 million.
Well, I said that to Jamie, but that seems to be like production costs would seem at least slightly elevated for an event. But the weird one was like the Beyonce one. If it's true, and there's a lot of sites reporting it as it is true, but we tried to look, Jamie, it's hard to find what's true and what's not true, because there's a lot of money that was paid to staff, but it's like unclear what that means. And then it's unclear where they burned all the money. And then there's also the money that went to these activist groups. And we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars they paid to people to support this administration, which is kind of supposed to be the other way around. Aren't these groups supposed to be paying money to prop up the campaign because the campaign believes in them? No, you're paying these activist groups to support you, which is just crazy. Also, it didn't work.
It didn't work at all.
Like, you went through $1 billion+ in 3 months. This is so crazy, and you're in debt.
I think a lot of people made some money in the process. That money went somewhere. Where is it now?
That's part of the problem with climate change. That's part of the problem with everything, is that it's profitable to spit out a narrative. And that there's a lot of money being moved around. And this is money in politics. And as much as we can get that out, we need to. And I think one of the most important things about getting that out is this whole thing about pharmaceutical drug companies being able to advertise, which changed in the 1990s. We have to recognize that before the 1990s, pharmaceutical drugs could not advertise on TV. And guess what? We were taking way less and we were way healthier. This is not good, folks. This is not good. And other than Ozempic, which is like at least curbing obesity to a certain extent, what are these drugs are doing good? Like if you look at the overall health of people, it's declining. Obesity is rising. Heart attacks are rising. Strokes are rising. All this shit is bad. We're not moving in the right direction. And yet there's tremendous resistance for change.
But it's funny to me that they would spend so much money on this election when, I mean, it's kind of clear that when one person's platform is do this, and this, the other person's platform is not him. Fucking, I mean, that's like, you know, that's like a riding somebody else's coattails deliberately. She came in with the platform. I'm not Trump. So, okay, well, that's great. But I mean, once people have pierced through the veil of Trump's going to make everything illegal and put everybody that's not white into camps and shit, once they've got past that, what do you have?
Well, it's also, if you're going to develop like a real platform, like a real, you're going to run for president, I would think you would want to do that over a long period of time and be very careful about, treat it like a defense attorney. Like if you were prosecuting this as a case, you would want to have all of your facts that show that you're correct and have all of your arguments, and you would want to have mock arguments. If someone comes to you and says, well, what about this, this, and this? That's not the case, and this is why that's not the case. And you would want to have all your ducks in a row. To me, it's like a fighter that takes a last-minute fight, and they've been sitting around drinking beer, and they haven't gone through a 10-week camp. Like, don't do it. Don't do it. You're not ready for this.
Right.
And if your only strategy is just like a wild punch, which is basically, he's a liar. Like, meanwhile, you're lying about him every fucking day. The Russia collusion shit, the very fine people shit, the fucking, all the thing about, the thing about taking Liz Cheney and executing her. That's all lies. You guys are just lying. And you're saying he's a liar, but yet you're lying all the time, and you're doing it like it's 1995, and there's no social media. But you can't do that anymore, especially when the people that are paying attention to the podcast, well, guess what? Podcasts are 100 times bigger than anything you guys have, and people are listening to that, and they know you're full of shit, and then your numbers decline even further.
Yep.
So I think they were saying that CNN, how much is CNN down? Because I was seeing this on Twitter, and it's hard to know whether or not they're, you know, it's hyperbole or whether or not it's fact. But they were saying CNN's ratings are down like 80% of their peak, and MSNBC is some other preposterous number, and they're both on the chopping block. CNN has talked about mass layoffs of talent because nobody believes them anymore. So it's counterproductive for you to use the same voices, which is why they got rid of Brian Stelter and then they brought him back,
which was so odd. I'm like, you know, I'm looking forward to.
How much talent is missing? They don't have any talent.
They're all going out of business. They're going to have to rebrand. They're going to have to get entire new management. Like, I'll never watch those programs ever again, those networks. Literally never. Like, they're dead to me now.
It's forever. Propaganda. It's at least a percentage of it is propaganda. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable if you're the voice of the news in the world. It's unacceptable for you to have a large percentage of what you're saying to be completely full of shit.
You know, it's funny, you can see the same pattern of attack that they throw at Trump being used against Tulsi Gabbard the last time around when she fucking nailed Kamala in the debate, and she was just like, you can stand here and say all cops are bad, but you got hundreds of thousands of people in jail and prison.
Leftist viewers deal NBC, CNN, a Trump slump ratings crash. Here's why. So what's the numbers? What does it say? Does it say? The Rachel Maddow Show, for example, easily MSNBC's top-rated program, though it only airs once a week, drew just 1.3 million viewers on November 10th. 5 days after the election, a drop of 1 million viewers from the month before. In the key 25 to 54 demographic, the advertisers most covet, Maddow's numbers mark the smallest audience since her show has seen since April of 2022. And she's the #1 show, which is like, you know, if I only got 1 million people watch her show, they're so pissed. Hannity nearly quadrupled her with 420,000 views to her meager 109,000. She got 109,000 people in the 25 to 54.
Yeah, and
so that's a bunch of old cat ladies.
And airports.
Yeah, and airports, right. Outside of Maddow, MSNBC has seen an unprecedented plunge. This is the really bad news. And what is that? For example, on Tuesday, November 11th, the week after the elections, MSNBC attracted its lowest 25 to 54 demo ratings in 23 years. Over on CNN, the demo number was the lowest it has been since June 27th, 2000, when Bill Clinton was president. For the overall week of November 6th through 13th, Fox News averaged 2.23 billion views, while MSNBC attracted a paltry 550,000, and CNN just 399,000. Think about how much money is being pumped into CNN. So go scroll back up a little bit. In fact, Fox News saw its viewership jump by 38% overall since November 5th, after dominating election night by topping all networks, drawing more than 10 million viewers. It's so bad that MSNBC's Joe Scarborough and Mika, how do you say her name, crawled to Mar-a-Lago on Friday to kiss Trump's ring, drawing scorn for their utter shamelessness after years of on-air attacks.
You know, real quick, let me just, you know what they're not including is that on Rumble, Dan Bongino and Steven Crowder had the #1 and #2 ratings on all of election night. So they're just mentioning mainstream networks. They're leaving out the fact that
what did Dan Bongino have?
He had over 500,000 real-time viewers live, and same with Steven Crowder. They were very comparable. They were the #1 and #2 platforms in network? The world.
Really?
Yes.
So what did CNN have at that night?
I'm not entirely sure, but it was way less.
Crazy.
It was way less.
No.
Yeah?
That can't be.
Yep. Look it up.
I would agree that online they probably had the highest, but to compare the world watching CNN and Fox News and MSNBC that night was less than 500,000.
Ooh.
Maybe it's online streaming I'm referring to.
It must be, because didn't it just say Fox News had the highest ratings? They were 5.5
This doesn't
million?
have anything to do with online. That's even saying like the 25 to 54-year-olds will just be people. They're like, why would I turn on the TV? I'll just watch online.
So they dominated it online.
Okay.
So either way, this is what happened after 2016 as well. You know, like or after 2020 rather. Once he's out of office, you can't complain about Trump anymore. Your ratings crash. Like your entire business is operated on fear. It's like, oh, the orange man.
And hatred. I mean, let's be real. There's a lot of people just tune in just.
Yo, Toto bro. What's up, brother?
Just to laugh. I like to get blazed and watch that lady. Like, what the fuck are you saying?
Sad, man.
She's talking about like
it's so crazy.
Entire part of her program
so crazy, man.
Trump to Stalin, Hitler, and Mussolini. And MSNBC compared the rally in Madison Square Garden to the Nazi rally from the 1930s.
Oh,
well, they're all the same. You know, I performed in Madison Square Garden, so that must make me a Nazi as well.
Yep.
Obviously, when I had a show there, I was telling jokes.
Yeah, it's really crazy, man.
Talking about the swastika on 5 continents around the world 10,000 years ago.
Fucking Nazi stuff.
Ukraine wants to start a war with Russia.
I encourage everyone to go watch. Everyone go watch Ancient Apocalypse.
Try to get more money from the U.S.
But one last thing to mention about that is that even John Hoops had compared Ancient Apocalypse. He associated it with Sandy Hook. I am not kidding. This was a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Obviously, they were invaded, but and that is sad too. But yeah, war, man, it's sad.
And therefore, they're connected. And Sandy Hook happened right around the same time as the 2012 thing. Ergo, it's just like, dude, Alex Jones could give you some advice here, buddy. You're gonna get fucking sued. Shut your mouth about Sandy Hook, man. Come on.
It's all the same thing that they do. It's like the same thing Flint Dibble did. You know, connecting it to white supremacy, Atlantis to white. Atlantis.
It's really a funny.
We're up 3 hours plus in, but I would feel like we cheated the world if we didn't talk about the reshot structure.
Let's do it.
I love your video, and I saw. I don't understand Randall's reluctance to accept this as a possibility. It's very fascinating because there's so many details in your video that details the reshot structure, which is an incredibly strange structure.
You mean Zelensky?
And if it wasn't at one point in time, it's some sort of a structure that was made by human beings.
It doesn't need to be. So this is one of the things that Randall says, well, it's a natural feature, so it can't be Atlantis. I'm like, well, who built Atlantis?
True.
He said it was the god Poseidon. Well, was Poseidon an actual individual?
Doesn't BlackRock now own a lot of Ukraine? Didn't they sell it? Like BlackRock and Vanguard and shit?
For Mother Nature. And humans have built on natural
and
geological features throughout history. If you were to bring up the reshot structure from space, it's like no other place on Earth. It is a mysterious site. The consensus is that it's volcanic in nature and is a collapsed volcanic dome, but it doesn't match anything else anywhere else on Earth as far as volcanic domes go. It matches more than a dozen similarities of the most consequential similarities to what Plato had described as a lost ancient city of Atlantis. And it's made up of concentric circles. If it had water, it specifically matches 3 of water and 2 of land. It's made up of red, black, white color stones. There's an abundance of gold in Mauritania. Elephants, which were described to being on Atlantis. You won't find gold or elephants in the Azores like Randall promotes. It also has an opening at the south, which matches the description of Atlantis. There's mountains to the north, which just so happen to be called the Atlas Mountains, which are in modern-day Morocco. Well, Atlas, which is a very unique name, was said to be the very first king of Atlantis, which also happens to be the very first,
Come on,
the name
please.
of the first king in Mauritania, which is
Come
where
on,
the
man.
Richat structure is located.
Like, come on, bros.
Yes, the water was there. And here's another similarity, is that Atlantis was said on those mountains that were said to be to the north, which are, again, happen to be
Sad,
near the Atlas
man.
Mountains. Well, there was a river that was said to be flowing from those mountains. And there's a scientific study that say that Tamanrasset River flowed at the exact time of Atlantis, 11,600 years ago, either right through the Richat structure or directly
I don't
north
know,
of it.
man. I think I can play this maybe
And those are just
half an hour
full of
more.
similarities. It is by far the most likely
I think I got one
location
more
for
half
lost
hour
agency
in
of
me
Atlantis. Nothing can be
for
concluded
tonight.
either way, but it is something
Having
that
good
should not be
runs, though.
ignored.
What's certainly really fascinating.
It
is
is.
just the fact that there's these concentric rings that match the description of Atlantis, and it's in the same spot, and it's in the
You
mountains.
just need
are in the
some
same
luck,
spot.
man.
The opening is in the same spot. I mean,
Look at that.
whatever that is really weird.
Like now,
because if
please.
You imagine
Like,
a city
why?
like Atlantis and what the way it was described.
The zero water? What's that?
And let me tell you something else. A lot of
The
people say,
filter?
well,
No.
it's not an island, so it couldn't possibly
No, I
be
didn't.
Atlantis.
I
Well, what
didn't
they
get
leave
the
out is
filter.
The fact that the ancient Greek word for island was Nessos and Nesson, which had 5 meanings, one of which was island, the other was promontory, peninsula, as well as land within a continent surrounded by lakes, rivers, or springs, which matches the Richat
Yeah.
structure. So it's like, you know, a lot of people, and they didn't say
Whoops.
this, because a lot of people, and I think all areas should be studied. I'm not debunking.
How are you feeling, man? How are you feeling? You feeling better? Do you actually notice a difference in your like body? I'm not trying to justify me missing the sale.
Came up with the tale of Atlantis. That's where it originates from, which surprises a lot of people. Well, Egypt's in the Sahara.
But you gotta
so
buy
is
the
Richat
filters,
structure.
right?
And
You
at
gotta
the time
change
of
the
Atlantis,
filters.
The Sahara was green. It had one of the largest networks of rivers ever known to exist, as well as the largest freshwater lake. And so, if the Egyptians were colonists of a destroyed civilization, it's not unreasonable.
Speaking
to
of
say
water,
that
I got
it
a
was in
big
the Sahara.
jug right
Let me
here.
say something else.
Get a
If
nice big drink.
Atlantis was described
I think I'm
as
gonna
being
fill the
busy all
vape
day
and then
all
play
night,
another half
and it was
hour.
a trading post.
And then I might play
Does it make
Zelda
sense to
after,
be in the middle
maybe.
of the Atlantic
Maybe not.
Ocean, or is it far more feasible that it would be in the Sahara Desert, which wasn't a desert at the
Still
time?
read Zero Insane.
Because if it was said to be busy all day and all night with languages spoken
That's
from
incredible.
all over, well, then where are the
How do you
people
feel?
coming from in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean to go visit it? It makes
Damn,
far
that
more
was 6
sense
weeks
that it
ago.
would be in that portion, in that region of the world.
How much work has been done excavating from that
None.
area?
Almost
Zero.
nothing.
I don't feel bad. That's
It
good.
is- there's gold in the Mauritanian desert, and they don't want anyone touching it. It's
a
also
dangerous place to go.
it's very inhospitable. It's 250 miles inland, and it is. I know people that have gone out there, and it is a dangerous, inhospitable place. There's no water. It is.
I remember I would sweat a lot in China, and I don't know why. I would go to sleep, and I would sweat like crazy. I think it's because maybe I wasn't smoking weed, maybe, and I was going into deeper sleep.
The kind of place where you're
I
not
was
gonna
worried it
worry
was
about
like
something
heavy
that's
metal
on you, they're just gonna take your shit.
accumulation in my
So,
body, and I was like trying to sweat it
a
out.
lot of reasons that people aren't going there, but it's really interesting, even to me, where I'm a lot more skeptical.
It was really strange. I would sleep all night very well,
I think that
but I would just be
I think
like
it's really interesting
soaked
to find so
every
many
night,
of those same things,
pillow
you
and
know,
everything,
just
and had the air conditioning on every night, all the
it's
time.
a stone's throw away from Egypt, really. It would make sense that they would have that.
Bacteria in the beef, yeah, maybe, honestly, probably. Actually, that's probably it, man. I was just sick all the
It's
time.
one of the things I harp about on my channel all the time. We need more honest skeptics. This is definitely the kind of thing we need real scientists to go out there and do. We don't need guys to knee-jerk and say, well, you attached it to Atlantis, so fuck that noise. It can't be. We don't need guys to say, it's definitely Atlantis, but there's nothing to see here. We need boots on the ground.
How the fuck did Atlantis, if it really is in Africa, be connected to white
Oh,
supremacy?
fuck. Let me touch on this one really quick, Joe. If I can hit this really fast.
It's so stupid.
Their whole,
The Africans are
Wow, insane. Really.
I'm saying the
That's exactly what I had.
This is what John Anthony West said on your show. He said, he's like, not only did Atlantis exist, but they were black.
African supremacy. They did.
the way that these guys attach the white supremacy thing is they go back to guys from the
I remember, and here I'm not soaked at all. Man, I was like drenched. It was crazy.
And the way that the biblical races came to be,
like I had to change my pillow.
Will tell you because it guts their entire argument. Before the flood, there was one race.
I completely forgot about that. Every night.
Three of his sons are around. One
I had
of them
to change
picks on him,
clothes
laughs at him. Two other
a
ones
lot.
don't. The one that picked on him was Ham. The African people were considered to be the Hamites. The Sam, the Semitic people, were in the middle, and then the other one, the Japhethites, which eventually became the Aryans, were considered to be the white people. That was the European view of race for up until about 150 years ago. So, 200 years ago, a guy writing about Atlantis would not have thought it was Aryan Atlantis because Aryans didn't exist until after Noah.
That was full health, like 23 glass.
Before the flood, there was no Aryans.
Come on,
so
man.
anytime somebody says that this old school shit believes in all you have to do is scratch the surface and you'll find that's not the case at all. This guy didn't believe in a white Atlantis. Ignatius Donnelly did not believe in a white Atlantis, despite Flint Dibble making
Yeah, buddy.
Bucker,
Yeah, it's nice.
But they're going to make sure you think that. They're going to eliminate, because the biblical races are something most people don't know much about.
Listen, let me just say this one point. I don't care what their color their skin was, but the legend comes from Egypt and they're fucking brown. So
As I was saying, I miss the water the most, probably. I'm just so happy. Oh, no, other than like my girlfriend, number one. But I mean, things are like shit here.
Jimmy, always great to see you.
I miss the water the most.
Thank you for your channel, both of you guys. Fantastic. D-Dunking, Bright Insight, awesome channels.
Follow me on X, Rumble, and Instagram. Love you all.
I'm going to be at
Joe.
the Cosmic Summit speaking this summer. If you guys want to catch me there, Cosmic Summit, yeah.
Beautiful. All right.
Thanks again, Joe.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks,
Bye.
Joe.
Bye now.
Alright, it's a good time to load the vape. Maybe play half an hour more. Probably play Zelda tonight.
For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles depending on the geographic region. But they'd move. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
I think you said beauty and blood went hand in hand for the Aztec.
What I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and, ripping people's hearts out. They had this just, grotesque, violent bent. But in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry.
Hello everybody, this is Gerald Salenti, and it's Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. And once again, we're very honored to have with us Judge Andrew Napolitano, a man of men, someone who knows the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and writes about it, talks about it, teaches about it like nobody else in America that I know of. And if anybody could find me anybody else that could match it, please let me know. And Judge, thanks for being here, and we're in a very difficult time right now, as we have been for a while, but it seems like they're ramping up that Ukraine war. And one of the covers of our Trends Journal, 2 days before the Ukraine war began, from COVID war to Ukraine war to World War. We wrote that on February 22nd, 2022. And here we are.
Here we are with President Biden either knowingly and directly or allowing his aides to do so, authorizing the use of long-range American missiles striking inside Ukraine. Now, if you read the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, the Financial Times, if you watch Fox, NBC, ABC, CBS, CNN, you will think that the Ukrainians are using these weapons. They are not. Americans are using them. The weapons are so sophisticated, they require a download of data from an American satellite. That download is top secret. Only Americans can participate in that. It then requires the use of that data to aim and ignite these. The using, aiming, and igniting is top secret and can only be done by Americans. So when President Putin and Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov say the Americans are shooting at us, we're at war with the United States, they are literally correct. It's not a figure of speech. They are literally correct. Thanks to Joe Biden, Americans are firing missiles into Russia. 2 days ago, they fired 6 missiles. The Russians shot down 5 of them. One of them destroyed a Russian ammunition depot. You know, there were all kinds of secondary and tertiary explosions because it was ammunition that was hit. It was obliterated. It was a tremendous conflagration caused, but nobody was killed. Does Joe Biden care about morality? No. Does he care about the international law? No. Does he even care about military significance? These weapons offer no military significance to the Russians. He either doesn't care or doesn't understand about that. On top of that, yesterday he authorized the use of anti-personnel mines. Now, he said 2 years ago he would never authorize the firing of American missiles into Russia or anti-personnel mines. There are 2 kinds of anti-personnel mines. One is triggered by the victim. You step within a radius of it and it explodes. The other is triggered remote control. You see the victim on a computer screen and you detonate the weapon. We sent the ones where you actually step on it. These are illegal in 160 countries in the world, not the United States, Russia, Ukraine, China, or Iran. So it's a mess that Biden created with Ukraine. I wrote about it this week in my column, Biden's Lust for War. I tried in the column to present an explanation for this war. It did not start in 2022. It started in 2014 with the CIA and MI6 orchestrated coup. It then proceeded to the puppet regime that the U.S. and the British installed, bombing their own people who were Russian-speaking and Russian-cultural in an area that had been part of Russia since before the United States seceded from Great Britain. And then Joe Biden and Boris Johnson, the then Prime Minister of Great Britain,
Bros, they have the 2 cheeseburgers for $10 again. Buy one, get one free. Should I do it?
And we'll give you a membership in NATO, and that was the last straw for Putin. How could he possibly have NATO?
I think I'm going to do it.
Border? He already has it with Poland. NATO means that the U.S. would be putting offensive weaponry right on the Russian-Ukrainian border. How would we react if the Chinese
2 burgies.
a treaty with the Mexicans to put offensive weaponry on the other side of the Rio Grande aimed at Dallas and Houston and Atlanta and Chicago?
Yeah, you know, everything you're saying, this is the, Judge, this is the Trends Journal.
Insane.
Going back to 2014. So I had that guy.
It's such a good deal.
It's about the United States overthrow, exactly what you were saying, of the democratically elected government of Viktor Yanukovych in 2014. This article...
Yes. Oh, thanks, Russ. Thanks, brother. 2 cheeseburgers with barbecue sauce, lettuce, tomato, pickle, ketchup, mustard, cheese. And it's not, it's like a, it's like a mom and pop shop. I think it might be a chain,
He goes,
but it's a
"The world
smaller shop,
hegemony
you know?
is not
It's like a
right
bar.
America has earned." That was the
It's like a bar burger.
Washington concluded that Russia needed to be confronted with or distracted by.
So 2 for like $10 plus tax and delivery and tip. My total was $15. I left a $2.50 tip, which is pretty stingy, but
Everybody's forgotten about what I'm going to read you next.
the order was
In a speech
$12.50
at the
before my
National
tip,
Press Club last December, Assistant
including
Secretary
delivery
of
for
State
2 burgers.
Victoria Nuland
It's pretty
boasted
solid.
that
Including
Washington
tax
had
and delivery.
invested $5 billion
Well,
in
$2.50
non-governmental
I added for the
organizations
tip.
in Ukraine for the purpose
His
to
total was like $15
democracy.
Canadian. But it could have been like $12.50.
That's December 2013. Anybody could Google up in YouTube Victoria Nuland, Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I'd be good after, because I lifted weights yesterday. I need to bulk.
Brought to
I
you
need
by
to.
Chevron and ExxonMobil, 2 signs around
My
the other
face
side.
was starting to get red and
there she is,
like a lack of nutrients last night.
About
So
what
I ate a
we
lot
have to
today,
do
but I'm
in
still
Ukraine to
hungry.
bring democracy. This is the same Victoria Nuland
This changed my night.
that was
This
caught
this
on the
thanks,
cell
brother. Thanks,
talking
homie.
to,
This instantly improved my
Jeffrey
night.
Pyatt, who at that time, a little clown boy of nothing, was the
Oh, I gotta watch what Gerald
United
says on this
States
channel, man.
ambassador to
Gerald
Ukraine.
is quite the ruckus.
And she
this year.
says to him on the phone, "Fuck the EU, we're bringing in Yats." That little clown boy, remember Yatsenyuk, after they overthrew Yanukovych. It was all planned. She and John McCain, may that arrogant bastard rot in hell for all the war that he's supported. People forget the United States, that the two of them, 2 people from the United States handing out cookies and candy in Maidan Square when the protests were going on to keep escalating.
Right.
Could you imagine if the Russians were here at our peace conferences, our peace rallies, handing out cookies and candy? Could you imagine if the Russians were here? Oh my God. Oh, but the Americans could go over to Ukraine. This is an article, again, this whole issue, this is the spring, when there used to be, the magazine was a quarterly. This is an article, you see this? This is from when the Sochi Olympics were going on, just prior to the overthrow of the government, and how the United States sold America to hate Russia before they overthrew the government. This is an article, security expert. It's not if, but when the Sochi Olympics terror attack. This is from Yahoo News, January 16th, 2014. They overthrow the government in February. Veteran security consultant Bill Rathborn hopes that he's wrong about the upcoming Winter Olympics in Russia, but he has more than a hunch that he's not. Quote, "The security threat is higher than it's ever been in the history of the Olympic Games," Rathborn told you at Yahoo News. "In my opinion, it's not a matter of whether there will be some incident. It's just a matter of how bad it's going to be." They frightened the American people not to go to the Sochi Olympics. It tanked on the people watching it. They sold the hate. They were saying things like it was not safe to drink the yellow water. There were homophobes, stray dogs, all kinds of crap. They taught the people to hate the Russians before they attacked and overthrew Yanukovych. People don't know anything about this. And you write in your article about how this also began. And you say the war began in 2014 when the U.S. State Department and the CIA engineered a coup against the popularly elected and neutral-leaning government of Ukraine. This is what else happened, Judge. Ukraine's been broke since the breakup of the Soviet Union. They needed money. Yanukovych was going to make a deal with the IMF and the EU to borrow money. Putin said, listen, I got a better deal for you. I'm going to lower your oil and gas prices, and I'm going to give you a lower interest rate. No, you're not. No, you're not. That's when they overthrew the government.
Right.
And what you mentioned about what they were doing in the Donbass region, they killed over 15,000 Russian people in that region.
Correct. Ukrainian Russians.
Yep.
Like Lincoln killing Americans in the South.
So again, people have no idea about this. And you go on to say over here that the American and British plotters of the 2014 coup did not expect resistance that their coup generated. Yet they looked the other way when the Ukraine government attacked its own people, demonstrating a decided affinity for Moscow over Kyiv. Again, people have no idea about what you're writing about here. And they have no idea of the horror that's being committed.
So, Trump says he's going to end the war in 24 hours. I don't know how he's going to do it. Biden apparently wants to visit his own foreign policy disasters on Trump, just as Biden believes Trump visited the collapse of American involvement in Afghanistan, which shouldn't have been there in the first place, on Biden. So I guess it's a sort of tit for tat in Biden's view, without regard to morality, without regard to the law, without regard to military desirability. Ukraine is really on its last legs. My sources, or excellent sources, tell me that the neocons in the State Department acknowledge this privately, not publicly. The people around Biden must acknowledge this. They want this horrific war caused by the United States of America and Great Britain to extend beyond January 20th, so that it ends in a conflagration on Trump's watch.
You know, Judge, do you think that that has Trump come out against this? I don't know.
Well, Alex Jones ran a terrific statement by Trump, but now it appears as though it was not authentic. It was either AI or it was an.
This is why I stream.
But it's about
because I would like, how would I get this information and this like experience of life other than like this chat?
Blasting Biden's extending the war.
That's terrible. Like that's such a terrible thing to happen to that person. But
I ran it on Judging Freedom, and then we concluded that we couldn't authenticate it, we couldn't get an answer from Jones's people, and nobody else has run it. So the short answer to your question is I don't think Trump made any public comment beyond what he said in the campaign. The longer answer is there's this thing out there that looks and sounds very much like him in Mar-a-Lago, talking for about 2.5 minutes, but we don't know for sure.
Well, if he did that,
I mean, it might as well.
and he should be out there.
My food's gonna be here like pretty fucking soon, though. This guy is really on it.
24 hours if he's elected. He should be out there condemning.
Yes.
In full blast.
I'm gonna do it.
What Biden is doing.
Yes. And he hasn't been, except for this supposed statement, which we are reluctant to run again.
Now, do you think this is Biden's choice to do this with?
I saw you got the bigger.
Know how mentally degraded he is.
You got the
I'm
bigger
sure
jug
he's being
toad,
advised
32 liter.
To do it. I don't know if it requires his signature on a document, but I would imagine his two closest
Congrats, man.
colleagues.
Must be nice. That must be
in this
nice.
horrible venture.
Keep it on the kitchen countertop. Wow, amazing. Outside of the fridge.
Advisor
Interesting.
Sullivan are strongly in favor of this.
You don't put it in the
I
fridge?
haven't heard Blinken, but I've heard Sullivan.
You don't like cold
speak
water?
out in favor of it. He's the one that announces the long-range missiles and the anti-personnel.
I guess it might not fit.
What an arrogant little boy he is.
That's a mess.
You know,
No
you're right when you
way.
talk about
One of the visitors.
The George H.W. Bush administration
Wow,
promised the late
no
Russian
way.
President Mikhail Gorbachev as
He had
much in
visitors.
return for the peaceful liberation of Eastern Europe.
Oh,
and
wow,
especially
insane.
the unification
What a
of
Chad.
Germany. You know, in other words, the deal was
I think
made
he told me that.
according to what's been written between Gorbachev and was it James Baker, who was the guy under
Was the Secretary of State for George H.W.
that quote, NATO would not move 1 inch further.
Well, we're now 800 miles further. Putin tolerated that. It didn't happen on his watch. And when they tried to do it in Ukraine, that was the last straw.
And when they made that deal, when the
No
Soviet
way,
Union
dude.
broke up,
Someone broke it? Why? It was all cracked and shit? Is that what you wrote? Sorry, I didn't read.
16.
Right.
Oh, it was broken. That sucks, dude. I just saw it broke.
Last time I checked, Japan's on they want Japan to
The
join.
bottom cracked. No way.
they're right next to each other.
Yeah.
Europe and Japan, they're only about that far apart on the map, you know? I mean, this is disgusting.
Yeah. I am not optimistic because Trump's national security
Interesting, brother. I don't know. Don't know what to say, dude.
upon him by Miriam Adelson.
I hope you don't resent your family now.
Will say when Trump says bomb Tehran, instead of saying, "Have you considered the natural and probable consequences?" He'll say, "When do you want us to start, sir?" Mike Waltz, who's itching to start a war with China. Mike Huckabee, who's a rabid fanatical. These people are all itching for wars, whether it's the U.S. against Iran or the U.S. against Russia using Ukraine as the proxy. So I don't know how things are going to change once Trump's in. I don't believe in his heart he's in favor of these wars, but he has appointed all these neocons around him
Come on,
to control
game.
the levers of power.
He just picked this guy for the Commerce Secretary. What's his name? He's a real, he's a real pro-Zionist guy.
Oh, Howard Lutnick.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, one after another. And again, you know, Judge, you talk about how they taught us, they used Zelensky as a puppet since their purpose was not motivated by peace or empathy or justice, rather by hatred for all things Russian. They taught us to hate Russians when we were kids. Remember they had them hiding under a desk in case an atom bomb went off?
Correct. We were taught to hate
8 liters.
Russians as kids. I remember.
I see what you mean. 8 liters, 32 cups. I thought it was 32 liters.
Mocking Nikita Khrushchev's
What am I talking about? 32 liters? That's like a suitcase. I'm retarded. Sorry, dude. I'm really dumb.
That's what the government. That's one of the.
I knew it was 32 cups. 8 liters.
You and I call government schools is the
30. 8 liters. That makes sense. Wow. That's like 2 of these. Wow, that's massive.
Again, I was scared
Nice,
as
buddy.
a little kid, hiding under a desk as we're going through these air raid drills. And then when we got into high school, they had us standing up against the wall, remember, with our hands behind our back. And they say to you, if you see a flash, don't look at it. If I see a flash, I'll be dust in 6 seconds.
Yeah.
This is they taught us to hate the Russians all our lives. And what nobody talks about is a thing called World War II. When what? Over 25 million Russians were killed by the Germans in Operation
Sorry, dude. I was
Barbarossa.
tripping.
Right.
And John F. Kennedy.
I just saw the number.
Graduating students at American University. He tells
I don't
us
know.
not to hate the Russian people.
I don't know what I was
More
thinking.
than anybody
I wasn't thinking.
in World War II.
That speech arguably brought about his assassination.
I agree. That was in June of 1963.
Correct.
2 days from now, it was November 22nd.
Yeah.
Jack, you're dead. And no one is talking about peace. No one. They scared the hell out of us, taught us how to hate the Russians. Oh, and you know what else nobody talks about? The Russians helped America win World War II. They were the first to defeat the Germans.
Right.
Nobody talks about it. America won. No, the Russians helped win the war. This is terrible. And we need peace on earth. So, Judge, thank you for all that you're doing. And everybody, you got to see the people he's having on. You got to go to Judge and Freedom. Judge, who's going to be on today? Just to tell the people how.
Yeah, dude, I'm totally on the crypto bandwagon now.
Ambassador Charles
I totally understand.
Colonel Douglas McGregor, Phil Giraldi,
Like,
Professor John.
the money supply is just increasing, like the dollar. They're just printing more money, so it's just losing value every day. Whereas like cryptocurrency is just gaining value every day, and it's just like the future of money transaction. And me being in China, understanding like the SWIFT and the sending money overseas and all that bullshit, and exorbitant fees. Crypto is like definitely like the future, and I definitely see. Did you see Bitcoin Canadian dollars like 130? I know I bought it like the peak high, but I'm buying now because it's a totally different understanding of what it is and its value. I'm not like justifying, because I'm like buying to technically hold for the future, for future transactions, right? And to just diversify whatever fucking shit I have. It's crazy, and it's like I can just still see it going way up. I can see it going way up more. Just because of like, I just see it being the future. Like, it's already like it's. And did you see XRP? I bought XRP, right? Because it has low transactional cost. To make a transaction, it's like a really minimal cost, so it's really effective for banks and shit. Greg's old. Oh, no way, really. You probably told me about it, and like an idiot, I just didn't listen. It's so interesting what makes people like listen to someone or not, and who they listen to. But I'll admit it, I didn't listen. I was very closed-minded. I was like really defensive because I didn't understand it. I still don't understand it. But I'm trying to be more open-minded. And just because like when I was in China, I couldn't like I brought money. I didn't make that. I declared it all. I was only there for 3 months, right? So I made like $5,000 that I saved. I brought it back, paid off a credit card, and like it would have been really difficult and expensive to send the money electronically. And it's just like why are there these middle people for this electronic, and it's the system. It's like, what if you had just a better system? And that seems to be crypto. What are we gonna watch? I really don't watch Graham Hancock again, really.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I might watch the... No, we just saw it.
Good to see you, sir. What's happening?
Good to see you too, Joe.
I watched
Yeah, man.
episode 1 and I'm into episode 2 of your new season. Looks fantastic. Looks awesome.
I didn't buy that much.
Information. But before we do anything,
I don't have that much to spend.
Address what we know now about the debate that you had with Flint Dibble.
Yeah.
So that was the last time we were here. It was. I appreciate that.
Okay, you want to know? You want to know how much?
It's gonna be an interesting
I put
discussion.
300 at each. I bought $300 worth of Bitcoin, which is like 0.0226 Bitcoin or something. And I bought $300 of XRP, which is like 190 coins.
And then you released a video today.
Thanks, brother. I moved my XRP to Shaman? Shaman? Bro, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I just still feel like it's like gambling. I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna like gamble to lose money and learn this process. So my Bitcoin is still on the thing, the online exchange that I purchased it from. It's still there. I haven't moved it yet.
And especially when you consider the possibility of ships having gone through a cataclysm.
Right.
It's not likely. But there's a more central point than that, which really needed to be brought up by.
So why? How does that? How do people hack the exchange? People just hack into
as much as 50,000 years ago.
The exchange.
I put the evidence on this into the video. It's not even.
It's crazy.
Like the island of Cyprus. The nearest Turkish coast is about 60 kilometers from there. It's always been surrounded by huge deeps. It's always been an island, even at the peak of the sea level, lowest sea level during the Ice Age. Cyprus was always an island. And yet, there's evidence now that it was settled 14,000 years ago.
But I'm doing it for the learning experience.
14,000 to 12,500.
And because XRP might go up a lot.
And these were large planned migrations.
I read
When
that
you're going to migrate to an island, you can't just go to it by accident.
I read that the U.S. government tried to declare cryptocurrency as a security,
near the end of the last ice age, but not a single ship has.
Which was the first time in history that the government has challenged, not the first time in history, but like a major time in history the government has challenged what cryptocurrency is.
In large numbers. And again, no ship
And like XRP won its case or something, saying that they're not a security, but they're instead something else.
From the Ice Age is not really evidence about it.
And now they have like the legal right. They have like the legal green light to do business. Compounded with Trump supporting it and endorsing it. And even Elon Musk having his own meme coin or whatever. It's crazy, dude. I went all in, man. I saw like a pump and dump stream today.
It's disturbing. It sucks when
Where they chose like an arbitrary meme coin and they pumped it and then they dumped it. You see like it go up and down. It was like, damn, dude. That is like market manipulation, man.
I asked the question. There's a very distinct, noticeable difference between domestic seeds and seeds that are wild. And the difference is the seeds that are wild.
I can get into it, man. I think I'm starting to like it.
It makes sense that it would help them prosper. It would help them be able to spread the seed if it broke off the plant easier.
Well, I think I'd be good at it.
Recognize that, and then when they start using large-scale agriculture, the seeds become
You know what I mean?
robust and stick to the.
Holy fuck! This guy's so fucking far away.
If you're gonna harvest all the plants and then take the seeds off of it,
It's fine.
for the plant to prosper, you would want the seeds to.
And I can see it as like being the future, like honestly,
And I
man.
said, have they ever noticed a domesticated seed going back?
It's like I can't find a job anywhere.
He said no, but that's not true.
That's not true either.
No,
it's not. It's not true. And the whole notion of the origins of agriculture, I think archaeologists got a great deal more.
Yeah, I might make it part of my investment plan.
Often I'm
like just buying it. Like if I get a job, attribute
survivors of my supposed lost civilization.
$50 a month to it, $100 a month to it.
Brought crops with them. I think that's most unlikely in a cataclysmic situation. What they brought with them was the knowledge that crops can be domesticated, and it's precisely during the
because it's like because I foresee the future being a transition from money to crypto, or a combination of all three, but crypto being more powerful, like in terms of like value, in terms of power,
and they brought that knowledge with them.
in terms of ability to buy shit.
The people that they took refuge amongst, because I don't think we're looking at
It's really interesting, man. Because money is such a pain in the ass, man. The currencies and the exchange rates and all this shit and all this blah 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 blah.
And one person
right?
they're not truthful. And it's just
And it's slow and it's.
It is because it reinforces all the things that you've been saying.
It does. I mean, to be honest, I felt beaten up after.
Cryptocurrency is like.
But looking back
it replaces everything. It can replace
on the whole thing,
PayPal.
it actually makes
To replace
we have a very arrogant,
credit
very
cards.
controlling discipline in
Trump
our
wants to go after
which
credit
has
cards.
Established a narrative about the past, which will fight tooth and
I
nail
really see it
to
as
maintain that narrative.
a major part of the future now.
And I think instead of
In theory.
smearing people who talk about the possibility of a lost civilization, or people who even talk about aliens, I think of it instead of smearing them.
So yeah,
we
man.
should understand why people are asking those questions. And people are
I
asking those
support
questions because they're not
cryptocurrency discussion on this
satisfied with
channel.
what archaeology is offering. It's not
And just me, after, especially after I learned, like,
satisfying resolution to many of the problems
in
that,
like individual or
from the past. And
retirement accounts and like IRAs and Roth IRAs and like 8-9% returns of investment annually. Like those were fucking shit deals, man. The life insurance plans, like really fucking shit retirement plans. Like if you fucking leaving like a few hundred, like $150,000, like planning to retire with $150,000 after working like 20-30 years, like that's such a garbage offer. One, inflation is going to absolutely destroy that number. Two, you're going to burn through $150,000 in 20 years in likely 2 fucking years.
Everyone's trying to find a way
3, you're going to
squeeze in
be
those extra hours of
paying every month of your salary.
Life is busy, but
Like it's just a shit deal. That's why I couldn't sell it. I wouldn't sell it to people on this fiat system. There's no fucking way, man. We're talking 20-30 year projections of fiat money. Like, come on. It's like dead. It's done. You know? Like, it's like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it to work for that, you know? You know all that though, bro. You've been telling me for years.
So you can dive right into the fight. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is out October 25th. So dive in because I've got your back. Remember, I replace, you break. It's that simple.
Man, the replacer always gets it done. Seriously though, if you're hooked on Call of Duty, this is your time to jump in. Head over to callofduty.com/Black Ops 6 to get in the game. Call of Duty Black Ops 6, pre-order now. Well, it's also one of the things that's fascinating is just even with conventional archaeology, the dates keep getting pushed further and further back.
Further and further back.
And this is one of the things, the White Sands, New Mexico stuff that you have.
Yes.
So yeah, I just see it as like a transition of money. Obviously, maybe that's what it always was.
What an incredible
But
theory, otherworldly place, and Alamogordo is sitting right in the middle of that. This is where they did the nuclear tests.
maybe I'm just realizing it now.
The Trinitite, which was created there, and there's gypsum sand. It's just the most amazing place. And there, yes, they found human footprints dating back more than 23,000 years.
What do they think that environment was like 22,000 years ago?
Well, it would still have been like that. It would have been gypsum dunes there in that place. Otherwise,
Gypsum dunes.
they wouldn't have left the footprints. I'm not exactly sure why the gypsum was there, but there it is.
Is that the same stuff they use for like gypsum board for construction?
I reckon so, yeah.
Wow.
It's a very fine very white sand. And it just goes on forever, and the dunes are sculpted and massive and huge. We had an amazing time there.
So it looked incredible. So they found footprints there, and these are absolutely human footprints, and there's not just a few of them, there's thousands of them.
There's thousands of them, and what's amazing when you actually see the footprints is you can see the interactions between the human beings and animals. You can see that somebody is reacting to a giant sloth which has suddenly turned around, and the person who's behind it suddenly turns around as well. There's mammoth footprints overlaying human footprints, and then human footprints overlaying those. And it goes down for meters under the ground, so you have a very deep stratification of these impressions that have been left behind by our ancestors, and by animals that are now completely extinct. Mammoths and mastodons went extinct during the Younger Dryas, but there are their footprints from 23,000 years ago, side by side with the footprints of human beings. It's very intimate to see a footprint, to see those 5 toes, to see the heel mark, to see sometimes a child walking beside a mother. That's there in the
Alright, bros, my burgers are here.
It's quite something
I might
special.
eat one burger, I might eat 2. I'm gonna see how I feel, and then I might switch to Zelda,
So it was held for a long time, that it was about 30.
or I might keep playing,
They've abandoned that now. They did cling on to
or I might sign off.
for decades, but that's been abandoned. It's accepted that human beings came here long before 13,000 years ago. And White Sands is one of the places which provides just absolute, definite, irrefutable evidence of that they were here 23,000 years ago. But we don't know yet how long before that. This is part of the problem.
Yo, what's up, brother?
Remember a site called the Cerruti Mastodon site in San Diego. I went to see it. The exhibits are in the San Diego Natural History Museum. I talked with the expert there, Dr. Tom Demerel, and they are convinced that they are looking at human traces.
Yo, the Secret Razor, which Zelda? Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild. 1080p. HD. Just finished it myself and hopped on. Nice, thanks. Welcome.
And you know, this opens the possibility that human beings have been in the Americas before they were in Europe, and that becomes
that's crazy.
That's a door that opens all kinds of possibilities, which have been.
Welcome to the
so
channel.
The prejudice that the Americas were only settled very late in a human story.
Sick, nice.
Not have their eye on the
Yeah, Breath of the Wild. We are.
And they tend not to look to that.
Well, what I was going to ask.
It's the first playthrough. We're in a puzzle. No spoilers for the puzzle, please. No spoilers for the game.
Find things that are even older.
Yes.
So
absolutely.
How do they know where to go?
It was found by accident. The first footprints were found.
Yeah, I do no cam, no mic.
By accident.
Breath of the Wild, 1080p.
By indigenous local people who were later.
It's a really nice experience.
To them, and we have a number of indigenous spokespeople who speak to the White Sands mystery and how it feels for them, the emotional feeling of seeing the footprints of their ancestors from 23,000 years ago. The thing is that the dunes are constantly shifting, and sometimes the footprints will be covered up, and then wind will reveal them. And they're fragile; they can be easily destroyed and wiped off. And in a way, it's a miracle that they've survived. But to see the stride of a mammoth, you see those how far apart those huge footpads are.
I hear that was a good one. I played a little bit of that. I played the start of it.
This thing was alive.
I hear it's pretty cool.
Human beings interacted with it. It's very compelling evidence for an earlier settlement of the Americas.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild's amazing on Switch.
Human beings came across the Bering Land Bridge.
Oh yeah.
So that probably means there was people already here and people came here.
Yes, almost certainly. And
Right, you're back.
The way the evidence is looking, it's most likely that South America was settled first, before North America was settled, and that raises all kinds of questions. And we've gone into this in Season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, primarily to do with the DNA evidence of a direct connection between the peoples of New Guinea and Australia and the peoples of certain tribes in South America, and that's very ancient, very old DNA evidence in South America, but also to do with archaeological sites like Monteverde. I did bring up the issue of Tom Dillahay the last time we were on when Flint was here, And Tom Dillahay, who found Monteverde, who excavated Monteverde in South America, and realized that it was plus 14,000 years old, and therefore a lot older than what was then accepted as the model for the first peoples in North America. When he put that idea forward, he was eviscerated by his colleagues in archaeology. It took them a decade to come around to accepting that actually he was right. And there are many other sites in South America going back 30 plus thousand years. They're all controversial because they conflict with an existing model. But I think instead of clinging on to existing models, I think it's one of the problems with archaeology, is this territoriality, this kind of control of the past. I think instead of doing that, it would be nicer if archaeology was a little bit more welcoming, a little bit more open to new and different ideas.
Unfortunately, that's just the thing when people are supposed experts in a subject and someone comes along that's also been studying it, but from an untraditional perspective.
Yeah.
People reject that.
I've come to the point, and I'm going to say some strong words here. I've come to the point where I believe that some archaeologists, most actually this problem is with a small number of archaeologists, but they're extremely vocal. I think what we're looking at.
Shout out Russ Jericho. Thanks for suggesting for me to get the burgers.
Archaeologists have a power. They are the official spokespeople for the past, and they use that power to slap down any point of view that doesn't agree with theirs. So I think that there's an abuse of power there, and at the same time, there's not a realization that that's happening, because the mindset that drives it is the feeling that members of the general public are unable to decide things for themselves. This is the arrogance of archaeology, that they feel that they have to tell people what to think about the past, and they underestimate the intelligence of the public and the ability of the public to discern, to make choices between different possibilities about the past. They think that archaeologists seem to think that only one possibility of the past must be considered by the general public. And it reminds me a lot of heresy hunters back in the 19th century. The people who disagree with that kind of view burn at the stake. Well, you don't get burned at the stake, but you can get lynched by a mob of archaeologists.
Well, it's also the same thing that we saw during COVID.
Yeah.
With medical experts
Yes.
that disagreed with the narrative. It's the same thing.
It is absolutely the same thing.
When you take esteemed professors and doctors and physicians and you cast them into this kook label because they disagree with the narrative that the medical establishment is pushing, and then they turn out to be correct, which most of them did, you see the same patterns. It's just power.
Yeah.
It's just power in people that have their identity wrapped up in them being the ones that have access to the actual information.
Yeah.
They don't want it to be distributed by some guy on Netflix.
That's right. It's
even though you've been probably studying it more than them.
Well,
certainly studying particular aspects of it.
That's the other thing I noticed, which was the sneering attitude towards me. They talk about
Thanks, brother.
My wife started taking tourist photos of the places that we've been to. Well, we've never been anywhere as tourists. We haven't had a holiday for 20 years. But the working trips that we do are very intense.
Your wife's an amazing photographer. Like, who cares if she takes tourist photos? The photos are incredible. They're of real sites that are very pertinent and very interesting.
That's right.
The whole criticizing amazing photographs is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Like, why would you criticize amazing photographs of ruins that are perplexing?
Yeah, I know.
How could you?
But it's
like, how could you find even an area where you want people to agree with you?
It's part of this desperate search to say we archaeologists know everything.
Yeah.
And
The barbecue
we
sauce
must
is just
discredit in
it
any
makes
way
it
we can,
amazing.
Anybody who has anything opposite to say.
It's an unfortunate human characteristic.
Yeah.
It happens in everything. You see it in martial arts, you see it in science, you see it in everything.
This reliance on experts, I get it. I would like the pilot of my plane to be an expert pilot. I don't want him to be an amateur.
Yeah.
But I don't think that archaeologists and aircraft pilots can be compared in that sense. Archaeology is a much more interpretive discipline. An aircraft pilot is not really interpreting situations that much. He knows what to do in certain situations. Archaeologists are interpreting the past, and yet they seem to get very upset by other interpretations of the past that are offered that don't agree with theirs. And this is the problem with expertise in our society. Yes, expertise is very important. It's incredibly useful, but we should not place all our faith and trust in experts.
Right.
We need to liberate our own consciousness and freely think about things and make our own decisions about things and resist resist absolutely being told what to think.
Well, the problem is these experts are human beings, and human beings have very distinct behavior traits that they exhibit, especially when they're in a position of power and prestige.
Yeah.
And they like to hold that, and they like to. It feels good for them to be the person that looks down upon the people that don't know better.
Yeah.
And tell them what to do and tell them what to think. And when you're doing that with something like art, look, if you're doing that with something like mathematics, and someone's a mathematical expert, math is a very specific and precise science.
Yeah.
It's very specific.
Yeah.
Archaeology is like, who fucking knows what's out there?
Exactly.
Because you haven't searched everything.
No.
It's not possible to. And as we develop more these fascinating technologies like LiDAR, where you have the ability, ground penetrating radar, all these different things where you can look into the soil itself and find things that aren't visible on the surface, see them through trees, see them through that, we're going to find more, and obviously in Brazil they have done, in the Amazon they have done that.
Well, that was part of our adventure with season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, was working with a really professional team in Brazil, led by an archaeologist, Marty Parsonen from the University of Helsinki, and a geographer from Brazil, Alceu Ranzi. Alceu, years ago, was the first person who noticed that there are these huge geometrical structures emerging out of the Amazon jungle, and he noticed it on a flight on a commercial aircraft in an area that happened to have been cleared by local farmers for planting crops. That there was this massive geometrical earthwork there, and that he actually coined the term geoglyphs for these because he compared them in some ways with the Nazca lines, which again are really only visible from the air. You get suddenly this massive scope and extent of these things, and it's same with the geoglyphs in the Amazon. And here's the thing: the ones we know about up till now we largely know about them because of these tragic clearances of the Amazon rainforest, which is a maybe short-term economic gain, but is long-term really not a very good idea. But now with LiDAR, it's possible to find these things without damaging any rainforest at all. And we had a LiDAR expert with us, and you can fly LiDAR off a drone.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's a pretty hefty drone, but they can fly anywhere. And we found, it was actually the LiDAR expert who found. He found that you can see the edge of the rainforest where the clearances stop and the rainforest hasn't yet been interfered with, and then he flies over there, and within a matter of hours, he's found multiple more of these structures, several.
That are deep in the rainforest.
That are deep in the rainforest. Our eyes can to see through the canopy and to see what's underneath it without damaging it, and there are these huge earthworks, and this raises the question: how much more is there in the Amazon to find, especially which even the archaeologists who are most reluctant are now willing to accept that the Amazon had a huge population before the Spanish conquest.
It's just so wild. That's such a shift.
Millions, cities.
Yeah.
A whole different way of life, a whole different kind of civilization from the one that we have today. One that lived in a man-made garden, which is what the Amazon really and truly is, and lived in harmony with that.
That's an interesting thing too. We've talked about that before, but for people who've never heard those other podcasts, they've determined that the Amazon rainforest is at least partially man-made.
Definitely. They've determined that because of the preponderance of trees that serve human needs. They call them hyperdominant, and things like Brazil nut trees, which are providing food for human beings, are in massive dominance in relation to trees that aren't useful to human beings. And it's clear that this is the result of a long-term human project to make this jungle serve human needs.
What was the other one? The ice cream bean? What was that?
Ice cream bean, and I'm forgetting all of the details, but there's a bunch of
food plants
which are hyperdominant in the Amazon rainforest, and these food plants show that human beings have been nurturing, have been massaging this natural wonder and turning it into something that really serves human needs.
And there's the other thing that you've discussed in depth, the terra preta. This man-made, incredibly rich, nutrient-dense soil that they can grow incredible agriculture off of, that we really to this day don't know how they created.
It's a mystery. Again, it was a great privilege to have the opportunity to stand in a pit of terra preta that is being excavated, to get down 15 feet into that.
Can they recreate it once they get it?
It appears that indigenous communities in the Amazon are still doing this. They're still doing it, mixing all kind of refuse and waste together and enriching the soil with it. So it's not stopped. Terra preta is still being made, but most of it is very old, and the oldest that they found so far is about 8,000 years old.
So it's just large-scale regenerative agriculture using some old lost method.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And see, a rainforest, even when you choose trees that are going to serve human needs, it's not enough. You do need to be able to plant in the rainforest. And that is what Terra preta has allowed people to do. Rainforest soils are not particularly fertile by nature. So it's these spots of fertility all over the Amazon. And we went into that mystery quite a bit in one of the episodes.
It's so interesting, especially when you consider the stories like the Lost City of Z, which they turned into an interesting film.
Yeah.
But the book details these records of these incredible cities that these people had visited a long time ago, and then when they tried to go back, there was nothing there.
Yeah.
Because everybody had died off because of European diseases, probably.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. But those cities were just
I'm
consumed
gonna switch
by
to
the
Zelda.
jungle.
Let me fill my water bottle, and then I'll make a
Detroit.
final
Detroit
decision in like
now,
5
you
minutes.
can see there's a bunch of neighborhoods in Detroit that are essentially abandoned, and trees are growing right through the houses. And the houses are, that's just a few decades ago.
Yeah.
And the houses are almost gone in some ways. And if you went back 200 years ago, there'd probably be nothing left in them. And this is probably exactly what happened in the Amazon, except the trees just consume the landscape because it's such an incredible, dense rainforest that things grow so quickly there.
That's what happened. I mean, before the Lost City of Z, we have this very interesting report, and I have mentioned it to you before in previous episode. The expedition of Gaspar de Carvajal and his chronicler Francisco de Orellana, which was an accidental expedition. They were just going hunting in a longboat, but the Amazon took them and wouldn't let them go back. And they traveled 4,000 miles across South America and ended up they started on the Pacific side and ended up in the Atlantic Ocean.
Wow.
And that's in the 1550s, 1560s. And they report seeing enormous, thriving, prosperous cities, highly civilized with advanced arts and crafts. And they were not believed because 100 years later, when other Spaniards made that voyage and went into the Amazon, they couldn't find the cities. And the reason they couldn't find them is precisely the reason that you give, which is that the jungle had eaten those cities because the human population had been wiped out by disease brought by the Spaniards. The Spaniards didn't have to have direct contact with those indigenous peoples in the middle of the Amazon. The diseases just jumped from population to population and just killed everybody.
It's so wild that happens. It's so crazy when most people probably aren't even aware. Everyone knows there was a genocide of Native Americans in this country, but most people don't know that 90% of them were wiped out by disease.
Absolutely.
Which is just unbelievable to think about.
Yeah.
Millions of people just wiped out over the course of a few decades or 100 years by diseases.
Yeah, it's an early example of a biological weapon.
Yeah. Right.
And to some extent, it was used deliberately as a biological weapon. Like those smallpox-infected blankets.
Is that true? The smallpox-infected blankets? I've heard that was like a rumor.
It may well be a rumor, but from what I've looked at from the Spanish conquest of Mexico, there was a realization that we can kill these people with smallpox, and it was spread. And we have some immunity to it that they don't have.
Right, because we had it forever in Europe.
Yeah.
It's just so terrible when you read Cabeza de Vaca's story about visiting the Maya civilization, and you realize you guys fucking killed everybody.
Yeah, the diseases did. I mean, the battles did kill some people.
Sure.
But not on the order of the diseases. Mexico City fell to the Spaniards. Primarily because of disease, and secondarily because the Aztecs weren't popular with their neighbors. So it really wasn't just Cortez and 400 Spaniards. It was Cortez and 400 Spaniards, plus smallpox, plus the Tlaxcalans, who the Aztecs had used as a sort of farm for human sacrifices for 100 years. And the Tlaxcalans looked at Cortez and they said, we can use this guy. And so they joined him. He had tens of thousands of Tlaxcala warriors. Otherwise he would not have had that victory.
So what archaeology would like is to be in control of expressing that narrative in its fullest form, and I don't think they know. I don't think they can.
No.
Nobody can explain the Olmecs. Explain that. Explain those features and those faces.
It's a very curious thing, and again, the moment we start talking about people's facial features, then they jump in with you're being a racist, you're being a white supremacist, or whatever. Although the Olmec heads don't serve white supremacism.
Not at all. How would that be racist? Racist if these were the most advanced seafaring people alive 6,000 years ago?
Again,
it would be kind of the opposite.
The racism angle is just being used to shut it down.
Right.
This is something that particularly in the climate in the world today.
Well, Flint does that a lot.
Yeah.
He does. I saw him do that to Jimmy Corsetti online over uses of parentheses or brackets. Did you see that?
I did. Yeah.
That somehow or another that's a code for Jews.
Yeah.
Like I thought what he was doing was avoiding. There's certain algorithms that pick up on particular words that you use. Like you ever see that people. They don't, like, if they want their post to be more viral, they don't write the word shooter.
Mm-hmm.
They write SH and then they put like 2 asterisks and then TERS.
I've noticed people doing that.
Yes. So what people are trying to do by blanking out swear words and cutting out different words is that you can bypass algorithms that selectively remove or limit the distribution of those kind of posts with those keywords in it.
Yeah.
So that apparently was all he was trying to do, was adding brackets to something to enhance the algorithm.
To enhance the algorithm.
But it's just like accusing someone of racism. It should be very clear what they're saying. There should be it shouldn't be you have decided through some sneaky code to decide that this person's racist. This code means this. This is commonly used code. Like, from what I understand, those use of brackets is just to trick the algorithm.
Yeah.
Just like the 2 asterisks for shooter.
I think it's very unfortunate that in serious and interesting discussions about the past, that this issue of race immediately gets dumped into it.
Yeah.
Because those who are dumping race into the issue know that that's a way to shut down a conversation.
Yeah, bros,
Nobody
I'm
wants to
Zelda.
be accused of being
See, it's also the dumbest suggestion because the most sophisticated ancient civilization that's baffling people to this day is in Africa.
Yeah.
So shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
Those were the most advanced human beings ever. And we are in disagreement. There's a lot of confusion and debate as to how long ago they were there. According to their hieroglyphs, they were there 30,000 plus years ago. But at the very least, those were people in Africa. Okay, so all the racism shit should be out the window because no one's saying that was anybody else.
No, that was an African civilization.
They literally have images of themselves. We know what they look, at least drawings of what they look like. We have statues of what they look like. It was an African civilization. They were the most advanced people, perhaps ever.
Thanks for being here. I'm going to maybe raid somebody and restart stream. Playing Zelda
civilization
Breath of the Wild
for 3,000 years.
Right. That you can go visit right now.
That you can go visit right
Tourist
now.
site.
But ancient Egypt as a culture survived for 3,000 years. It survived the Greek occupation. It survived the previous Persian occupation. It was only the Romans that brought it low.
No raid.
The Roman occupation.
No raid since I'm gonna restart right away in whatever. Okay.
I forget who came up with this, but it's a perfect analogy. Cleopatra lived closer to the invention of the iPhone. Even if that's true, even if it is 2,500 years ago, the most baffling thing is how did they do it? There's no simple answers. I don't give